Reincarnated in a villainous noble family, who rules the kingdom from the shadows. Volume 2 by Radiamu, translated by Kuro. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 41. Who is it? In the dark, deserted alleyways of the royal capital, Eric, a first-year student at Saarland Academy, is startled. After finishing his classes and before returning to his dorm room, he checked for any deliveries and found an anonymous letter. The letter instructed him to come to this very alley in the 3rd district tonight. What the hell, are there others here too? You're a second-year girl, right? I've seen you before. You're Shemna, aren't you? The person who approached Eric was a female student with golden hair and tan skin. I haven't seen you before, so you must be a first-year, right? Yeah, I'm Shemna. I'm your senior, so if you dare speak casually to me again, I'll kill you. My apologies, I'm Eric, a first-year. Shemna looked down on Eric with a combative attitude. Eric sighed at her rough demeanor. Next to arrive was a male student with brown hair and droopy eyes. What's this? Don't tell me this letter was sent to someone else besides me. Are you also a student at Saarland Academy? Ha 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 ha, isn't this what they call fate? Oh, I'm Mutoo, a second-year. Mutoo acted playfully. Eric was exasperated by the frivolous male student. If not for this situation, Eric would never have associated with someone like him. Since enrolling in the academy, Eric, the son of a duke, had been bored. Boring classes, practical lessons that only taught routine movements, and ordinary classmates. Although he had enrolled due to his father's wishes, Eric had feigned illness several times to skip classes. Then he received an anonymous letter. The content was simple. You have the power to change your boring days. If you're interested in summoning, come. How did they know he was bored? Eric felt a chill run down his spine as he read the letter. And the word, summoning, it was forbidden at the academy, with no classes teaching it. After the neighboring country's war, the nation had inexplicably regulated it, as Eric had heard from his instructor, which had frustrated him. How long does the sender plan to keep us waiting? I'm already here. What? Behind Eric stood a hooded figure wearing a mask. Eric tensed, but the figure didn't move an inch. Did I startle you? I'm the one who sent you the letter. How long have you been here? You're more concerned about that than my identity. Just as I expected. You do have potential. Potential for summoning. Exactly. Eric eagerly conversed with the hooded figure. Shemna remained wary of the suspicious figure, while Mutoo picked his nose. Eric, Shemna, Mutoo, if you're willing, how about becoming summon masters? Nothing would make me happier, please. Eric answered immediately. Shemna, however, was displeased. Hey, first year. You're just going to obediently follow this obviously shady person. Didn't you come here because you're interested too, Shemna? Don't talk to me like that, or I'll kill you. I came here to beat the crap out of whoever sent this condescending letter. An unknown person. You might end up getting yourself killed. Eric chuckled, and Shemna grabbed him by the collar. Her physical strength, feared throughout the academy, surpassed even that of those enhanced by magic. She had established the only female faction in the academy without using any magic. But Eric didn't flinch, staring straight at Shemna. You're lying. You wanted excitement just like me, didn't you? Hi. Because you look utterly frustrated. Hey. As Shemna clenched her fist, the hooded figure clapped his hands to draw attention. All right, save that for the academy. More importantly, what about summoning? Are you interested? Hey, what's in it for us with summoning? Mutoo, a summon master borrows the power of summoned demons or magical beasts. Your basic abilities, including magical power, will skyrocket, and you can use the abilities of what you summon. Haha, sounds fun, I'm in. Mutoo was the first to step forward, standing firmly in front of the hooded figure. Shemna grabbed Mutoo by the scruff of his neck and pulled him back. Hey, stop. You have no idea what you're getting into. Why, is there a reason to stop? My late grandma used to say that summoning can destroy you, depending on the contract. Like losing half your lifespan or being broke for life. That's nonsense. People who only believe in straightforward methods are so boring. Mutoo spun around playfully. Shemna raised her fist, but the hooded figure intervened. Let's not fight. Shemna, are you satisfied with yourself now? What do you mean? Even though the De Niro faction is gone, maintaining your faction in the academy without being able to use magic must be exhausting. Don't you feel like you've hit your limit? What do you know about me? The hooded figure smirked at the enraged Shemna. His eyes, peering from beneath the hood, seemed to see right through her. A limit. Shemna thought of the faces of those who admired her. She had wanted to live up to their expectations, but being called out by the hooded figure suddenly made her feel exhausted. I won't force you. The other two seemed decided, so if this isn't for you, I'll take my leave. Come on, Eric Mutoo, let's go. W8. Shemna shouted at the retreating figure. The hooded figure stopped in his tracks and grinned. Chapter 42. Taking advantage of the long holiday, Alphys and Lushil came to the Jimmel Mountains, where the demon sword Disparate was said to be located. Whenever we have time, we train in nature like this. Training against humans is good, but that alone only improves combat skills. Strength is the power to survive. It's not always about one-on-one battles like in school duels. In reality, surprise attacks are common, and no one gives you time to prepare. Alphys-sama, isn't it cruel to ban flying? You have a habit of flying up to escape when in trouble. Skilled opponents would see that coming. Lushil grumbles while walking with a tree branch as a staff. How cliché. But if I fly, unless they have ranged weapons, they can't target me, right? Do you plan to live flying all the time? What if you're targeted while on the ground? Then I'll fly away. Any opponent worth their salt won't give you that chance. A single arrow from afar, and it's over. I deliberately provoke Lushil, who pouts. Her current mentality is the same as if she was a mid-boss defeated in the story. Before the fight, she acts all high and mighty, but after losing, she makes excuses and flees. With that attitude, she's far from being the strongest hidden boss. Come to think of it, how did Lushil in the game become so strong? I didn't think about it before reincarnating, but neither the game nor the setting materials explain it. The monster encyclopedia just joked, she trained really hard. Ha ha, I can't move a finger anymore. Impossible, impossible, Tsumuri. Fine, let's take a break. As expected of Alphys-sama. Let me wipe your sweat. You seem to have plenty of energy left. Seizing the opportunity, Roussel wipes my face with a cloth. Although I said I'd train her, I don't intend to be a harsh instructor. That kind of training is meaningless. What's important here is learning to fight in nature. In this natural environment, monsters could attack at any moment, so constant vigilance is necessary. Be sensitive to all directions, signs, sounds, smells, droppings, and animal trails. If you're not, you'll be the one getting hurt. Being constantly exposed to life-threatening danger sharpens your senses and instincts. Combat isn't just about technique. Anticipating the enemy's movements and predicting their actions is crucial. To develop that sensitivity, survival skills are key. Monsters, living constantly in nature, have this developed more than humans. They flee from dangerous foes and even red movements. That emperor worm was so strong probably because of this. Looking back, it seemed to predict my moves. For something that big to land so many hits was terrifying. Alphys-sama, I checked our items, and it seems we're short on sleeping gear. We're camping out, use a tree root as a pillow. Sleeping in weird positions will hurt my neck. 8 years ago, we brought all sorts of things. Back then, without preparation, we'd have died. And stop shouting. You'll attract unwanted attention. Lushil's noise has already alerted something. From the bushes come 4 blood mantises. 8 years ago, even one would have been too much for us. Can we handle these on our own? If we can't, it's over. Their scythes can cut through armor and humans alike. Once they close the distance, it's over in an instant. These things are inedible. The only thing you gain from them is experience. I reinforce my legs with magic and step in. In an instant, I close the distance, slashing through the blood mantis's torso. Close combat is suicidal, but getting too close is effective. At this range, their scythes can't reach right. They say a mantis's scythes are to prevent prey from escaping, but this one seems different. With one down, the remaining blood mantises attack me, but I immediately close the distance to another, beheading it at point-blank range. I adjust my position to stay out of the other two's range. Sacred Star. Roussel's arrow pierces through the 2 remaining blood mantises as a beam of light. The arrow is so fast that only a streak of light remains. This invisible arrow, capable of attacking multiple targets simultaneously, gave Leticia and others a hard time during the hidden boss fight. Since it's undefendable and unavoidable, it deals damage ignoring defense. Seeing the blood mantises fall, Roussel grins. Ahahaha, they're nothing special. Losers. You're strong against weak opponents, huh? Alphys-sama, how was that? I'm strong, right? Strong. Azihahe. Since she's gotten stronger, I should at least pat her head. Though her processing speed might be faster than mine. Well, her initial movements before attacking have openings, so it wouldn't work on me. You seem quite enthusiastic. Do you have time for mountain play? Hiyori, this is training for the guard selection exam. Hiyori materializes, rising like smoke. For her, this is also mountain play. That's her assessment of us now, so we should take it seriously. Guard selection. We're selecting students to guard visiting royals and nobles during the school trip. From students, you wouldn't be so eager for that. The worm from the other day was more to my liking. That was more enjoyable. Hiyori, though pleased, deliberately yawns. I get her point, though. Why do you think that? Guard duty is much harder than regular combat. Fighting while protecting someone is a rare experience. The selection exam is just against those brats, right? No. At least let me enjoy slashing something like that worm. No, we're not directly fighting them. The exam is quite unique. Oh. Hiyori tilts her head, fluttering her kimono hem. Lushiel is glaring at her from a kissing distance, which is quite distracting. It's a guard selection exam. Regular combat wouldn't make sense. And I decide not to continue. This world might not follow the game's script. My becoming Alphys could trigger irregular events. In other words, an Alphys route that didn't exist in the game. Similar to unlocking an enemy character's story through a cheat. The problem is, I've never played that in the game. I never had the chance to control Alphys as an enemy character. That's what makes it interesting. What will happen from here on out? Well, don't underestimate the students. Some decent ones might show up. Really? Just a hunch. Hiyori tilts her head skeptically again. Lushiel's head tilts in sync, and I'm about to laugh, so please stop. Chapter 43. The long holiday is over, and once I come down from the mountains, I am back to school life. We're eating lunch on the rooftop, with our bento boxes that have gone from 5 layers to 4. I said 5 layers were too much, so they reduced it by 1, but it doesn't feel like much has changed. Alphys, here's some rolled omelet. I've been wondering, when did you even make this? Can you just freely use the girls' dorm kitchen like that? At first, the dorm mother was really noisy about it, but after I let her taste it, she quieted down. So you won her over with your skills. That's more like it. Lushiel is leaning her head against me, clearly in a good mood. That's fine, but having to deal with eat this every time is exhausting. It's already tough enough, but recently. Alphys, I made you a bento. Please let me eat with you. Leticia, what's with the amount of food in that Kinkakujai-like box? Kinkakujai. Yeah, this is Leticia. At first, it was just Lushiel, but now even Leticia is enthusiastically making bento for me. From a distance, the male students are sending me some seriously resentful looks, but this is just plain tough. Damn it, Alphys is so popular. What's this about equality? In the end, it's always the nobles who get all the attention. But she's ridiculously strong. Females are naturally drawn to strong males. Some of them have come to some oddly profound realizations, and lunchtime is always chaotic. If they're so envious, I feel like inviting them to eat with us. Why do I have to eat 2 of these cultural heritage-level bentos? I think that, but I also feel bad about refusing. Here, Alphys, say, ah. Leticia, that's against fan club regulations. I read the rules thoroughly, and it only prohibits things like confessions, right? Now that I think about it, they're both fan club members. Isn't this just sneaking ahead? I want to ask Esty about it, but she's probably not around here. Oh, wait, she is. She's peeking out from behind the building with the staircase leading up to the rooftop, keeping an eye on us. Seriously, what a handful. Hey, Esty. Come over here and eat with us. Wah. Esty got so startled that she spun around 3 times and fell over. How do you fall over when you're not even walking? And no, I can't, as the president. What's wrong with classmates eating together? If you really can't accept it, we can call the other members too. No, Nuwo. Esty dashed away at full speed. I was hoping to share this cultural heritage-level bento with her, but she's so cold. Guess we'll just have to eat it quickly. You're eating quite luxuriously for a student. Here comes another weird one. You were following me again, weren't you? Lilisha shows up as usual, carrying a bento that looks like Ayer's rock. She used to always eat in the cafeteria, but lately, she's been bringing her own bento. I wasn't following you or anything. Don't get the wrong idea, I don't like you or anything, I was just a little curious. Normal people don't go on long-distance stalking missions just because they're a little curious. By the way, how do you plan to eat all that bento? You're not going to waste it, are you? That would be shameful. Lilisha casually takes a seat next to me and starts eyeing the extravagant bento with a hungry look. You're the one carrying a World Heritage level bento, and you still want to eat more. Miss Lilisha, if you eat that much bento, you'll upset your stomach. Oh, princess, don't get the wrong idea. This was meant for Alphys to eat. If he's not getting enough nutrition, I wouldn't be happy even if I won. That's what they call a loving wife's bento, isn't it? What? Don't say such stupid things. This isn't some rehearsal for married life. I just made a little too much, that's all. You said it was meant for me to eat, didn't you? Both of them are turning red for some reason, so I'll just eat in the meantime. Ugh, I wanted to spend a blissful moment with Lady Alpheus. Stop muttering and just eat already. The portions are huge, but the taste is good. I thought Leticia and Lilisha were just sheltered rich girls, but they're surprisingly skilled at cooking. The most unexpected one is Rachel. With her personality, I'd never have guessed she could cook. As I'm devouring the food, I overhear some students talking in the distance. Hey, did you hear? A top member of the Rubitin faction lost in a duel. After the Tagari faction, seriously. The Rubitin faction's top members are all within the top 10 in our grade. The Tagari faction got wiped out by that female boss, so what the hell is going on? As I listen to their conversation, a male student comes running up to the rooftop, out of breath. Huff, huff, it's bad. The Scalarba faction got taken down. What? By who? By a first year, it wasn't even a close match. The Scalarba faction was gaining a lot of power after the De Niro faction disappeared. Who is this first year? Oh boy, the school is as lively as ever. I hope they keep going at it and grow stronger. With the guard selection exam coming up, maybe some new factions will rise. Well, things seem pretty chaotic, Miss Lilisha. Can't you do something about it? As the student council, we allow duels as long as they're within school rules. More importantly, Leticia, don't you have any pride asking me for help? It's because it's you, Miss Lilisha. Huh, oh I see. The atmosphere between them is getting weird. You two should just get along. For me, the more important thing is figuring out what to do during the next break. There aren't enough days to go into seclusion in the mountains, so training at the Barufont family estate might be the best option. Alphys, about the next break, I was thinking maybe instead of the mountains, we could go somewhere else. Somewhere else? Is there another place suitable for training? That's not what I mean. Like shopping in the capital, or Lushiel is fidgeting while trying to invite me to go shopping. For her to suggest something like this, she must really want to escape the mountain seclusion. Or is it something else? Shopping. With Alphys. Whoa, everyone stops eating their bento at that. Lushiel, that wasn't the right thing to say in this situation. I can already predict how this is going to play out. Chapter 44. Alphys-sama is surprisingly fond of games, you know. So choosing the casino makes sense, right? Alphys-sama is a serious person. He wouldn't engage in such frivolous activities. On our day off, somehow or another, I ended up deciding to go out to the royal capital with 3 girls. I had originally planned to spend the day training, but I figured a break like this was necessary every once in a while. Besides, ever since I was reincarnated into this world, I hadn't really taken the time to properly explore the royal capital. But as soon as we gathered, Lushiel and Leticia started arguing, which already spelled trouble. As expected of someone who's always by my side, Ruchel knows my preferences well. Hey, Leticia, you don't understand anything about Alphys-sama, do you? Alphys-sama, do you really frequent casinos? No, I don't. Don't jump to conclusions. Leticia, in her excitement, started making wild assumptions. I mean, in the game, when the player controls her, she goes all out on slot machines and stuff. But Leticia herself is supposed to dislike those kinds of places. Even in the game, she showed reluctance. But when controlled, she'd do it anyway. I like games, but I'm not fond of casinos. I'm not a fan of heavy reliance on luck. See, Alphys-sama says he doesn't like casinos after all. See, she says. Leticia looked triumphant, while Ruchel was visibly frustrated. But when we set the central square as our meeting spot, couples were particularly noticeable. Normally, couples come in pairs, but here we were, one guy with 3 girls. Hey, that guy's got 3 girls with him. At his age, impressive. Kids these days are outrageous. Go home and study or something. Well, of course, they'd stare. And mind your own business. I guess even outside the academy, we get these kinds of reactions. How trivial. Our destination was decided from the start, wasn't it? Lilisha, do you have somewhere in mind? Alphys wants to do it with me. Right. The atmosphere froze. This girl, she's a fire magic user, right? Lushiel's ears turned bright red, and Leticia looked utterly confused. Lilisha, I won't allow such indecent behavior. What? If you want to do it too, you can go after me. What? Lushiel's face turned as red as a boiled octopus, and she staggered backward. Here they were, 2 naive girls and 1 know-it-all angel. I'm a teenage boy too, so it's not like I'm completely oblivious. Alphys-sama, why are you turning red? No reason. Alphys-sama is being indecent. Why? Let's just change locations. I grabbed Lushiel's hand and pulled her away from the square. The other 2, sensing the mood, hurriedly followed. Now, where should we go? Section. So, Alphys wants to fight me, right? No, not at all. We ended up in a random clothing store, but was this really the right choice? Normally, we'd go to a cafe, right? This is all that damn angel's fault. And I understood what Lilisha was implying. Really, I did. Why not? Are you scared? Why would I want to fight you on a day off? We can do that anytime at the academy. Well, that's true. Today's about enjoying our day off. You're always thinking about fighting, which is why people get the wrong idea. What wrong idea? She still doesn't get it, huh? If that damn angel keeps causing a scene, it'll be a hassle, so I decided to change the subject. This is a clothing store, right? I have no interest in fashion, so what should I do? Alphys-sama, what's going on? Don't ask me. More importantly, Leticia, is it okay for a princess to be out like this? While I'm enrolled at the academy, I'm allowed to engage in activities like any other student. I see. Then let's make the most of today. All right, the topic's completely shifted. Next up is clothes. I have no interest in them, but girls like this kind of thing, right? Go ahead and browse to your heart's content. Lushiel, don't you want any clothes? How's me? Lushiel's gaze wandered. Aside from her uniform, she usually wears a white dress. Maybe she's not interested in fashion. How about this? Why are you looking at me? How about this one? It looks good on you, doesn't it? Really? Then I'll buy it. Lushiel excitedly decided to buy the dress, but the price was in the 5-digit range. We have mission rewards, so it's not like we can't afford it, but it's not exactly an impulse buy price. Heh, I bought it. I'll go try it on. Already? Lushiel headed into the fitting room. I suddenly remembered an urban legend about fitting room walls being rotating doors that abduct people. Well, I'd like to believe there's no one who could abduct her. This doesn't really suit me, does it? I glanced over to see Lilisha holding up a dress to herself while sneaking glances at me. I can't tell if it suits her or not, but the price is also in the ridiculous range. Even for a rich girl, it's not something you'd casually recommend. Yeah, you should probably pass. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? What do you mean? What's with her temper? She's the one who said it didn't suit her. Alphys-sama, what about this one? That looks good. Really? Then I'll buy it. Huh. Hey, at least check the price. I know you're a princess, so I shouldn't worry about money, but this is clearly designer-level pricing. Why is everyone making impulse buys like this? Have some self-control. Alphys-sama, I bought it and changed into it. Does it suit me? Why you really bought it, huh? It looks good on you. Yufufufu, thank you. Well, I can't exactly say it doesn't suit her after she spent a fortune on it. Now both Lushiel and have new outfits. I feel a bit guilty for letting them make such expensive purchases based on my casual comments. I'm really not an expert on fashion. Make way, move aside, shoo. It's getting noisy outside the store. Looking out the window, I saw a luxurious carriage moving grandly down the central street of the royal capital, accompanied by a procession. The fat man riding in the carriage was arrogantly waving his hand to shoo people out of the way. That's definitely. Chapter 45. That was Duke Hesler from the northern country of Algan, wasn't it? His slovenly, corpulent figure was adorned with a bow tie and a garish pink-and-red striped suit, a testament to his poor taste. Hesler, accompanied by numerous guards, looked down upon the people from his carriage. It's been a while since I last visited, and this town is still as cramped as ever. Really, when will we ever reach the royal capital? Duke Hesler, this is already the royal capital. Oh, I completely forgot. Phew hihi, at this rate, even the Night Order must be nothing special. Our country's Grimritters are the strongest on the continent. Hesler deliberately feigned ignorance, and his attendant butler chimed in. They came all this way just to perform some lousy comedy routine. It seems they haven't noticed that everyone is already fed up. Still, an event I wasn't aware of has occurred. In other words, I have no idea why that guy is here. From what I recall, Hesler was supposed to be a minor character who only appeared briefly near the end. I had no idea he was such a bizarre, reverse-unique kind of guy. That's definitely Duke Hesler from Algan. Leticia, was there any plan for him to visit this country? While I was enrolled at the academy, I wasn't involved in official duties at the castle, so I wouldn't know that much. I see. It's not something you'd normally expect. A duke from a neighboring country showing up unannounced. There are things that concern me, but for now, I guess we'll just have to let it go. Hey, clear the way already, you there, brat. In front of Hesler's procession was a young girl. She looked too young to understand what was happening, and her mother hurriedly came out. I'm terribly sorry, I'll move her right away. You, a mere commoner, dared to obstruct my progress. Stand right there. Hesler, with his rotund body, heaved himself down from the carriage with a grunt. Then he stood in front of the girl's mother and slapped her hard across the face. A lowly commoner like you obstructing my progress is unforgivable. This woman won't get off so easily. Please forgive me. Hey, is he really going this far in another country? The Night Order is going to show up and cause trouble any second now. My hand has been dirtied. Hey, commoner, what are you going to do about this? I'm sorry, please forgive me. Mommy. The girl clung to her mother and began to cry. I thought about letting the Night Order handle it, but this is just too disgusting. Speaking of which, they're taking way too long to arrive. What are they even doing? Just as I was about to step in, Leticia had already moved to shield the mother and child from Hesler. Is this really okay given her position? Duke Hesler, don't you think you've gone too far? And who are you? Who do you think you're talking to? I am Leticia, the princess of this country. Leticia, so it's you. You've grown so much since you were so little, in many ways. Hesler laughed crudely, even throwing in some disgusting sexual harassment. But that kind of attack won't work on Leticia, though the foul-mouthed angel is blushing and fuming. Alphys, let's just kill that perverted fat-ass. Well, we can't just let Leticia take the lead. Hey, Lilisha, what are you doing? Lilisha was stomping over to Hesler, but his guards blocked her path. Those guards are probably the Grimritters from the kingdom of Algan. The Grimritters are a combat unit funded by the taxes the royal family extracts from the people. They're named after their unreal strength, as if they've stepped out of a fairy tale. They're famous for carrying out their duties like machines, and during internal conflicts, they've massacred entire villages, women and children included, without batting an eye. When the enemy's forces numbered 300, the Grimritters were only a tenth of that. They're a bunch of monsters. That aside, I remember wondering in my past life if this world also had Grimm's fairy tales. And in that country, the royal family lends a certain amount of military power to the nobility. The higher their contribution and loyalty to the country, the more protection they receive. Beyond this, the royal family also provides various other forms of support to the nobility. As a result, there's a competition among the nobility to win the royal family's favor. It's a completely different system from this country, where the royal family and nobility rely on each other. Instead, over there, an absolute monarchy has been established. It's a pretty effective social system for preventing families like the Balfonts from rising up. Little girl, stop right there. No, you move. If you come any closer, we'll eliminate you. Without waiting for a response, Lilisha conjured a fireball in one hand and hurled it directly into the man's face. The Grimritter's face was nearly blown off as he crumpled to the ground. That's what happens when you don't move after being warned. Her temper is way too short. What is she even doing? That Grimritter guy isn't weak by any means. He should be strong enough that even a group of academy students wouldn't stand a chance against him. She really has gotten a lot stronger. What's going on? What just happened? That girl, it's hot. Hey, did you really get taken down in one hit? Lilisha stood tall, her imposing figure glaring at Hesler. Lilisha Percival, daughter of Bramud, the Minister of Military Affairs. I figured you'd ask, so I introduced myself first. Bramud, so you're that insolent brat from back then. You haven't changed since that reception party. So, what brings you here this time? None of your business. More importantly, how dare you do that? The remaining Grimritters surrounding Hesler closed in on Lilisha. From the looks of it, there are a few stronger than the guy she just took down. But whether they're strong enough to satisfy Hiyori is another question. Alphys. If you're going to cut them down, just focus on the guy who looks like the captain. The others aren't even worth snacking on mumble. Don't fall asleep just because they're boring opponents. They're still an elite unit. There are a lot of mysteries here, but since Lilisha and Leticia have already stepped forward, I can't just stay back. Things are likely to get rough, but I'll leave the cleanup to the World King. Chapter 46. Duke Hesler, you seem to be quite full of yourself. Who do you think you are? One after another, characters keep appearing, making things quite hectic. Hesler, with a high-pitched voice, hid behind a man who seemed to be the leader of the Grimritter. The leader held a spear in his hand. The spear was so thick and heavy that it would be difficult for two grown men to carry it together. Yet he held it effortlessly with both hands, showing his confidence in his physical strength. If you come any closer to Lord Hesler, I will kill you. What are you talking about, coming all the way to the capital of another country? You must have informed the king about this beforehand, right? I have no need to tell you. As expected of a machine-like unit, they show no emotion towards me and are solely focused on protecting Hesler. As hired hands, they are undoubtedly reliable and impressive. However, the Balfont family doesn't need such people. Being loyal to orders means they can't achieve anything beyond what's commanded. Doing only what you're told is something we outgrew in our childhood. If I were in their position, I would have already killed Leticia and the others. Anyone who stands in the way is a threat and should be eliminated beforehand. Yet they do nothing until I make a move, behaving so properly. In this regard, Lilisha is much quicker to make decisions. Hey, Dearkany, hurry up and finish off those brats. As you wish. The man called Dearkany thrust his spear. I felt the wind pressure strong enough to pierce the sky, but I dodged it with minimal movement. Not bad. To dodge my thrust like that. Dearkany, finish him in one strike. With my current combat ability, that's impossible. This boy is no ordinary person. What? And you're supposed to be the man feared as the true heaven. That fat guy doesn't get it, but the range of a spear is incomparable to that of a sword. Dearkany knows well the significance of not being able to hit me when I deliberately entered his range. The remaining Grimritter members, ignoring Leticia and Lilisha, surround me. You should really think about when to retreat. I just want to punch that fat guy once, and that's it. If you intend to harm Lord Hesler, we will not show mercy. Such loyalty, do you get paid well? I have no need to tell you. Well, I guess not, I sneered at Hesler. Hey, fatso. If I manage to punch you, you won't be able to go out so confidently anymore, right? That will never happen. The Grimritter is incomparable to the knights of this country. I'll admit that. After all, the knights here are poorly trained, and they slack off during expeditions. Phew, see that. The Grimritter is also known as the Dark Fairy Tale. You've made an enemy of the most dangerous force on this continent. As I sneered for the second time, they moved. Dearkany's thrust was unleashed, followed by a storm of slashes from the other guards. Their strikes were precise, each one as accurate as a blood mantis. Not bad. As expected of an elite unit, they would put up a decent fight against the servants guarding the mansion. Thinking that, I deflected their slashes with minimal effort, causing them all to lose their balance. Dearkany's rapid thrusts were dodged at the last moment, just before they reached my nose. Take this. What? I swung my demon sword upwards, cutting through the spear and lifting Dearkany off the ground. In that moment, I dashed past him, heading straight for Hesler. Yo. Eek. I drove my fist into Hesler's face. Teeth scattered, and his nose broke as Hesler crashed into the carriage behind him. Ugh. Hesler, making a pig-like sound, was knocked out cold. His already ugly face became even uglier. Lord Hesler. Ahis. The butler shook Hesler, but he probably won't wake up for a while. And carrying that massive body back to the carriage will be quite a task. Well, the carriage's side is already damaged from the impact of his huge body. Meanwhile, Dirkany and the others stood frozen. I tapped their shoulders from behind. You guys are pretty good. Even I couldn't come out unscathed. See, my hair got a little cut, right? Dirkany didn't move. A single drop of sweat running down his forehead revealed his inner thoughts. Understanding this, Dirkany placed his spear on the ground. Boke Butler, this boy is beyond my capabilities. We will take Lord Hesler and leave the capital. Why you can't just... Our duty is to protect Lord Hesler. But if we fight this boy, we won't be able to fulfill that duty. I suppose we have no choice. After causing quite a commotion, Hesler and his entourage retreated towards the city gates with their carriage. Dirkany, carrying the unconscious Hesler, glanced at me as they left. They barely made it out in time. But those guys, they were on high alert the moment I appeared. They instantly realized that Leticia and Lilisha had lost their will to fight. Knowing those two, they probably thought there was no need to step in as long as I was here. Alphys, thank you for saving us. It would have been tough for you to handle them. Even the silent Lilisha knew she couldn't take them all on by herself. That's why she didn't say anything to me. Having a strong sense of justice is good, but it's useless without the strength to back it up. Thank you. The child doesn't seem to be hurt. That was quite a disaster. The woman who had been slapped by Hesler bowed deeply. The child, though confused, imitated his mother. Well raised, aren't they? My Gilliam still can't apologize unless I threaten him. No, I mean, unless I persuade him. Chapter 47. Princess Leticia, why has the Duke from the neighboring country come here? There's no need to worry about war or anything, right? Lady Leticia. After the crisis had passed, the citizens of the royal capital bombarded Leticia with rapid-fire questions. It seemed they had finally realized just how abnormal the situation had been. I can understand the citizens' concerns about war. However, the neighboring country we fought in the so-called neighboring country war wasn't the Algan Kingdom. The country we fought was the Girth Kingdom to the west. The Algan Kingdom has always maintained a neutral stance and didn't get involved in the neighboring country war. At least, that was the understanding until yesterday. But after seeing that Hesler guy, something feels off. Sure, he looks like a troublemaker, but is he really foolish enough to act that arrogantly? Well, he might be a fool. A big one at that. Fools usually act bold when they have someone backing them. A fool alone, without any power, can't even raise a fist properly. In any case, something unexpected is definitely happening. This is quite interesting. I suppose this means we've entered the Alphys route. However, unlike in a game, there's no guarantee of a happy ending. At worst, if I get killed, it's game over. Lord Alphys, you were amazing. Those guys earlier were nothing special. The Grim Reapers aren't that weak. Those were probably just their second stringers. Second stringers? Yeah, they're not the main force. That fat guy might have been a duke, but nobles, whether fat or not, are usually only given leftover troops. Lushel turned pale, looking utterly terrified. This guy really only acts tough around people weaker than himself. Lushel's reaction is understandable, but when you think about it, it's only natural. Who in the world would give their most important and powerful forces to someone else? Of course, the royal family would keep the main forces for themselves in case of emergencies. Not the main force, huh? Lilisha also made a bitter face after hearing my words. She must have realized that she couldn't have defeated the Dikinis alone. Knowing that she was only up against the second stringers might have shattered her pride again. Still, she did manage to take one down instantly. That's something to be proud of. An average student from the academy wouldn't stand a chance against even those second stringers. Lady Leticia. The knights have arrived. The knights of our kingdom finally showed up, looking out of breath as if they had rushed here, but they were still too late. Their exhaustion is probably due to neglecting their usual physical training. Given their state, Hesler was right to mock them. They deserve it. As Leticia explained the situation, one of the knights quickly bowed his head. We deeply apologize for being late despite such an emergency. It's fine. More importantly, could you report this to the castle? Yes, right away. They must be relieved that it's already over. That's why they can bow so energetically. These guys are hopeless, but the situation was created by the Balfont family. Since Lieg took over, the Balfont family has been more active, leaving the knights with little to do. It's what you'd call peace-induced complacency. The royal capital is still somewhat manageable, but the regions outside are probably in a much worse state. Leticia watched the knight run off with a look of concern. If things stay like this, we won't be able to handle a real emergency. As someone who has questioned the state of the country and the knights since childhood, Leticia must find this situation frustrating. Given that her father is the root of the problem, it's hard for her to say much. But right now, that doesn't matter. Leticia, where to next? Hi. We're in the middle of a day out, after all. Right. Yes, right now, we're just students enjoying our day off. There's no need to worry about the country's internal troubles. But where should we go? Leticia is already surrounded by a crowd, and things won't calm down unless we do something. That fat guy really ruined our day off. Alfie's. At that moment, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. It was as if a herd of animals had sensed danger, and everyone turned to look in the same direction. Brother Vade. As Vade, the eldest son of the Balfont family, walked forward, the crowd parted like the Red Sea before Moses. His beast-like gaze, messy hair that reached his back, and his rough, shoulder-revealing outfit made him stand out. His muscular, well-toned physique drew everyone's attention. Is that the Sword Saint Vade? No, it's the demon god Vade. The Kingdom Breaker is walking through the royal capital. How many nicknames does this guy have? But that just shows how well-known his strength and reputation are. The title Kingdom Breaker came from when he destroyed a small country that had been founded in the chaos after the neighboring country war. Though it was a small country, it was established by the Girth Kingdom's prime minister and some remnants of their army, so it was still of considerable size. If they hadn't tried to control trade by positioning themselves between the Sailrand and Girth Kingdoms, they might have lasted longer. Earlier, I passed a carriage with the Algan Kingdom's emblem. What happened? We can't figure it out here. It's just a casual conversation, but his response implies that something has happened. In other words, it's time for the Balfont family to step in. Vade silently stared into my eyes as if trying to pierce through them. Normally quiet and reserved, Vade is extremely competitive. That's what makes him a bit troublesome at times. I came to the royal capital to take a break. That girl over there is your friend, right? Vade turned his gaze to Leticia and the others. They stiffened as if they had been spotted by a predator. I know Lushel well, and there's Princess Leticia, and the young lady from the Persifam family, I see. There's a good shop in the royal capital. Their parfaits are amazing. How about we grab a bite to eat? Hi. Vade has completely locked onto us. But today's a day off, so I won't let him have his way. Chapter 48. Indeed, holidays are best for replenishing sugar. As soon as Brother Vade entered the restaurant, he ordered a giant parfait. It was a parfait so large it could rival the size of an adult's head, and its sheer size made it hard to know where to even start eating. Just looking at it was enough to make my stomach churn, but there was someone else who had also ordered a giant parfait. It seems a bit lacking in volume. I'll order another one. Now, there were 2 giant parfaits lined up in front of Lilisha. Even Brother Vade was wide-eyed at the sight. I'll add one more too. Hey, Brother Vade. I get that you're competitive, but won't this interfere with your, work? I haven't built a body that would be hindered by something like this. With such incomprehensible remarks, Brother Vade now had 2 giant parfaits in front of him. Watching the 2 of them devour their parfaits was enough to kill anyone's appetite. Me, Leticia, and Roussel had ordered more modest dishes. Alphys, how's the academy? You must have taken first place in the entire school, with your duel record, right? Nah, I haven't been dueling much. I've been training more with the guys here. So, I take it your ranking isn't that great. When I was at the academy, I took first place in the first semester of my first year. I don't know my ranking. In my case, even if I improve my record, it doesn't bring me much benefit. Duel records are ranked by grade level and across the entire school. Naturally, a good record can give you an advantage in job placements depending on your career path, and it also earns you respect within the academy. That De Niro faction is a prime example. Among the weaker, ordinary students, there are those who join factions. Doing so helps them avoid trouble, and if something happens, they have someone to protect them. Now that the De Niro faction has been expelled due to a magical tool explosion incident, the power dynamics within the academy are likely being redrawn. That Gilliam eventually took first place in the entire grade. Are you okay with that? What value is there in being the king of the hill? Are you implying that I'm in the same category? It seems I've slightly touched a nerve with Brother Vade. But no matter how intimidating he tries to be, it's hard to take him seriously with whipped cream smeared around his mouth. Well, interpret it however you like. I have no intention of flattering him. Brother Vade probably dislikes that sort of thing too. As proof, he continued to devour his parfait with gusto. Lushiel, I know well enough, but Leticia and Lilisha, I'm a bit curious about you too. What do you mean? Leticia, I want to know about you. And you too, Lilisha. Wait. It's no wonder Leticia is flustered. Lilisha, on the other hand, is glaring at Brother Vade with a cold, disdainful look. You're the one who said something misleading in the first place. Mr. Vade, what do you mean by that? I want to know your strength. What techniques do you have? What kind of magic do you use? I'm very interested. Before Lilisha could finish her sentence, a table was flipped over in the distance. A thug-like man with a bad attitude had kicked the table. Hey, you bastards, don't mess with me. I'm so sorry. You served me food with hair in it. You think an apology is enough? Eek. The man grabbed the waiter by the collar. Just as he was about to throw a punch, Brother Vade appeared behind him. Hey. Wow, what this? When the thug turned around, he was met with the sight of a muscular man, which naturally made him freeze. Realizing he was in trouble, the thug backed away. His bad habit is showing. That wasn't good. What's it to you? Got a problem? Yeah, I do. Brother Vade grabbed the thug's arm and forcefully adjusted his elbow, arm, and leg. The thug, unable to resist his strength, could only comply. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Your balance is off. With that kick, you'll hurt your leg. First, focus on this stance. It puts less strain on your body and avoids unnecessary force. Shut up, don't tell me what to do. All right, from that stance, try kicking me. Brother Vade stood firmly, waiting for the thug's kick. Neither the customers nor the staff could keep up with this pace. The thug, though hesitant, decided to go for it and launched a kick. The kick landed squarely on Brother Vade's stomach, but he didn't budge, as if he were a massive rock. The thug, on the other hand, immediately felt a sharp pain in his leg. Ow, my leg. You need a bit more training. Fine, I'll dodge this time, so try again. No more. That's no good, you've got potential. Come on. Brother Vade puffed out his chest. The thug, limping, tried to leave the scene. I'll pay, I'm leaving. Thank you. The thug handed some money to the waiter and left the restaurant. Brother Vade scratched his cheek with his index finger, looking somewhat disappointed. What a shame. While everyone else was stunned, I calmly sipped my coffee. That's just his bad habit. He's not trying to train the other person. He's just curious. Even Lilisha was taken aback by his inexplicable behavior. Alphys, your brother is a bit, quite unusual, isn't he? Brother Vade. People call him a demon god, a sword saint, a nation destroyer, but in short, he's a battle maniac. A battle maniac. Whether it's a punch or a kick, Brother Vade gets interested right away. He just wants to see better techniques. Hearing my words, Lilisha rubbed her arm. She finally understood what would happen if Brother Vade took an interest in her. She should never show even the slightest hint of violence in front of Brother Vade. Otherwise, you'll end up like that thug, completely broken. He wants to fight after bringing out the opponent's full potential. He's fascinated by techniques and finds supreme joy in overcoming them. In other words, he's the ultimate sore loser, taken to the extreme. That guy had potential, but oh well, let's get back to eating. You're still eating. Brother Vade sat back down and ordered another giant parfait. Even Lilisha didn't dare to challenge him this time. Roussel also tends to be quiet around Brother Vade. Once, when he got cocky and attacked with arrows, Brother Vade made him demonstrate his techniques all night, leaving him traumatized. Alphys, keep the next holiday free. Hi. Brother Vade didn't say anything more. I can guess what he's planning, but I never expected Brother Vade to invite me. This might actually turn out to be interesting. Chapter 49. The following week, on our day off, Lushiel and Brother Vade were walking through the forest together. After that incident, Leticia and Lilisha somehow managed to escape Brother Vade's clutches. It seems he didn't have the heart to disrupt the students' holiday any further than he already had. Though, those two were still fired up about it. But if they had actually been dragged along, it would have been way worse than dealing with those punks at the restaurant. I've been on the receiving end of his antics before, so I know how it feels. What's been weighing on my mind lately is the upcoming mission. We're essentially being roped into assisting Brother Vade with his task. All right, let's eat. If you see any snakes around, catch them. Got it. I pushed through the underbrush, found a snake, and skewered it with my magic sword. We're sourcing our food locally. After skinning and roasting the snake, it turns out to be surprisingly tasty. A little while ago, Lucille would have made a huge fuss about this, but now she's gotten used to it. As the snake sizzled over the fire, Brother Vade finally filled us in on the details of the mission. Apparently, there's been an increase in summoned possessed within the country recently. Summoned possessed are people who have been taken over by demons or magical beasts summoned through demonic rituals. Their official name is Summon Masters, but over the long course of history, they've been involved in all sorts of incidents. Some are unable to control the demons they summon and end up being dominated by them, while others have their minds and bodies corrupted, spreading disease. The term summoned possessed emerged from these situations. The history behind this is so deep that even I haven't been able to fully research it. After all, even in the game, it wasn't explored in great detail. Some people become summoned possessed unintentionally or out of necessity, which has led to the term being treated almost like a slur. The methods of summoning were supposed to have been lost over time, but according to Brother Vade, they've been on the rise again recently. Our mission this time is to eliminate the source of this problem. You'd think the royal family would be able to handle something like this, but apparently they haven't even noticed the issue. Meanwhile, the Balefont family has managed to pinpoint the hideout of the mastermind behind it all. Impressive, really. It seems Lieg is determined to make the royal family completely subservient. In simple terms, he wants to pull off a what? Such a problem exists in our country. As expected of the Balefont family, kind of move. Brother Vade, do we know what we're up against? More or less, but now's not the time to discuss that. Then why did you bring me and Lushiel along? Does an older brother need a reason to take his younger siblings for a walk? A walk? That's right. To Brother Vade, most missions are just like taking a stroll. The way he bites into the roasted snake makes him seem a bit violent, though. You could have just taken Gilliam instead. We've gone on walks together before. Back then, you didn't even give me the time of day. I remember well when you completed a mission at just 7 years old. Is he still holding a grudge over the fact that I became the youngest in Balefont history to complete a mission? Brother Vade is a battle maniac, but he doesn't like losing. At his core, he's someone who wants to master every technique and surpass everyone. That's probably the real purpose of this walk. In that case, I'll just hold back and not show my full hand. Though it depends on the opponent. How about you, Lushiel? Have you been slacking off in your training? Well, I've been doing okay, I guess. How about I train you for the first time in a while? Maybe some shooting practice. I've been really into survival training lately. Yeah, right. You were complaining the whole time when we were holed up in the mountains. Just as I was thinking that. They're here. Brother Vade stood up smoothly. Without hesitation, he drew his greatsword and slashed horizontally. The trees around us began to crack and fall. Brother Vade, you're quick to act. I would have waited a bit longer to assess the situation. When something catches my interest, I can't help it. The distance was still far, so I would have waited, but Brother Vade seems eager to meet the enemy head-on. The enemy is a robed, masked figure who looks like a mage. You're more perceptive than I expected. I thought I had completely erased my magical presence. The man smirked fearlessly, showing no sign of being intimidated by Brother Vade. He seems like a decently strong opponent, but Brother Vade was the one who flushed him out. I don't want to steal his prey, but I do want to fight. Brother Vade, should I take care of him? I'll handle it. Figures. There's no way Brother Vade would back down. His eyes are shining like a child's, and he's already sheathed his greatsword. Which means, once again, I thought some rats were sneaking around, but it's just the three of you. That doesn't matter. If you're going to attack, hurry up. Tusk, no need to rush, I'll take care of you now. Several magic circles appeared around the man, and beams of light shot out from them. The beams moved left and right, forcing us to dodge like we were playing some kind of electric current game. It's like a spread laser magic. HMPH. Oh, you can dodge this. But you can't get close, can you? Your mistake was not attacking the moment you detected me. I've crushed plenty of overconfident strong types like you. I kept dodging, but I couldn't make a move. Brother Vade had already taken control of the situation. Composite magic. By focusing light and lightning into a single point, you've increased both speed and power. Normally, the trajectory would be unstable, but the magic circles are acting as pillars, allowing you to maintain control. You're essentially wielding a sword of light and lightning. Enchanting magic is already a delicate technique, but to control multiple beams simultaneously, even if they move in straight lines, is impressive. No, this isn't just ordinary magic enchantment. Normally, magic enchantment is applied to weapons, but you've enchanted the magic circles themselves. I see, this is fascinating. That's Brother Vade for you, eliciting that kind of reaction from the enemy. Of course, this is just normal for him. He doesn't hold back at all, yet he's quick to praise. And the scary part is what comes next. Brother Vade effortlessly closed the distance between himself and the man. His speed surpassed the man's magic. But that's not all. Let go my arm. Next time, try dispelling the magic circles. That way, you won't be predictable and can launch a surprise attack. Brother Vade had completely subdued the man. It was like watching a massive beast pin down its prey. With overwhelming strength, he forced the man into a specific posture. Listen up. You probably construct the magical formulas for your magic circles as a preparatory step before casting, right? But that's too slow. Try visualizing the magic without the circles first. What the hell is this guy? Even at maximum magical enhancement, he's not budging. Poor guy. He showed off some half-baked, flashy magic, and now he's paying the price. Once Brother Vade gets like this, there's no stopping him. I thought about eating some more snake, but the mage had already wrecked it. Chapter 50. The sewing seems to be going well. This musty fortress ruin was once used by the Kingdom of Saeland during the war with neighboring country. In such a place, we were reporting our progress to each other. To ensure the plan's execution, an on-site survey, including the terrain, is absolutely essential. The plan is quite large-scale. In addition to the preliminary on-site survey, sowing the seeds is indispensable. However, sowing seeds doesn't mean scattering them randomly. For the seeds to bloom and sprout, they need solid soil. Finding that soil was quite difficult, but it seems our comrade, who had been lying low in this country for years, managed to do it. That comrade has now returned to the fortress. Comrade Clance, you've done well. Yeah, it took a while, but thanks to that, I found some good soil. Comrade Clance had been searching for soil all over Saeland. Gathering information to find the right soil for the seeds must have been quite a struggle. Comrade Clance exhaled and relaxed. So, the seeds have been sown. Yeah, dealing with students' children is easy. With a little research, you can find plenty of vulnerabilities in their hearts. With your demonic abilities, it must have been easy, right? One is the son of a duke, another is a girl with magical deficiency, and the last is the son of a troop member. Don't be surprised when you hear this. All three have formed contracts with one of the 32 pillars of the demon realm. I couldn't believe my ears at what Comrade Clance had just said. Those beings surpass even our contracted demons and magical beasts. The 32 pillars of the demon realm. Their existence is recorded in grimoires and children's picture books, and many doubt they are real. Just like the ancient Eldian emperor, historical figures called conquerors always possess inhuman powers. The 32 pillars are said to rival the Eldian emperor's demonic sword. Delving deeper into history, heroes who rebelled against the Eldian Empire had one of the 32 pillars under their command. This is a little-known fact. That's why, to me, the 32 pillars are far more terrifying than any demonic sword. If that's true, then it's as good as a victory already. Yeah, once they're ready, we can execute the operation. By the way, where's Comrade Amth? He seemed to have sent some rats. He should be back soon. Comrade Amth's range of magical perception is extraordinary. It shouldn't be a problem for him to sniff out the rats. Wait, is that Amth? He's staggering back. Comrade Amth, that was quick. What about the rats? Amth collapsed forward. Behind him stood 3 figures, one a well-built warrior-like man, another a boy, and the last a young girl. What the hell are these guys? Did they really take down Comrade Amth? Seems like he reached his limit. Looking at Amth lying on the ground, it was clear his magical power was completely drained. Did these 2 really force Amth to exhaust all his magic? Unbelievable. So, you managed to sniff us out, huh? No more sneaking around. Come on, show us what you've got. The man raised his greatsword. His fighting style is so outdated it's almost embarrassing. Did Amth really get taken down by a primitive like him? Vade, let me take one of them. You take the guy on the right. I want to see what the middle guy can do. You always take the best one for yourself. Well, it's your mission, so I won't complain. What the hell are these guys? Are they looking down on us? No, Comrade Amth was taken down. We can't afford to be careless. The boy next to him is no ordinary person either, but something feels off. My magical perception can't pick up his magic power. There's a black haze around him, and trying to sense him feels like staring into pitch-black darkness. As if he saw through me, the boy smirked arrogantly. On the other hand, the man over there doesn't have much to fear in terms of magic power. It's not low, but it's average. So, should I be wary of the boy instead? Come on, show us what you've got. You're really getting on my nerves, you primitive barbarians. No holding back now. Comrade Clance faded out of sight, while Comrade Ihart and I activated our magic circles. Comrade Clance's contracted demon is the phantom spirit. Its ability is to make itself invisible. This means Comrade Clance's magic presence also disappears, making him undetectable. He's used this to stay hidden in Saarland for years, infiltrating all sorts of places to gather information and find talented summoners. And what we're using is also summoning magic. What I unleashed was a swarm of tentacles, the power of my contracted demon, the demon flower Diabaron. Comrade Ihart summoned the flame beast Epsilon, releasing countless beasts that burn any living thing to ash. That's similar to the magic from earlier. No wonder they're surprised. This is our country's latest magical technology, not yet known to other nations. Summoning magic allows us to directly unleash the power of our contracted demons. This sets us apart from traditional summoners who only use their contracted demons' abilities. We can manifest all the powers of our contracted demons through summoning. By outputting the demon's power at high speed, we can use their abilities more efficiently. Moreover, it minimizes the user's magical consumption. In other words, we won't run out of magic. This completely overcomes the weaknesses of traditional mages. Wait, then why did Amth's magic run out? Magnificent. The man named Vade's voice echoed through the fortress, causing small debris to fall from the aged ceiling. At Vade's feet were the shredded remains of Diabaron's tentacles. When did that happen? Another impressive display. That's summoning, but not quite summoning. At least, the summoning magic I remember doesn't have any notable features beyond being able to use the contracted demon's abilities. Maybe a boost in physical abilities depending on the demon. Summoning is powerful, but its drawback is that it can't exceed the user's limits. But your summoning magic is as if you've become one with your contracted demon. This is endlessly fascinating. Miley would be thrilled to hear about this. Blah blah blah. What a fast talker. What the hell is this guy? No, more importantly, how did a man with such little magic power pull that off? Is there something special about that greatsword? Vade, thanks for bringing me along. These are decent opponents. As for the boy, the last of the flame beasts was being absorbed into some kind of black void. Is that dark magic? No, the dark magic I know can't be used in such a forward combat style. Comrade Ihart is even more shocked than I am. My hell beast rush. So, it seems I can handle the flame beast Epsilon now. You know about my contracted beast. Who are these guys? Why are we being handled so easily? No, stay calm. Comrade Clance should be able to take them down without them noticing. He can approach without being seen, sensed, or detected. This is also magnificent. Vade grabbed the air, and Clance's figure began to appear. Clance's neck was tightly gripped, completely immobilizing him. Comrade Clance, overpower him with magic enhancement. That guy doesn't have much magic enhancement. I'm trying, he's not budging. Comrade Clance, with his magic-enhanced strength, was completely restrained by Vade. Meanwhile, Comrade Iheart was being sliced apart by the boy. Chapter 51. Gotta. Well, that was pretty fun. I sliced through Iheart, who had a contract with the demon beast Epsilon. Our eyes met in that moment. What the? I know someone far more talented than you when it comes to using fire magic. Even with a contract demon, you're still this weak, huh? Iheart glared at me with hatred before disappearing into the darkness. Even though I said all that, these guys are actually pretty strong. At least at this point, Iheart is stronger than Lilisha. In a way, that's to be expected. Contract demons give summoners a significant boost, making them stronger than regular mages. However, the influence of the contract demon is so strong that if you make a pact with a mediocre one, you'll hit your limit quickly. But it seems like these guys have made some adjustments using summoning magic. They were talking big, but Epsilon is a bit lacking in power. On the other hand, the guy Villainous is fighting, playing with has contracted a much stronger demon. Alphys Sama, great work. Let me wipe off your sweat and all that. I wanted to let you gain some experience too, but this is Villainous's mission, so we can't be too greedy. While Lushil was busy wiping my face, I turned my gaze to Villainous. He's holding back two guys who are way stronger than the one I just defeated. It was a fair call for Villainous to leave Iheart to me. Right now, taking on both of them at the same time would be tough for me. Especially that guy Grants, who's contracted with a phantom. Making both his form and magical energy disappear is just cheating. I had to work so hard with dark magic just to make my magical energy undetectable, and this guy just does it effortlessly. Diabaron, I've never seen someone contract with the demonic flower that even devours demons. With those tentacles, you should always be aware of your opponent's blind spots. What are you doing to me? Fine then, miasma pollen. Black pollen was released from a magic circle. I quickly covered Lucille's nose and mouth and moved us away. MMMPH. Quiet. Even a little bit of that pollen can mess with your mind. After creating some distance, I used a black hole to suck up the pollen. Meanwhile, Villainous remained completely unfazed. This guy, it's not affecting him at all. Damn it, he's dead. It seems Villainous had been holding Grants by the neck the whole time, suffocating him. Grants, foaming at the mouth, was being held limply. So Villainous was holding Grants while fighting the other guy. What a monster. Villainous deliberately let the guy use his summoning magic, then proceeded to counter and dismantle it with ease. Anyone who faces Villainous, who can shut down their techniques while praising them, usually ends up broken. The guy, having exhausted all his options, couldn't hide his frustration. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? Come at me with everything you've got. Show me more of your techniques. What are you? I've never seen anyone like you. Come on, bring it. The guy stepped back as Villainous stood ready. He's going to run. Just as I thought that, the guy released some blinding pollen and made his escape. He got away. What the? Villainous, he's running away. Wait, don't go. What is this? A guy whose lover just left him. Villainous aimed his greatsword at the guy's back and released a wave of black and purple energy. The wave hit the guy, and he started walking aimlessly in a different direction. Kill, lol. Good. You're motivated now, come at me. The guy started attacking indiscriminately, pouring out all his magical energy. Villainous happily took the hits or dodged them. This is going to take a while. Lushil, let's take a break. What's happening? Did he go crazy? Villainous wave is chaos. Anyone touched by it becomes chaotic. The guy was drooling and rampaging around. Villainous deflected everything, enjoying himself until the guy ran out of energy. That's right, Villainous doesn't use his wave as an attack. He uses it on opponents who have lost their will to fight, forcing them to keep fighting. It's an incredibly dangerous wave that could probably destroy a country if he wanted. After being toyed with by Villainous, the guy eventually collapsed from magical exhaustion. Running away from Villainous is a bad move. Well, you either get killed or go insane and die. If you want to maintain your dignity as a human, I recommend fighting to the end. The guy was writhing on the ground. Once you reach this point, there's no going back. Is it over already? Villainous, we can't get any information out of him like this. What are you going to do? Huh? Villainous looked at me with a what should I do expression. We really shouldn't give this kind of mission to Villainous. Just let him handle missions where the objective is to annihilate the enemy, World King. Lushiel, heal him. You should be able to do a little something now. Yes. Lushiel sent a wave of regeneration at the guy, and he slowly started to change. The light returned to his eyes, and he calmed down. I thank Lushiel. Now who are you, and what's your goal? Like I'd tell you. Fine, then I have no choice. Curse. Normally, it wouldn't work, but in his weakened state, it should be effective. The curse brings various effects. The guy started shaking and sweating profusely. His face turned red, and he clutched his stomach. Looks like he's sick. Cold, my head hurts, my stomach hurts. Talk, and Lushiel will heal you. Who would us? My stomach. Oops, if you don't talk, you'll just have to let it out. At that moment, even Lushiel, who was standing next to me, seemed to recoil. Hey, what's with that? You're supposed to say, as expected of Ulfi-sama, like you always do. Alphys-sama, that's a bit. What do you mean, a bit? It's a simple choice. Spill everything or lose your dignity as a human here. I'll step away. Hey, that damn angel, always quick to run away. If this guy had just talked sooner. Hey, he actually did it. A terrible smell started filling the area. Alphys, there are things you should and shouldn't do. I don't want to hear that from you, Villainous. Even my own brother was taken aback. The guy, feeling utterly miserable, started sobbing. I didn't think he'd actually go that far without talking. Well, he was just unlucky. Yeah, just unlucky. Chapter 52. The man captured at the fort was handed over to the Kuroko, black-clad operatives. Since his magical power was depleted and his clothes had been stripped off, he was effectively powerless. As for that thing, we made sure to thoroughly wash it in a nearby river, so there should be no issues. Even so, the Kuroko, who usually moves swiftly and efficiently, seemed a bit slower this time. Poor them. Did he still smell a little, perhaps? For people who usually handle corpses, they're being quite sloppy. That man will likely face interrogation at the Valpont family estate that will make him wish he were dead. Namo. Brother, is Lilisha here? She was bragging about coming up with the idea for a slime sofa, so she's probably here. After leaving the post-fort cleanup to the Kuroko, we went to visit Lilisha's magic research lab. If we could get her to research summoning magic, it could become a weapon for the Valpont family. By offering this as a bargaining chip to the royal family, our control over the system would become even more solid. The Magic Research Lab is located in a forest far from the royal capital. Just as we finally arrived, I stepped back. Forest Chew. Yes. I deftly dodged my older sister, who fell headfirst from a tree. This is straight-up horror. If it weren't me, someone would have had a heart attack. That hurt, I hit my head. What if I got seriously hurt? Normally, falling headfirst would kill you. The fact that she's unharmed after the stupidity is thanks to her absurdly enhanced magical power. With her level of magical enhancement, she could probably take down a magical beast like Epsilon. Miley, again. Lushiel-chan, should I do it too? What are you? This reaction is something she'll probably be teased about for life. I'm staying out of this one. Still, you should have made better use of the terrain. Enough with the pointless self-reflection. There's a magic I want you to research. Magic? Is it more valuable than a slime sofa? It is. The trick is to let some things slide and keep the conversation moving. Otherwise, it's impossible to keep up. When Lilisha led us into the Magic Research Lab, the hallway suddenly split in front of us. And the hallways beyond that split even further, giving off a strong dungeon-like vibe. Yes, Lilisha had turned the Magic Research Lab into a dungeon. Inside, magical creatures swarm everywhere, and they'll attack on sight if you're not careful. You might wonder why she'd do such a thing, but if you start questioning that, you'd have to question everything she does. In other words, it's pointless to think about. As for the other researchers, they arrived normally. Director Miley, who are your companions? My beloved little brother, a stalker angel, and a muscle-bound magical creature. Hey. We properly introduced ourselves, because we didn't want anyone to take her vulgar introduction seriously. Even the World King shows more respect to Brother Vade than Lilisha does. I see. Understood. Please follow me. Nichin and the researcher walked briskly ahead. The hallways split unnecessarily, and there were multiple doors lined up. It's impressive how much she's transformed this place. And what's even more impressive is that the researchers know their way around. Ah, a level 2 is coming. What the researcher called a level 2 was a magical creature. The magical creatures roaming the lab were created by Nichin. She claimed it was for security, but most of it is just for fun. I've never seen anyone toy with life like this. Ha! The wind magic unleashed by the researcher tore through the demi-human magical creature in one strike. The researcher, adjusting their glasses with a flick of their finger while their lab coat fluttered, exuded an aura of strength. Yes, even the researchers here had been magically enhanced by Nichin. Nichin is amazing. To make ordinary people this strong. Making them stronger is easy. Just a bit of basics and some liquid. She's definitely making them drink something weird. If you formed a unit with these researchers, they'd be more useful than the current Night Order, but I'm staying out of this. The researcher was about to open a door when they suddenly stopped. Ah, my mistake. This is the monster room that was close to death. Having your life at risk just for opening the wrong door is insane. Despite the situation, the researcher didn't even flinch. Probably, after being trained by Nichin, their senses have become warped. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. Hey, what do you think of my sister? I'm grateful. If it were the old me, I'd have been killed by that level 2 we just encountered. But thanks to Director Miley, I now have the strength to protect what's important. See, that's my good side. Don't say that yourself, you're ruining it. Watching the researcher, it didn't seem like they were just flattering Nichin. In fact, they were happily chatting with her. When I went back home, goblins attacked, but I killed them all. You've really improved. You could probably take down a level 4 now. No way, a level 4 is still too much. Despite this dungeon feeling like something a middle schooler came up with, the researchers' personal rooms are surprisingly well equipped. It seems the researchers are free to go home when they want. At first glance, Nichin's actions seem chaotic, but they all end up benefiting someone, though she's just doing it on a whim. Here we are. This is the lab. Inside, many researchers were busy with various tasks. Near what appeared to be a prototype slime sofa, captured slimes squirmed behind a transparent wall. Using real slimes as materials is pretty hardcore. She's completely insane. Director Miley, welcome back. Everyone, today we can conduct a new experiment. My little brother and big brother will help us. Oh, that's reassuring. Wait, what? Why is a plan we know nothing about already in motion? This isn't reassuring at all. Chapter 53. Hey, I don't know anything about experiments or whatever. Then would you prefer Balachu? Damn it. I was annoyed because this was so against my will, but when I heard that the experiment involved combat with magical creatures, I decided to go along with it. Nichin, who creates magical creatures at this Magic Research Institute, currently has creatures ranging from level 1 to 20. Alphys, I want you and your team to collect combat data on these magical creatures. So we just have to fight up to level 20. I think Alphys would probably max out around level 18. Level 20 is for Villainous to handle. Oh, I couldn't help but grip my demon sword tighter. I felt like I was being underestimated. This didn't sound like the Nichin who always hyped me up. According to Nichin, the average adventurer can only handle up to level 3. Even students at Sailrand Academy can only manage up to around level 6, and the Mage Order can handle up to level 10. Beyond level 10, even the Mage Corps struggles, and if they're not careful, they could be wiped out. In other words, my strength is being equated to that of several mages from the Mage Order. Nichin knows that I defeated the Emperor Worm. Even so, she's saying I'm only level 18, which means level 20 must be on the scale of national military power, right? Either way, I can't just let my own sister underestimate me like this. Nichin, let me fight the level 20. No way, just so you know, I'm not underestimating you. I think even I couldn't handle level 18 when I was your age. Really? Level 18 is strong enough to defeat the Emperor Worm. I recalled the time I fought that Emperor Worm. The devastating blows from its massive body, its ferocity as it burrowed through the ground and moved freely. I see, so level 20 is even stronger than that. All right, I'll take on level 18. Good boy. I love you, Alphys. Just show me the way. Lilisha led me to a dome-shaped battle facility. I was a bit disappointed to hear that there was a safety field in place here. If there's a safety field, wouldn't level 20 be fine too? If the power gap is too big, it won't be a proper experiment. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Lilisha doesn't know this, but this place also existed in the game. It was a challenging dungeon where the deeper you went, the higher the level of the magical creatures you'd encounter. On top of that, it was a poorly designed dungeon, like something a middle schooler came up with, so it had a terrible reputation among players. Alright, level 18, go. The door opened, and out came a golem with a hexagonal crystal body, with its limbs and knees separated into parts. Each part was slightly floating, not fully connected. Ulfi-sama, crush it. Crush it to pieces. Lushel-chan, you're way too into this. Lushel seems really fed up with Lilisha's antics. Alright, let's do this. I think this thing's name is. That's the Shining Golem. A magical creature born from a light attribute magic stone. Estimated annihilation time for 30 mages is about 3 minutes, with a 99% win rate against dark attribute opponents. Lilisha is grinning like crazy. She's probably planning to comfort me after I get utterly destroyed. Even if I barely win and get hurt, she'll still try to comfort me. Back when I messed up and came home injured, she tried to lick my entire body. She probably wanted to lick my wounds, but at this point, she's just a sexual predator. Come on, Shining Golem, get him, ha. Her voice is so high-pitched and creepy. The Shining Golem's limbs separated and started shooting beams at me like bits. I dodged, but the beams curved and kept targeting me. This thing is definitely strong. The Emperor Worm couldn't escape its attacks because there were too many firing points, and it could easily pierce through its body. On top of that, this thing has life detection, or rather, magic detection. The Shining Golem can detect magic, so running is useless. Ha, I can't wait to pamper you after you lose, Ulfies. I'm just going to ignore my creepy sister. Light and dark are each other's weaknesses. Meaning, if either hits, it's going to hurt. If it hits, that is. Magic detection is indeed troublesome for mages. A skilled mage can detect magic within a few kilometers, making sneak attacks nearly impossible. But I've already prepared for that. The beams are missing their mark just shooting around me. What's going on, Alphys? What did you do? There's some kind of black mist around Ulfies. Dark fog. My magic is completely shrouded in darkness, and no one can see through it. The Shining Golem can't detect my magic, so it can't aim its beams. This puppet seems to just be scattering beams everywhere. Alphys, but. The Shining Golem still has. Dark Needle. Dark needles shot out from the shadows of the separated Shining Golem. Each part of the Shining Golem was pierced by the dark needles, scattering fragments everywhere. The fragments scattered across the floor like glass. Is this good enough? Alphys, this isn't what I expected. Lilisha, which version of me were you thinking of? Sure, the me from before the Emperor Worm fight might have been in trouble. If I hadn't been able to use Black Hole in time, I would have been shot down by the freely moving parts of the Shining Golem. While hiding in the mountains with Rushel, I thought about how to erase everything as much as possible. In the wild, not being found is the most important thing. I worked hard to erase my presence, my breath, my sounds, but there were still monsters that found me. I didn't know what they were reacting to, but it seemed to be magic. So I came up with a way to avoid being detected by magic. That's the dark fog I'm using now. Wrapped in this, my magic is completely hidden in darkness, invisible and undetectable to anyone. Any mage who relies solely on magic detection would probably panic at this. Alphys, you. Are you mad? Also, the precision of each spell has improved. The speed and power of Dark Needle is about twice what it was during the Emperor Worm fight. I love you so much. Lilisha smashed through the window and tried to kiss me. I calmly walked towards the exit, and Lilisha fell flat on the floor. There are fragments all over the place, you know? That hurts. You can't just dodge like that. Was it really necessary to destroy your own facility for this? Alphys, you've grown so strong, sniff sniff. Is she happy about my growth? Or is this just because her sneak attack kiss failed? Nah, it's pointless to think about it. It's both. Chapter 54. Alphys, you lost, but it's okay, you're going to get even stronger. Big sis. Come here, let me hug and pat you. Moi. Big sis MMMNN. Stop it, you idiot. What are you doing all of a sudden? Just because things didn't go as planned, you had to escape into a delusional world. I'm the one who actually defeated the Shining Golem, you know. The researchers are all backing away, and no one dares to approach Miley sis. Sorry about having such a creepy family member. Hey, Miley, I'm next, right? MMMNN tough. Vade, what do you want? Alphys's fight is over, so I'll take on the level 20. No, Alphys fight the level 20. She says it with a serious face, but it's not convincing at all. Miley, you've completely lost sight of the goal here. The original purpose was to collect combat data on magical creatures, but now you've shifted to trying to comfort me by defeating me. Even though his real sister is acting crazy, Vade Bro is surprisingly calm. It's clear that he's only interested in battles and techniques. This isn't what we agreed on. I'm getting bored here. I've got something prepared for you, but for now just watch Alphys fight, watch over him. But still, you weren't satisfied with Alphys's last fight, were you? You want to see more techniques, right? Vade fell silent after being called out. He was staring at me with intense eyes during the last fight. When Vade acknowledges someone as a worthy opponent, he immediately switches to battle mode. That means he's recognized them as a rival. Only at this point does Vade truly fight. The guys at the fortress before weren't even worth calling a fight. So Alphys, can I count on you for the next one after a short break? I don't need a break. Even though you're strong enough to wipe out an entire division at level 18. Ulfies, you've gotten so strong, Big Sis is feeling lonely. Just bring out the level 20 already. I don't know how she manages to be the director with this attitude. As I stepped back into the field, the doors opened again. What appeared was a young girl, about 7 years old. Her waist and chest were covered in green liquid, and upon closer inspection, her hair was also liquid. No, actually, her entire body was liquid. Yes, to put it bluntly, she's a slime girl. Magical creature level 20, also known as slime girl. She incorporates the properties of a slime while also manipulating water magic. Damn, that's straightforward. Couldn't you come up with something else? Slimes are often considered weak monsters, but I believe they're the strongest. The versatility of slimes is vast, and some can even dissolve only clothes. Hadas. Don't just casually reveal your ulterior motives like that. Why did it suddenly come to me fighting the level 20? Everyone understood without needing to say it. All right, level 20. Go get him. You. The level 20's arms stretched out radially. The liquid spread across the floor as if it had been spilled. I jumped to avoid it, but if I landed now, I'd be caught. Hylia. I swung my magic sword hard at the floor, and the slime scattered from the wind pressure. Using that opening, I slipped into the shadows with shadow entry and emerged from the shadow behind the level 20. I'm going to cut you down without holding back. I swung my magic sword horizontally, and the level 20 was split in two. But the next moment, the two halves of the level 20 splattered onto the floor. Since it's a slime, physical attacks don't damage it. Whoa. The slime that had spread across the floor formed a dome, trying to envelop me and not let me escape. Then more slime oozed out from the gaps in the floor and started crawling up my legs. Crap. My clothes started dissolving, and soon I felt a sharp pain. This thing isn't just trying to dissolve my clothes. It's trying to dissolve me. Miley Sis said something about it earlier, but this is clearly a combat slime. I tried to swallow the slime with a dark hole, but it slipped out of range. And with the freedom that comes with being liquid, it can transform into anything and go anywhere, which is a pain. The level 20 poked just its head out of the floor, looking up at me coldly. Even if it looked cute, those were unmistakably the eyes of a predator. There was no sympathy for its prey. It only thought about devouring everything. If this thing were released into the world, it might even assassinate a king all by itself. A killer slime that can infiltrate any gap, Miley Sis sure has an eye for talent. Dark sphere. A sphere of darkness enveloped my body, about a 3-meter radius. It's a small area, but it's pitch black and you can't see anything. Except for me, of course. As expected, the level 20 seemed confused. No matter how freely it can move as a liquid, if it doesn't know where its prey is, there's not much it can do. And the slime attached to my legs alone isn't enough to deal a fatal blow. My legs, reinforced with magic, aren't easily dissolved by the slime. I'm over here. At first glance, it might seem weak, but I can move freely within this sphere and see perfectly. I then expanded a black hole within the dark sphere. The black hole started sucking in the level 20's body like a vacuum. You're sharp, so you wouldn't normally get within range of the black hole. But how about now? The level 20 hurriedly escaped from the dark sphere. But even then, it didn't have a plan. Even if it tried to fling slime, it wasn't fast enough for me to dodge. As it approached again, it had to be wary of the black hole hidden in the darkness. When I swung my magic sword with all my might, the liquid released by the slime was swallowed by the darkness. I can't destroy the main body right now, but the slime that's separated from it is easy to handle. For that thing, it's like having part of its body erased. Realizing this, the level 20 fully returned to human form and collapsed. Is this a surrender? Hey, Miley. It was Miley who responded. Confusing. Maybe she was too shocked, but Miley sis was melting like a slime, looking dejected. Alphys, you've gotten so strong. No, you're amazing too, Miley. I couldn't even dissolve Alphys's clothes. I want to punch myself for trying to comfort her. Leaving this hopeless sister behind, I stepped out of the field. At that moment, Vade Bro was looking at me with an expression I'd never seen before. What? Are you seriously thinking of fighting me? Bring it on. Alphys, what are you going to do with that? Huh? What are you talking about? Oh crap. What Vade Bro pointed out was clinging to my shoulder. Why are you following me? Don't tell me it's imprinted on me. Even in the game, there was no development like this. The level 20 clung to me like it was riding on my back, refusing to let go. Chapter 55. Hey, get off me. The last one is that damn sister of mine. She's level 20 and has turned into some kind of liquid, sticking to me like glue. Forget about my damn sister, but I've never heard of a level 20 getting attached to someone like this. Sure, it might look cute on the outside, but inside it's a ferocious beast. Hey, Miley, what the hell happened to this thing? Well, if no one becomes its master, it's useless. What's the point of me creating a magical beast that's just violent for no reason? Knowing Miley, you'd probably create something like that without even thinking. How cruel. It's not cruel. What's cruel is that this thing has latched onto me. One wrong move, and it's a dangerous creature. If it doesn't let go of me, I can't even go to the academy. What am I supposed to do? Hey, you. Get away from Alphys-sama. The level 20 is growling at Roussel. Does it only listen to me, its master? Hey, don't fight. The level 20 calmed down. If it listens to me, there's still hope. Since it won't leave my side, I'll just have to train it little by little. Alphys-sama, you're not seriously planning to take that thing with you, are you? It probably won't leave me, and I can't just push it away. Besides, if I train it, it might be useful somewhere. I'd be more useful than that thing. You're not on the same level as the level 20. You're above it. I thought I could brush it off with that, but it seems Lushil caught on. Thankfully, he's simple-minded. He regains his composure and looks down at the level 20. If you're attached to Alphys-sama, that means you have to listen to me, his right-hand man. Got it. Alphys-sama comes first, then me, and then you. Understand? It seems really dissatisfied, but is that okay? The level 20 smoothly slips into my bag. Since it's amorphous, this should be fine, right? If the student council finds out, I might get penalized. Especially that Lilisha, she'd come after me like I killed her parents. This is turning into a real hassle. Now about the experiment, let's wrap it up. Vedna, it's your turn. The level 20 battle is over, right? The opponents are levels 21 to 25. Didn't you say it was up to level 20? Yeah, I figured you'd say that. I did say there were up to level 20, but I never said that was all. The level 25 here is just provisional. To be precise, there are 5 magical beasts. Since their strength levels aren't entirely clear, I want to settle it now. But of course, they're stronger than that level 20 over there. Interesting, bring them out now. Vedna eagerly heads to the arena. I thought the monsters would come out immediately, but they're taking their time. Actually, the gate isn't opening. Hey, what are you doing? Open it. Director Myrie, are you really going to release that? It's an unknown entity, and if it's unleashed, Who knows what will happen to the research facility? Especially the provisional level 25. It destroyed the arena once before. Who do you think is here? If Vedna can't handle it, sooner or later, not just the research facility, but the entire capital will be destroyed. True then, let's proceed. This is some insane conversation, but Vedna is waiting eagerly. Then the gate opens and a fiery heat ray is unleashed. It's out, provisional level 21, the red material dragon. The dragon that lumbered out is covered in magic stones like scales. Its eyes glow with an artificial light, as if embedded with jewels. This lifeless magical beast calmly faces Vedna, who stands unfazed even after taking its breath attack. Not bad. This heat surpasses even the breath of a magma dragon born from a volcano. Especially Galio. The dragon, not caring about the battle maniac's monologue, unleashes a spreading breath attack this time. The heat rays branch out, attacking the entire arena. The arena is filled with flaming meteors, and the researchers scream. It's too much, Director Miley, we need to. It's over. The dragon's head falls to the ground, its mouth still open. With a heavy thud, the dragon stops moving, and Vedna stands at its feet. Miley, just bring out levels 22 to 25 all at once. It's a hassle. Are you sure? Yeah. The researchers are hesitant, but at Myri's instruction, they reluctantly open the gates. A giant beast constantly bathed in lightning, a monstrous bird scattering poisonous feathers as it flies around the arena, a snake that devours all magic, and a girl-shaped magical beast similar to the level 20. Any one of these would be too much for a group of mages to handle. Honestly, I'm not confident I can handle this situation either. Magnificent. Vedna raises his greatsword, ready for the onslaught. What makes Vedna so strong? It's not his magic or chaotic energy. It's his physical strength. In terms of physical ability alone, he surpasses even Lieg. If he enhances his body with magic, there's almost no one who can beat him head-on. Vedna has trained his body relentlessly, without relying on techniques, magic, or energy waves. Thanks to that, even with average magical body enhancement, Vedna becomes a threat comparable to forbidden magic, standing in the way of his enemies. That's true even against these magical beasts. The magical beasts attack all at once, filling the arena with every kind of assault. Death feathers that kill on contact, a storm of lightning that makes De Niro's attacks look like child's play, a snake that opens its massive jaws to strike from above. And to top it all off, the flames from the girl-shaped magical beast that make everything else seem like a joke. If Lilisha saw this, she'd lose all confidence and never fight again. These flames aren't even flames anymore. The energy of the flames forms into spheres, scorching the walls of the arena made of magic-resistant ore. Any normal creature or material would evaporate instantly. Not burn, evaporate. The heat alone would probably melt iron in seconds. No living being could survive in that, no matter what magic they used. I couldn't dodge that. Magnificent. Except for Vedna. With a body tougher than iron, Vedna cuts through the magical beasts one after another, even as his body burns. He slices through the giant beast along with its lightning, hurls his greatsword to pierce the flying monster. And as it falls, he draws his sword again to cut the snake in half. Finally, he closes in on the girl-shaped magical beast. You're the strongest here. You've concentrated heat to its limit in one place to increase destructive power, turning it into energy that erases matter. The most terrifying thing is your body itself. If a blade touches your surface, the heat would instantly transfer, rendering my arm useless. And your energy-based body could cause a massive explosion if it releases its power. Enough to destroy a fifth of the capital. And yet, you yourself would take no damage. If you wanted, you could annihilate the capital in less than a day. This is nothing short of a calamity. The magical beast looks puzzled by Vedna's speech. As usual, how does he figure all that out just by looking? What a freak. But I'm not losing either. I've practiced cutting through flames countless times. For example, by generating wind pressure while increasing sword speed, it's not impossible to cut through heat without touching it. He's spouting nonsense, but Vedna is the one who can actually do it. With a powerful strike, the girl-shaped magical beast is cut in half. The wind pressure causes the upper and lower halves to dissolve into the air like a candle flame being blown out. Moyu. Hi. The level 25, which I thought had disappeared, reappears. Wait, seriously? What's this? Moyamio. The level 25 floats around Vaidnai. Is this the same pattern as with me? Vaidnai looks slightly troubled but quickly turns on his heel. So, you're aiming for greater heights too, huh? Moyu. Fine, come with me. Moyu. Now he started walking around with a dangerous creature, interpreting things in his own way. What's left is a monster standing among the corpses of the magical beasts. Well, I guess I have to beat this thing now. I've been trembling with excitement this whole time. Chapter 56. On a holiday evening, we were gathered around the dining table at the Balfont family mansion, enjoying a rare family meal together. There was my mother, Lysanias, my father, Lieg, the eldest son, Vade, the eldest daughter, Miley, the second son, Girium, and me. The tension in the air was palpable, even to the servants. Hey, can someone pick up my fork? Yes, ma'am. Thanks, so I heard father got a raise. Hi. At an astonishing speed, a nearby servant handed Myri her dropped fork. Of course, there was no such thing as a raise. Leah glared sharply at Miley. In my past life, I might have thought, don't use a dropped fork, but living in the mountains has erased such concerns. If I worried about things like that, I'd never measure up to Vade at the very least. That guy could eat anything dirty without so much as a stomachache. By the way, father, the castle is finally complete. It's called Girium Castle. Now I'm a lord of my own castle. Oh, that's splendid. It's near the eastern border with Girth, right? Yeah, gotta keep an eye on that country so they don't get any funny ideas. Hey, father, don't you think I'm doing better than some youngest son around here? You've achieved commendable results. You should be proud. Girium smirked, glancing at me sideways. Why do I have to spend a pleasant holiday evening with this jerk of a brother? He stopped acting up so much after I beat him up as a kid, but he still tries to one-up me whenever he gets the chance. Hey, Elfies, how's school life? What's your duel record? Don't know. Come on, you'll get looked down on like that. If you're looked down on, it reflects on me too. I was already in 3rd place by my first year, you know. That's impressive. From my perspective, not being in 1st place by the first year means you're already done for. You can't use monsters in duels, so it's all about raw skill. Can't be helped. He's probably still obsessed with collecting monsters. I've already gathered 3,000 monsters. They're all stationed at Girium Castle, ready to wipe out Girth anytime. They're not doing anything right now. Besides, they're not the ones we should be wary of. Huh? What do you mean? You really don't see anything, do you? When I provoked him, Girium grabbed me by the collar. He always reacts like this with just a little taunting. Don't get cocky. Want me to show you how different I am from when we were kids? Let go. Ugwa. I squeezed his wrist hard enough to almost crush it, and he crumpled to the ground, screaming. He's weak but always acts tough. Anyone who can't follow table manners can disappear. Why you gah? I kicked Girium's chin as he knelt, sending him sprawling on the floor. The servants screamed, but I ignored them and sat back down to continue my meal. Ulfies, you're such a troublemaker. HMPH. Miley was her usual self, and Lieg just laughed. Vade silently chewed through a bone-in piece of meat. This kind of scene is just everyday life for us. The servants, though, don't seem used to it. By the way, Miley, I heard you took on summoning magic research. That's right, father. Since Alphys won't let me kiss him, I took it on instead. Aren't I great? Keep me updated on your progress. Yes. Even our father casually brushes off Miley comments. Our mother is practically invisible. She's always smiling and following Lieg around, so it's no surprise. Recently, Vade and Alphys captured a man on a mission and made him talk. It seems some rather trivial matters are afoot. So, is Algan country up to something? At this stage, I won't say much. It's truly trivial, trivial too trivial. Here, we covered our ears. At the same time, we released a wave of energy to envelop Lieg. I can't contain my anger. That rotten, weak little country that pretended to be neutral during the neighboring war. How dare they mess with my garden? Who do they think they are? Who do they think they are to trample on my garden? Lieg's furious shouts, and the terrifying waves of energy that leaked out, would have driven the servants to suicide if they had been directly exposed. Even with the 3 of us containing it, it was barely enough. A faint ripple of the energy touched the servants, making them burst into tears, collapse, and tremble. Meanwhile, our mother, Lysanias, continued eating without losing her smile. After Lieg's anger subsided, she gently leaned against him. This is pretty much a daily scene. Darling, calm down, you're always at the top, so you mustn't do anything unbecoming. You're right, my apologies. Lysanias, I worried you. It's fine, I'm here to support you. In this world, she's the only one immune to Lieg's terrifying energy. Her love can overcome any fear. That's right, I must always remain calm. Calmly consider what should be done. Of course, it's not about countermeasures, you understand, right? It's about how to deal with them, that's all. Vade, exactly. I'm glad you, as the eldest, answered first. Ha ha ha. Lieg laughed cheerfully, as if he were a completely different person. He's really such a small man, just a little flattery and he's like this. We should act as usual, strike first. Indeed, Vade. That's the Balfont way. How to deal with them? It's like discussing how to torment a mouse, not exactly dinner table conversation. Moyu moyu. Moyu, if you want to eat, then eat. Vade has a level 25 magical beast with him. It seems to have accepted Vade as its master and has grown quite attached. He even named it, and it's amusing how he's completely taken with it. Straightforward, but still. More importantly, how to deal with them. Well, I'm seriously thinking about it too. Father, I have a proposal. May I speak? Ulfies, that's unusual. Go ahead. I had an idea. As Alphys, I have the freedom to carve out my own path, meaning the next steps are up to me. Might as well make it fun. When I shared my idea, the whole family fell silent. That's risky. Vade, do we even have such a thing? This is the most effective way. When I said that, Lieg stabbed his fork into a piece of meat with gusto. The servants trembled again. Alphys, good, I approve. Thank you. Let those insolent fools regret ever messing with my garden. Lieg voraciously devoured the meat. In high spirits and with a hearty appetite, Lieg raised the salary of the servant who picked up the fork that day. Thanks to this, the servant was able to send more money to their family in the countryside. Chapter 57. After school in the academy, a certain group was about to engage in a duel. On one side were Eric, Mutoo, and Shemna. Having completed contracts with demons through summoning, they were challenging the top factions within the academy. On the other side were Rubitin and Tagari. Both were third-year students and the current leaders of their respective factions. Having been called out by Eric and challenged to a duel, they couldn't remain silent. First year, I heard you defeated Scaraba. Rubitin, are you so uneasy that you need to confirm the obvious? I see. You're quite the talker. Rubitin, a large, burly student with a crew cut, was a third-year member of the Student Council Executive and led the largest faction in the academy. Well-liked and respected by his juniors, he had led the academy's Magic Combat Club to a top 10 finish in the Continental Championships. Though highly sought after, he aspired to take over his family's agricultural business, dreaming of using what he learned at the academy to advance agriculture. His faction wasn't something he intentionally created. It simply formed naturally as he looked after his juniors. His membership in the Student Council Executive was also a result of his strong sense of justice. Ranked second in duel records across all grades, only behind the Student Council President, Clyde, his motto was to settle disputes through duels. Rubitin turned his gaze not to Eric, but to Mutoo. Second-year Mutoo, was it? I owe you for looking after my juniors. I was planning to thank you someday. Oh, that self-proclaimed executive of the Rubitin faction. He was so weak it made me sleepy. Then I won't hold back. As he spoke, Rubitin glanced at Scaraba standing near Mutoo. Scaraba and others who had lost to Mutoo and his group had all joined one of the three factions. They were absorbing factions and expanding their influence. Here, the leaders of 5 factions, Rubitin, Tagari, Eric, Mutoo, and Shemna, faced off. Scaraba, are you really okay with this? You've always said it, Rubitin. Stick with the strong. I'm fine as long as I can get a sweet deal. Rubitin resignedly faced Mutoo. The duel began on the field, and Rubitin didn't hold back just because Mutoo was a junior. His skills, honed through leading the Magic Combat Club to the Continental Championships, were genuine, combining martial arts with magic. By using fire magic to raise his body temperature, he activated his body's potential, enhancing his physical abilities explosively with magical reinforcement. His destructive power was unmatched in the academy, and no one had ever withstood the explosive force of his punches. Known as the Blinking Fist for ending all his duels with a single strike, but gah, Senior, you're too weak, ended in one hit. Rubitin spat blood and collapsed on the field. Looking up, he saw the silhouette of a tattered-robed Grimreaper overlapping with Mutoo. For the first time in his life, he trembled, having always stood by the weak and never backing down from any opponent. What is that? What are you talking about? Senior, you're really weak, I'm getting sleepy, yawn. Kuh. After that, Rubitin was thoroughly beaten by Mutoo. Not even thrown out of the field, it looked to everyone as if Rubitin was being toyed with. The Magic Combat Club uses magic to enhance their bodies and martial arts, right? Like this, a cho. Gah. Hoda. Go. Rubitin staggered and fell out of the field after a kick from Mutoo. By the time Mutoo got bored, the light had gone out of Rubitin's eyes. Bored. Next, Shemna or Eric, you can take over. HMPH, always acting like a loner. I'll show you what a real fight looks like. Shemna's opponent was Tagari. Tagari, with spiked hair and piercings all over his ears and nose, glared at Shemna with his hands in his pockets. Shemna, you took out most of my soldiers. What are you gonna do about it? I'm pissed, you know. Huh, huh. How should I know? You were acting all high and mighty. The loser's to blame. Then I won't regret humiliating you. Become the wind. Tagari excelled in wind magic, riding on the wind itself. Become the wind was no metaphor. He danced proudly on any wind, earning him the nickname Storm Rider. Most opponents couldn't even stand against the wind, being lifted and assaulted by Tagari's blades. He further unleashed a storm of knives within the field. The Academy's most reckless, spectators silently repeated his other nickname. Shut up. But Tagari was slammed to the ground, bleeding. The match ended in an instant. Shemna stepped on Tagari's neck, producing a sickening crack, and he was out of the field. As she stepped out, she spat on the panting Tagari. What the hell are you doing? Stay down, trash. Don't let me see your ugly face again. That's foul. What was that power? That's not magic. Shut up. Shemna kicked Tagari away, then Eric entered the field. What a hassle. Senior Tagari, if you won't accept it, I'll take on everyone at once. Huh, are you insane? You can't accept it, can you? Then we should continue until we reach an understanding. Right. Bring it on. All members of the Tagari and Rubitin factions challenged Eric at once. The match ended in just 30 seconds, during which the faction members even begged for their lives. Forgetting they were in a field, they cried and wet themselves. This battle later became known as the Devil's 30 Seconds within the Academy. Simultaneously, the Academy's power structure was drastically rewritten, and a new top faction emerged. The Eric, Shemna, and Mutoo factions. Their overwhelming strength earned them the collective name, the Three Strong, and applications to join their factions never ceased. Those riding on their coattails surged, casting a dark cloud over the Academy's peace. Chapter 58. The match is over. Why I lost. In the training grounds, a duel between Leticia and Lilisha took place. Leticia had insisted on showing off the results of our training, and to everyone's surprise, she managed to secure a victory against Lilisha. This outcome was unexpected even for me, as I had thought for sure that Lilisha would win. It's not like Lilisha had been slacking off either. Recently, she had been improving rapidly, to the point where I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Given her upward trajectory, I had assumed it would take a bit longer before Leticia could defeat Lilisha, but Leticia, you did it. This is a victory of love, dedicated to Alphys. Hi. Leticia started spouting nonsense. The duel was her own decision, so I shouldn't have anything to do with it. Sure, I'm happy that Leticia won, but I don't know what to do with her dedication. Princess, Alphys isn't the type to be pleased by something so trivial. Trivial? You think this isn't enough? Well, for example, unless I win, Alphys won't be satisfied. I'll show you later. Gulp. It's not a gulp moment. If Lushiel's logic holds, then no matter how many times Leticia wins, it won't be enough. Meanwhile, Lilisha was so dejected that she couldn't even get up. No way, I lost to Leticia. It just means Leticia is no longer someone you can underestimate. You should accept it. This is so frustrating. So frustrating. By the way, you've stopped getting upset when you lose to me lately. That's right. Occasionally I spar with Lilisha, but even when she loses to me, she doesn't get this frustrated. In fact, she sometimes even looks somewhat satisfied. I had been thinking this wasn't a good sign, so I'm relieved she lost to Leticia. After all, humans need some kind of goal to grow. It would be a real problem if Lilisha lost her competitive spirit towards me. That's not true. This is so annoying, so frustrating. Why are you getting upset over something you just remembered? Are you emotionally unstable or something? Lilisha's cheeks flushed red. Being my second in command isn't ideal. It's like being a second-rate noble. Lately, she's been fidgeting a lot and seems to lack any real drive. Well then, Leticia, next it's my turn to. What's this? Looks like we've got company. A group of shady-looking guys showed up. One had a pierced ear and a broom-like head of blonde hair, while the other had droopy eyes and long hair. The former was probably Tagari. I recognized him from the game, but the long-haired guy at the front was unfamiliar. He looked like a typical mob character, but something about him felt off. From his position, it seemed like he was the boss. Hey, you guys, this area is reserved for the Mutoo faction, so clear out, okay. The Mutoo faction. The group that's been rising to power recently, right? You know about us, you're Alpheus, right? The young master of the Barufont family, who for some reason is respected by the student council. You're a new face to me. Provoking him, Mutoo made a weird face by pointing his fingers at his own face. This guy isn't just underestimating me, he seems to fundamentally look down on people and the world in general. The way his faction members were laughing around him suggested that the intelligence level of this group was pretty low. See, now you'll never forget this face, right? So what do you want? You're no fun, Alphaskun. You should enjoy life more. It's short, you know. What do you want? All right, you guys need to clear out right now. Turn around and disappear. Got it, understood, okay. Mutoo made another weird face and shook his hips. This guy's got a screw loose. I can't believe someone like this was just a background mob character. It seems the Mutoo faction has set their sights on us. Actually, according to El Ushil, lately there are hardly any other factions left in the academy besides these guys. The once dominant Rubiton faction has weakened to the point of being unrecognizable, and now this Mutoo-led trio of factions is running the show. If you want us to move, try making us move yourself. You're only here to negotiate because you don't have the guts or the strength to do it, right? Feisty, aren't you, Alphaskun? I figured you'd say that, so I came to teach you a little bit about reality. Hey, Tagari-chan. When Mutoo called, Tagari stepped forward. This guy is the typical delinquent character, but I never imagined he'd be someone's lackey. He overlaps with Galio in terms of character, but unlike Galio, this guy is a straight-up enemy. Hey, you little first-year brat. If you don't want to cry, you better back off. There are other training grounds, right? You're the one who should disappear before I rip out that ugly piercing of yours. What did you say, you little brat? Are your ears as bad as your head? Maybe that ugly piercing is making it hard for you to hear. Should I take it out for you? As I reached for his ear, Tagari grabbed my arm. He didn't budge even when I applied some force, which suggests he's got some decent magical body enhancement. I didn't remember him being this strong. Hey, if you keep messing around, I'll break this arm of yours. Are you, by any chance, a summoner? I doubt someone like you could have this much power on your own. Did that idiot over there put you up to this? As I said this, I forcefully reached for Tagari's ear despite him holding my arm. Tagari flinched, but I only touched his earlobe before stopping. His magical power has been boosted, but from my perspective, it's like pouring water on a hot stone. In fact, it seems like gaining this half-baked power is only setting him up for an unfortunate future. Just kidding. Did I scare you? You little brat. As Tagari got worked up, Lilisha grabbed his wrist. If you want to throw a tantrum, I'll be your opponent. You're Lilisha, right? I heard you got beaten by that first-year brat over there. The second-rate, noble's little lady. Yeah, that's right. Lilisha's eyes weren't smiling. This girl is seriously pissed. Tagari, there are some things you just don't say in this world. Alphys, step aside. I'll handle this guy. Got it. I'll leave it to you. I was just feeling irritated anyway. I needed a punching bag. Lilisha laughed, and it was decided that she would duel Tagari. Well, this isn't even a duel anymore. It's more like an execution. Chapter 59. Scatter in the wind. The duel between Lilisha and Tagari began. As Tagari's figure vanished, a tornado swept across the field. With the constant whirlwind raging, Lilisha naturally couldn't keep her feet on the ground. Carried by the storm, she was unable to move, and on top of that, Tagari, who had disappeared, launched a fierce assault. Tagari, who had vanished into the wind, struck Lilisha with a vacuum blast. Lilisha took the hit head-on, but the damage was minimal. Her precision in enhancing her body with magic had improved remarkably. Lilisha, who had previously focused solely on the power of fire magic, now seemed to be training her fundamentals. And that wasn't all. Though she appeared to be at the mercy of the storm, she was actually navigating it skillfully, as if swimming through the wind. Muho, Tagari-kun, your abilities aren't quite cutting it, are they? Wind Demon Kametachi. The ability to vanish and slash with the wind. He's contracted with a decent magical beast. Alphys-kun, how did you know that? Unlike you guys, I make sure to keep the necessary knowledge in my head. I tapped my head with my finger. It seemed like becoming a summoner had given him some confidence, but it hadn't been long enough for it to mean much. It was like a racer getting their hands on a monster machine they weren't used to. Well, that Tagari was, in terms of skill, just an amateur who couldn't quite make it as a pro. His fighting style was just a slightly improved version of his original one, and his training was still lacking. How dull. Training with Alphys would be far better than this. Lilisha slashed the air with one hand, and Tagari, who had disappeared, screamed and reappeared. She had pinpointed his location, enhanced her hand with magic, and generated heat with fire magic. And Tagari wasn't completely invisible, he was just making his figure hard to notice. Damn it, you brat. How noisy, is this all you've got? Lilisha generated fireballs around Tagari, who was struggling in the wind. Tagari could ride the wind because he was using magic to alter the flow around him. If Tagari could do that, it was child's play for Lilisha. In Lilisha's case, she was using magic to suppress the wind's resistance to her advantage, which was slightly different. That's why she could ride the wind as effortlessly as if she were swimming. This brat, riding the wind like it's nothing. I'm bored now, blast. Gyuho. Right after the explosion hit Tagari's stomach, the waiting fireballs mercilessly concentrated their fire. Tagari, hit by the barrage, was instantly knocked out of the field. Damn it. Stupid, ugly, weak. Senpai, you're a second year, but what have you been doing? You're not even close to Ulfi's level. Why, you bastard? How does it feel to lose to a first-year brat like me, Senpai? You've got no talent, so why not just drop out? She's really laying it on thick. I had almost forgotten, but she's always been like this. Tagari-kun, with tears in his eyes, must have 0 life left. Lilisha, stop taunting the weakling. Alphys, but this guy is so weak compared to training with you. It's infuriating. I don't care. Why does she keep bringing me into this? Tagari-kun is so depressed he might not recover, and it's just tragic. Well, he did lose completely, even with the boost from being a summoner. Mutoo crouched down and peered at Tagari, who was on the floor with his hands on the ground. Tagari-kun, I went through the trouble of making a contract for you, and this is how it turns out. How boring. Hey. Huh, are you crying? Sorry, men shouldn't cry so easily. Come on, cheer up. Everyone, encouraged Tagari-kun. As Mutoo egged them on, his followers surrounded Tagari. Tagari-kun is strong. Tagari-kun is handsome. Tagari-kun will find a wonderful girlfriend someday. They all sang around Tagari, who was still on the floor with his hands on the ground. I can't really talk, but I've never seen anyone so thoroughly humiliate someone else. He had his underlings singing like they were in an elementary school choir, and he was having a blast. I couldn't stand it anymore and decided to address the students who were watching. Hey, everyone, see this? This is what happens when you join one of the 3 major factions. You might get some backing, but these guys don't care about you. If you're not useful, they'll just mock you like this. The students listened awkwardly to my words. If they reacted too strongly, they'd draw the attention of Mutoo's faction. Since you've entered this academy, I'm sure you all have some kind of goal. If you're going to waste time on something this stupid, you'd be better off improving yourselves. As I continued without holding back, I noticed a change among the students. Some clenched their fists and left, while others looked away, seemingly wanting to say something. I approached Tagari and crouched down. If you still have even a little pride left, you can start over as many times as you need. Lilisha said some harsh things, but you're not without talent. Shut up. Muttering that, Tagari shakily got to his feet and left the training ground. I watched his retreating figure and gave Mutoo a cold glance. Ha, how boring. I'm so annoyed, maybe I'll just kill Alphys-kun here. Mutoo's expression changed completely. His white eyes disappeared, replaced by black, round ones, and his face looked like that of a grim reaper. Alphys-sama. That Mutoo person, his aura suddenly. He's probably possessed. At that moment, someone hurriedly approached from behind Leticia. Are there still students here? It's almost time to go home. It's good to be enthusiastic, but those who aren't part of a club should leave. Linlin, who had arrived, clapped her hands and urged us to go home. Perfect timing. Okay. Well, you guys, we good students will be going now. Mutoo's followers filed out of the training ground. As they left, Mutoo glanced at me and smirked. This guy's completely looking down on me. As if sensing my rising anger, Linlin placed a hand on my shoulder. Alphys, I need to talk to you. I know. I knew she had something to discuss with me. There was no reason to refuse, so I headed to the faculty room afterward. Chapter 60. It's a bit unfortunate that the location is the guidance room. It seems Linlin wants to talk about something in the staff room that she doesn't want others to overhear. Personally, I don't mind, but it's true that this might make people think I've done something wrong. Though, it's not like I'm doing anything that warrants guidance. Although it's late, first of all, I want to thank you for what you did about Lilisha. She's been looking much better since she fought you. That girl isn't bad at heart. Especially recently, she seems to have developed a rivalry with Leticia. Just as I thought. Those two may seem like opposites, but deep down, they're the same. Both are fiercely competitive and have strong feelings about things. They're quite alike. There's a slight difference in that Leticia is focused on the country, while Lilisha is focused on her family, but fundamentally, they're the same. It's just that their goals are different. However, lately, I haven't seen much of that side of Lilisha. Even when she loses to me, she doesn't seem particularly upset, and sometimes she just zones out. Well, she's the kind of girl who'd stalk me all the way to the bathroom. Changing the subject, you've probably already heard about the three strongest, right? Those guys who suddenly started expanding their influence in the academy, starting with Mutoo. If you hadn't come, I might have ended up fighting them. I was just a bit concerned about you guys. When I came, it was just as I expected. I get it, you want me to deal with them, right? Even though I answered confidently, Linlin's expression remained stern. After taking a moment to compose herself, she spoke. No, don't fight the three strongest. Me against the three strongest. They're summon masters. I've heard about them from my time as a court mage. Summon masters are dangerous. That doesn't sound like you, sensei. Are you scared? When I lightly provoked her, Linlin glared at me sharply. Realizing I might have gone too far, I decided to steer the conversation back. Do you know about the three strongest contracted demons or beasts? By chance, I saw one of their duels. What they summoned was likely one of the 32 pillars of the demon realm. The 32 pillars of the demon realm. You mean those legendary beings that past rulers and conquerors have contracted with? I couldn't believe my eyes either. When I brought this up in the faculty meeting, we concluded that they must indeed be the 32 pillars. The fact that Tagari had contracted with Fuma Meiteichi was probably due to Mutoo's influence. Otherwise, there's no way an ordinary student would have knowledge of summoning. And the one who likely advised Mutoo was. Alphys will handle this matter, you stay out of it. Even if it's a duel. Most of the students who dueled the three strongest were left terrified, and some even dropped out voluntarily. You think that could happen to me too? This time, I glared at Linlin. Yes, even you can't defeat them. Let me be clear, you know about this demon sword, Desperito, right? What if I told you that the one who once defeated this demon sword was a human who hosted one of the 32 pillars? That's scary. So, what are you going to do about the 32 pillars? This is no longer a problem that can be contained within the academy. In truth, the history of the demon sword Desperito and the Eldia Empire isn't widely known. What Linlin knows is probably a distorted version of history. Even if I passionately explained it here, she wouldn't believe me, and it might even lead to an argument. So, it's better if only Hiroi and I know the truth. Murmur, I can't cut any more murmur. Hiroi is sleeping soundly. Since the Emperor Worm, the only things I've really cut down are magical creatures. I feel bad for boring her. I also feel bad for Linlin, who's speaking so seriously. Sorry, but this is what my demon sword is like. For now, our job is to stop those who are thinking of dropping out. We can't let those with good hearts be corrupted. Linlin-sensei, even when you were a court mage, you always eliminated those with impure hearts. I understand that feeling. Oh, you're quite knowledgeable. You mentioned it during your self-introduction, didn't you? No, I don't think I went that far. I slipped up a bit. When I accidentally let my game knowledge slip, this kind of thing happens. Linlin definitely didn't mention how she exposed and expelled corrupt colleagues one after another in front of the students. In situations like this, it's best to change the subject. Speaking of the three strongest. You. Oh no. Why is it poking its head out of the bag? Seriously? Alphys, what is that? Sorry, it seems a monster I defeated the other day somehow ended up in my bag. Then defeated immediately. Ah, wait. It doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. I feel pathetic saying something so childish. I rarely get flustered, but this is bad. There wasn't even a dropout route in the game. Alphys, be honest with me. Well, you see. I ended up telling Linlin everything. While she listened silently, the level 20 creature crawled out of the bag and curled up on my lap. It's really doing whatever it wants. I see. That's something my sister would do. So, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Can you let it slide? I can't decide that on my own. The other teachers won't stay quiet. But this thing is incredibly strong. If we let it loose, it could cause even more damage than the Emperor Worm. This is true. After all, it followed me out of the arena at that research facility. It's only because it took a liking to me that things turned out okay. Otherwise, it could have caused massive destruction. This is really troubling. Sorry, I don't want to cause any trouble, so I'll consult with my family. That's good, that would be helpful. Linlin seemed to understand when I mentioned my family. Naturally, she didn't press further. So, after consulting with my family, the next day, a new rule was established allowing pets to be brought into the academy under certain conditions. Both teachers and students were baffled by this sudden change. The world really is full of unpredictable things. Chapter 61. Rubiton-senpai, is it true that you're dropping out? Galio, a second-year member of the Student Council Executive Committee, burst into Rubiton's classroom, shouting. Rubiton had been an object of admiration for Galio since the latter first entered the school. And now, Rubiton was sitting silently at his desk in the classroom. Galio, huh? It's nothing serious. I just want to focus on my family's business back home. But you said you'd graduate properly and make your parents proud. Yeah, I did, but I feel like I've learned what I needed to. Rubiton's indecisive attitude frustrated Galio, who slammed his hand on the desk. Yet, Rubiton's gaze remained fixed on a single spot on the desk. When I first entered the school, I challenged you, and when you defeated me, you said, if you've got so much energy, join the student council. Yeah, I remember that. You were the one who saved me, a commoner who was constantly looked down on and frustrated. I wanted to celebrate your graduation. I'm sorry. Galio grabbed Rubiton by the collar. This bold action caused a stir among the other classmates. Hey, second year. What do you think you're doing? Aren't you supposed to be on Rubiton's side? If you're not happy, then get angry properly. What's with this half-hearted attitude? I'm disappointed too about Rubiton leaving. But we have to respect his decision. Don't mess with me. Most of the students in the classroom were Rubiton supporters. Back when Rubiton's faction was active, there were many hot-blooded students who would surround Galio if he got too close. But now, they barely even held Galio's arm, lacking any real spirit. Rubiton-senpai, you lost to Mutoo, a fellow second year, right? I get that losing to a junior is frustrating, but you're not the type to give up over something like that, are you? Galio, I might as well tell you this now, that guy isn't human. Huh? What do you mean? I wouldn't drop out just because I lost to a junior, but I'm scared. Galio noticed that Rubiton's hands were trembling. I'm scared of being in the same school as that guy. He's not human. I feel like I'll be devoured someday. Rubiton-senpai, what happened to you? Just stay away from him. Luckily, Mutoo's faction isn't as extreme as Shemna's yet. Damn it! Galio ended up punching Rubiton, sending him flying. The moment he did it, Galio regretted it, but Rubiton didn't even try to get up. Rubiton-senpai, I'm sorry. It's fine, I knew you'd do something like this. Rubiton-senpai. Galio felt tears welling up in his eyes. The senior he admired had become weak and fearful. It wasn't just pity for his senior, it was more a burning anger at the evil that had driven him to this state. Before he knew it, Galio was on his knees, bowing deeply. Rubiton-senpai, please at least wait before dropping out. I'm begging you. Hey Galio, stop it. Please let me have this selfish request. Let me celebrate your graduation. Please. Galio. Rubiton couldn't bring himself to say anything to Galio, who remained prostrated on the floor. He began to question himself, was it right to run away after making a junior go this far? In that sense, Galio's visit wasn't in vain. Section. All right, the Mutoo troops rehearsal is reaching its climax. 1, 2. After school, Mutoo was training his faction members in the old theater. By nature, Mutoo was only interested in fun things. Expanding his faction's influence didn't matter to him. His main goal was to polish his performances, dance, sing, and have fun. He had come to Ulfi's place to use the training grounds for his troops' practice. Looking pretty good, huh? In the darkness of the night, someone approached Mutoo and his group. The figure was already clad in rock armor and claws, ready for battle. Who's that again? Galio, second-year student council executive. You're Mutoo, right? Galio, second year. Not in my class, right? I don't know you either. I didn't think there was someone like you in my year. Mutoo made a funny face, teasing Galio. But Galio wasn't the type to get angry over something like this anymore. So, what do you want? You here to join the Mutoo troop? The opposite, I'm here to crush this damn troop. Why? You trampled on Rubiton-senpai's dignity. Now it's my turn to crush you. Mutoo thought for a moment, then clapped his hands. Oh, that weak senior, was that his name? You. What faction was he from again? I forget boring people pretty easily. Sorry. Then I'll make you remember. Galio charged, and the Mutoo faction members moved to intercept. Galio's rock claws slashed through 2 of the students, and a third was sent flying by a tackle. 2 more tried to stop him but failed. He's too strong. Mutoo, we can't stop him. Ah, really? Hey, Summon Master Group, take care of it. The remaining students who stood in Galio's way prepared themselves. Galio charged in without hesitation, but he was stopped by a concentrated barrage from 3 students. One trapped Galio in spider silk, another punched him with a giant arm, and the third commanded a swarm of bees. What the hell is this? Damn it. They've made contracts with some pretty strong demons. They're my elites, you could say, even stronger than that Tagari guy. These things won't hold me, Galio was punched by the giant arm, spitting blood and left severely injured. The one who approached him was Briato, the student with the giant arm. Senior Galio, you should choose your words carefully from now on. You don't want to die yet, right? Shut up. I said shut up. I'd rather die than bow to you bastards who sold your souls to demons. Briato landed a second blow on Galio. Hey, isn't one more hit gonna kill him? His rock armor's all broken too. Mutoo, what should we do? Mutoo brought a twig close to Galio's face, which was still trapped in spider silk. He stuck it into Galio's nose, making him sneeze. Hey, did you know humans can still sneeze even in this state? A new discovery. See, life's no fun if you don't enjoy it. People who get caught up in pointless justice and only see things as good or evil are just prey tangled in the threads of life. Galio heard Mutoo and his group's laughter as his consciousness faded. He had never been humiliated like this before, and tears naturally flowed from his eyes. Rubiton was right. He should have stayed out of it. It would have been better to stay quiet than to nearly die for the sake of justice. Just as he was starting to think that, is this the theater? It's pretty rundown. A lone boy's voice called out to the jubilant Mutoo and his group. Beside him stood a small girl with fully formed wings. Chapter 62. In this place are Galio, battered and bruised, and Mutoo, along with his motley crew. The one releasing the spider threads holding Galio captive is one of Mutoo's underlings. When I cut the spider threads with my demon sword, Galio was freed. As I supported his falling body, Galio weakly opened his eyes. Alphys, why are you here? Mutoo's hideouts are easy to investigate. I came to check, and it seems things have gotten pretty wild. Alphys run those guys, they're not human anymore. Don't be ridiculous, from my perspective, they're still human. Galio let out a faint laugh. I gave Lucille an order, and the bruises and injuries all over Galio's body began to disappear. With Lucille's current power, even if a full recovery is difficult, he should at least be able to walk now. Can you stand? Yeah, I'm really sorry, that guy Mutoo. He insulted Rubiton-san. Then I'll take care of it for you. Got it. After letting Galio rest behind me, I turned my gaze straight toward Mutoo and his group. Including Mutoo, there are 4 summoners. It seems the rest were taken care of by Galio. Hey, you're Alphys, right? You're somewhat famous, but didn't you think this was reckless? Kyukuku, you're pretty full of yourself, aren't you? Look at you, toddling around like a baby. What did you say? I mean exactly what I said. Without your summons, you'd all be no match for Galio-senpai. When I blatantly provoked them, the 3 underlings each prepared for battle again. From my assessment, without their summons, these guys are no different from the ones Galio took down earlier. I pointed at each of them one by one. You've got the death spirit spider, Arachne. Its threads, fused with spirits, can't be destroyed by mere physical force. Why, you know about it, huh? And you've got the demon armor soldier, Gradon. Its armor, made from special demonic metal, can't even be pierced by cannons. Heh, you've done your homework. And finally, you've got the skeleton wasp, Bone Queen. A troublesome insect-type demon from the demon world that causes rapid decay and death from its sting. Impressive that a first-year knows all that. Who do they think they are, acting all high and mighty? If they had any sense, they'd feel the difference in strength, but their senses are dulled now that they've become summoners. Having contracted with demons, they're filled with a sense of omnipotence and fearlessness. That's the scary part about summoners. Lucille, pick one. Which one do you want to fight? Huh, well, I guess I'll take that Gradon guy. Surprising, I thought you'd pick that wasp bastard. I want to gain some close combat experience, even if it's just a little. Lucille is a good kid who listens to my advice. Well, fighting such a weakling won't give much experience, but still. She's showing me her determination while choosing the easy path, a little devil, or rather, a shitty angel. I don't hate it. Hey, aren't you underestimating us a bit too much? Mutoo-san, we can kill these guys, right? Well, we can always cover it up as a suspicious death. The Mutoo troop's motto is fun, right? Yeah. So just do whatever you want. After finishing his conversation with Mutoo, one of the men spat out threads from his mouth. He's trying to trap me from all directions. Is this guy an idiot? Don't forget about me. Go. Another guy, the wasp freak, sent his wasps swarming toward me. So, they're trying to trap me with spider threads and have the wasps attack me. Dark sphere. As I enveloped the area around me in darkness, including the spider threads, the wasps' movement slowed down. Their weakness is that they can't function in complete darkness. Of course, unlike regular wasps, they're fine at night, but true darkness is a different story. What's this? We're surrounded by something black. Calm down. Either way, he can't escape those threads. I let out a deep sigh. You guys must have bad grades, huh? When I swung my demon sword in a wide arc, the threads were instantly shredded. The wasps were sucked into a black hole and exterminated. These kinds of petty attacks don't work on me. What? I just showed you, didn't I? These threads can be cut with a magic-infused attack. Now that you mention it, you guys really must have bad grades. Bet you struggled with memorization, huh? When I pointed my demon sword at them, they immediately turned pale. They started backing away, almost tripping over themselves. This guy, he's dangerous. I was debating what to do, but if I hadn't come, Galio-senpai would be dead. That means what you did was attempted murder. He attacked us first. At the very least, Galio-senpai had no intention of killing you. He just got caught off guard because he didn't know you were summoners. The guys lying over there aren't dead. As I laid into them, the 3 idiots were at a loss for words. We didn't mean to kill. Mutoo-san. Help. Before they could finish, I sliced through their bodies. At that moment, the Arachne and Bone Queen they had contracted with turned to sand and dispersed into the air. When a contractor dies, the contracted demons or beasts die as well. Even the summoned side carries risks, so these contracts aren't easy to make. Among them, Mutoo, who contracted with one of the 32 demon pillars, must be somewhat capable. Did you just kill them? Of course. I'm not letting a single one escape, so prepare yourself. Why do you have the right to do this? This is murder. This is the Balfont family. Don't worry, we'll just say you disappeared after too much nightlife. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Mutoo turned his attention to his underlings. Gradon tried to land a heavy blow on Lucille, but there's no way that would hit. Lucille dodged the attacks with playful ease. Too fast. Hehe, so slow, so slow. Neuroma. Raza. Gotcha. Lucille deliberately shot an arrow into the man's enlarged fist. With a loud noise, the man's fist was blown back by the arrow, throwing him off balance. Shit. Bye-bye, weakling. Gah. Lucille stepped on the man's chest and pierced his skull with an arrow. Blood gushed from the man's forehead, marking the end of the fight. Alphys Sama, I've gotten stronger. Yeah, good job. But you were supposed to win against that guy. You knew that, right? Oh, well, I guess you could say that. I roughly patted her head. Behind her, I could see Galio trembling. Well, of course. Seeing the Balfont family's work for the first time would do that. Estes the weird one. That guy actually set up a fan club after seeing this. He's seriously messed up. Chapter 63. Ah, I see. So in the end, it's my turn, huh? Mutoo waved both hands playfully and stepped forward with a jesting demeanor. He descended from the stage of the abandoned theater, cracking his neck. The amount of magical energy I could feel from him was substantial. Moreover, surprisingly, he seemed stronger than those who had summoned and bound these creatures. He mentioned sowing seeds, and it seems they've been growing well. So, you've made a contract with one of the 32 pillars of the demon realm, huh? What did you trade? Trade. If you're a summoner, you must have exchanged something when making a deal with demons or magical beasts, right? Nah, not really. Mutoo spun around and struck a pose. That can't be true. Why would demons or magical beasts even contract with humans? They wouldn't obey humans without some benefit. I see. That's unfortunate. Why? You seem like the type to fall for scams. Well, it's also your fault for not checking anything when dealing with demons. I made a contract with Deather, one of the 32 pillars of the demon realm. Mutoo's voice lowered, and the atmosphere shifted. The silhouette of a death god appeared behind him, intimidating me. As the tension rose, Hiyori stepped forward. Hiyori, he should be somewhat satisfying, right? Well, no, him. Don't be picky. He's one of the 32 pillars who, according to official history, defeated you. Fine, I guess it can't be helped. Hiyori didn't seem too thrilled. For me, just being able to fight an enemy of this level while still in school is satisfying enough. Can't afford to be greedy. Was that guy from the disvalid demon sword just now? Supposedly, yes. No way he's a match for my Deather. He's too dull. Mutoo charged at me. Somehow, he now held a sickle in each hand. You can't handle my attacks. I see, you're pretty fast. When I blocked the sickle with my demon sword, our strengths were evenly matched. He's got quite the boost. He's benefiting more from the magical boost than that Tagari guy, and his base physical abilities are higher too. The stronger the contracted demon or magical beast, the greater the enhancement to basic abilities. Being one of the 32 pillars, he can surpass my strength with sheer power alone. Should I just push through? Maybe I'll push through. Sounds fun. Life's no fun if you don't enjoy it. There are too many fools in this world. Fools bound by common sense who don't enjoy life. Mutoo suddenly became talkative. He seemed to be thoroughly mocking the world from the bottom of his heart. Fools who frown and worry about the future, fools who regret what they could have done, fools who wonder what could have been better. Life's about enjoying it as it comes. That's optimistic, but that's because you've never seriously committed to anything. Oh, you're the type who sits in the corner of the classroom and mocks those who are actually trying, aren't you? I sneered and simultaneously changed the angle of my sword, deflecting the sickle. Whoops. Whoa. As Mutoo staggered, I kicked him in the face. First, I'll break that overconfident nose of yours. Mutoo held his nose, blood dripping. I literally broke his nose. Ho. Well then. Mutoo raised both hands and swung them down. The sickle's slash tore through the ground, coming at me at high speed. I dodged to the side, but one of Mutoo's sickles disappeared. The sickle came flying at me from behind like a boomerang. I barely dodged, but it grazed me. He must have thrown it right after the slash. Tricky guy. Ha, grazed you. Hey, right. With Deather, even a graze is bad news. Blood came out of my mouth. It won't affect the fight much, but a second hit would be trouble. This is my ability. No matter who it is, if I hit them, I can shave off their lifespan and kill them for sure. As expected of Deather, one of the 32 pillars who governs lifespan. Fine, bring it on. Still playing defense at this point, how bold. In his case, he doesn't need to deal a fatal blow. Just grazing me like this can shave off my life. No matter how thick my armor is, it doesn't matter. Even that emperor worm would probably die after a few hits, though whether Mutoo could overpower it is questionable. Well then, I'll go ahead and reap your life. Mutoo spread his arms wide in a T pose. Then, with a skull-like expression, he opened his mouth wide and charged at me. I blocked Mutoo's sickle with my demon sword again, this time reinforcing my arm with magic and pushing back. Nah ha. Such strength. You're too wasteful. Instead of relying on demons, why not study a bit? Well then, how about this? While being pushed back, Mutoo leaned forward and bit my hand. His jaw strength was incredible, his teeth sinking into my hand. Ha ha ha, how's that? Tasty. Mutoo's mouth disappeared from my hand. In front of him was a shadow, my shadow servant. Wah. What's this? Can't even tell you're fighting a fake, huh? I spoke from behind Mutoo. He spun around quickly, a bunch of question marks above his head. When did you? I've been here all along. The one you slashed earlier was the real me, though. But I definitely bit you just now. That's just what you thought. You never bit anything from the start. No way. Mutoo channeled magic, and sickle-like blades, resembling stag beetle horns, shot out from the ground on both sides of me. Trying to trap me, but I escaped by moving forward. Using that momentum, I closed in on Mutoo and slashed. Wow, what's this? My body. Blood sword, it's not just your demon that can steal life force. That hit must have hurt, huh? You bastard, the fun's over. Guess the yawn speech is over too. Mutoo swung his sickle wildly, unleashing countless slashes at me. The speed of his slashes surpassed even Tagari's wind. Seeing me unable to block them all and getting cut, Mutoo grinned. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for messing with me. Everyone's so annoying. What are you so worked up about? When the me he thought he was slashing spoke from the side, he must have been shocked. Once again, he had been fighting my shadow servant. WH, when did you? Look around, idiot. Huh. In the dark night, my shadow servants faintly floated into view. They flickered, sometimes taking my form, other times returning to shadows. Mutoo finally seemed to grasp the situation, completely overwhelmed as he looked around. What is this? I can switch places with my shadow servants anytime, though I only recently learned how to do it. Then I'll just destroy them all. This isn't fun. Mutoo went berserk, slashing wildly and attacking every shadow servant in sight. I switched between my real body and the shadows, dodging his attacks. If he had honed his magical perception, this might have been a more even fight. But sadly, it's too late for that now. This isn't fun. Stop messing around, you spoiled brat from the Balfont family. Flattered, that's right, I'm the spoiled brat cornering you. This is boring crap, Deather. Lend me more power. Can't believe you're demanding that from someone who probably doesn't even have a manual. After Mutoo's wild swing missed, I switched places with a shadow servant behind him and slashed his back. Gah. If it takes a few hits to kill, that means you need at least a few hits to win. Mutoo fell face down. While he was desperately trying to land those few hits, I only needed one. Thinking you can win just by landing hits. No way someone like that can beat someone who's been training seriously. The presence or absence of abilities matters too. I spat those words at the fallen Mutoo. He probably didn't hear, but I quietly stretched and breathed in the night air. Galio was staring at me, dumbfounded. Oh, right, I forgot about him. Chapter 64. Uwo. A death earl rises from the fallen Mutoo, letting out a cry of agony before vanishing. Normally, when a contractor is defeated, the demon also perishes. It seems this guy's time has come. Why, you damn brat? You thought you could just cling to humans and greedily devour their lifespan, huh? Too naive. To think you'd cut me down along with the human. That human was the one you chose to contract with. Accept your shared fate. The Death Earl, with its tattered hood and skull-like face, reaches out toward us. This thing is a spiritual entity, completely immune to physical attacks. That's why, even if you wanted to destroy it, only specific methods or certain humans could manage it. In another era, entire nations might have been wiped out because of creatures like this. They contract with humans, devour their lifespans, and revel in the destruction without lifting a finger. If they abandon their contractor, they simply move on to the next host. Looking at it this way, my demon sword isn't so different. How pathetic. What's this about being one of the 32 pillars of the demon realm? If they're all like this, no wonder I never bothered with them. Demon sword disparate, don't get cocky. I am the 28th pillar, this isn't over. Yeah, got it, pathetic, just disappear already. You're an eyesore. Ga-yuo. It looks like Hiyori's taunting is making it suffer, but it's just reaching its limit. I slash the Death Earl in two with my blood sword, enchanted by the demon sword. Nguea. I'll be taking back the lifespan you stole from me too. Why use how can you wield power like mine? I wanted to tell it not to compare us, but the Death Earl completely vanished. As it did, particles of light spread across the sky. Those must be the lifespans the Death Earl had stolen over the years. The people whose lifespans were taken are already gone from this world, but I made sure to reclaim my share. The rest probably went to Rubiton-senpai and the other students I dueled. The particles of light flew toward the academy dorm. Some of the remaining particles drifted aimlessly, most flying off somewhere, but a few were absorbed by Mutoo's followers. The guy I cut in half had his body perfectly reattached, his injuries completely gone. Come to think of it, I forgot to use the demon sword to finish him off. Oh well. The Death Earl only stole lifespans, not life force. It seems lifespan exists independently of the concept of life and death. I didn't know that either. What happened? Mutoo-san. Aelphys-sama. The former summoners from Mutoo's faction seem pretty confused as they get up. They were high on power when I killed them after all. Waking up to find everything over must be disorienting. Looks like Mutoo got some lifespan back too. So, what about you guys? Want to die again? We're sorry, we were wrong. Please just spare our lives. The three of them bow their heads furiously. After all their arrogance, they sure change their tune quickly. First, apologize to Galio-senpai. He's the one you almost killed. Yes. The three of them apologize to Galio, but Galio seems more interested in me than their apologies. Well, after seeing a tragedy unfold and the 32 pillars of the demon realm show up, I guess that's natural. Galio approaches me, staring intently, still wary. You really took down that monster, huh? You didn't hesitate to kill these guys either. Is this what the Barufont family is like? Yeah. Just so you know, Galio-senpai, if you want to tell someone about this, go ahead. I can't guarantee what'll happen after, though. No, I'll pass. Even Galio, who was so confident earlier, has his limits. Honestly, it's a relief he's scared. If he weren't, I'd have to deal with him for real. Galio-senpai, I know you have a lot to say, but we're not on academy grounds right now. Let me handle these guys. Handle them how? Expulsion, of course. When I coldly state the facts, Mutoo's followers turn pale. Hey, expulsion is too much. Yeah, we went too far, but we're really reflecting on it. Just because you're from the Barufont family doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. We have futures too. These guys really haven't learned their lesson. I swing my demon sword and slash the ground. Mutoo's followers scramble back. Don't worry about your futures. Your lifespans aren't that long anyway. What do you mean? The lifespan the Death Earl had was divided among you, but there's no telling how long you'll live. A year, maybe two, or you could die tomorrow. It's no wonder they're shocked. Coming back to life after dying isn't something that happens even in a fantasy world, so they should consider themselves lucky and accept it. This is the consequence of the choices they made. As they stand there in shock, Mutoo finally gets up. I feel fine. Your lifespan's just as uncertain as theirs. Ulfies. You. The moment Mutoo lunges at me, I punch him hard enough to nearly break his cheek. His already broken nose takes the hit, and half his teeth go flying as he's sent sprawling across the stage of the ruined theater. How about us? Without the Death Earl, you're nothing more than a mob character. Make the most of what little life you have left. Mutoo's followers look at him with pity as he twitches and convulses. Maybe they're regretting following someone like him. That punch might have shortened his lifespan even more, but it was self-defense. Mutoo-san. Was he always this weak? Looks like they're finally starting to face reality. With Mutoo lying in the center of the stage, maybe they got some entertainment out of this. He's making quite the scene as a lying down actor. After seeing their boss in such a pathetic state, they can't possibly keep up the pretense of being part of Mutoo's faction. Run. At the shout of one of Mutoo's lieutenants, they all scatter. I switch places with the shadow servants I had pre-positioned along their escape routes and close in. Help. Did you really think I'd just let you run? We're sorry, we really are. We'll live within our means from now on. I deliberately laugh at them. The idiots seem to relax a little, thinking they're safe. Why should I base my judgment on your attitudes? Don't push your luck. Especially you former summoners, you'll be experimental subjects until the day you die. Eek. Your lifespans aren't long anyway. Sounds like a good way to spend your remaining years, doesn't it? Why you demon, you're not human. How can you think this is okay? After relying on demonic power, that's rich. Let me make one thing clear. The Barufont family is far worse than any demon. As I say that, Mutoo's followers turn pale. Now then, I'll hand the summoners over to my sister Myri. As for the others, expulsion is a given. I have no intention of letting them off easy. Chapter 65. In the academy, there was another uproar as the Mutoo faction members were expelled overnight. It was said that they had severely injured a drunkard while out at night, leading to their expulsion. Given their usual behavior, no one doubted the story. Rumors spread that they would face the kingdom's court, with possibilities ranging from the death penalty to forced labor. The academy's reputation took another hit, but this wasn't my responsibility. It was a fact that the Mutoo faction had nearly beaten Galio to death, and regardless, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Of course, contrary to the official announcement, Mutoo and the former summoners were detained. I don't know what happened to them afterward. It wouldn't be surprising if they ended up as test subjects for some deranged magic research director. With this, one of the three major factions has crumbled. I have no plans to get involved with the remaining two for now. The Shemna faction is challenging everyone to duels, while the Eric faction remains quiet. If any issues arise within the academy, it's up to the student council to handle them. Ulfies. Oh, it's Galio-senpai. As I was walking down the hallway with Roussel, Galio appeared behind us. I couldn't forgive those who disrespected Rubitin-san. As you know, they got what they deserved. And I won't say much more, thanks a lot. With that, Galio ran off. He probably knows that talking too much could lead to a mysterious disappearance. Rubitin apparently withdrew his resignation today. I don't know what happened, but graduating from the academy is beneficial. He's a third-year executive in the student council, and the academy would be in trouble without him. His resignation likely wouldn't have been accepted anyway. Ulfi-sama, let's take out the remaining factions too. There's no need. I took down the Mutoo faction because I foresaw the danger to Galio-senpai. Now that you mention it, how did you know? I was aware of Galio-senpai and Rubitin-senpai's relationship. When Rubitin-senpai lost the duel, I knew Galio-senpai would take some action. Roussel was impressed, saying, "Wow. I may sound impressive, but it's just game knowledge." There was a sub-event for Galio and Rubitin, but it was handled differently this time because of the Ulfi's route. More importantly, today we have to decide on the participants for the guard selection exam. I decided to return to the classroom. Section, as you all know, the guard selection exam is coming up soon. The classroom buzzed with excitement at Linlin's announcement. Although it had been announced beforehand, the approaching exam date made everyone nervous. Some students were eager to participate, others weren't, and some wanted to but lacked the courage. I, of course, will participate. Fighting to protect something is a rare experience. It's different from just any battle, and there are few battles where strengths and weaknesses are so clearly divided. For example, I don't think Vedonei-san is suited for it at all. He'd be too interested in the enemy and neglect the person he's supposed to protect. Millie-chan, despite her demeanor, is quite sharp and might do well. Gilliam seems like he'd fail due to overconfidence. Wait, is Millie-chan the only one in our family suited for guard duty? The World King would scare the person he's supposed to protect with his terrifying aura, and our mother isn't suited for combat. That leaves only me to do it. This is an opportunity to get closer to the upper class, and some of you might be considering that path. However, as I've mentioned before, each class can only send 5 participants. Teacher. Then 2 of those spots should go to me and Ulfies. Lilisha, I'm still explaining. Why am I already confirmed? Well, I am participating, but still. Linlin cleared her throat and scanned the classroom. Now, those who wish to participate, raise your hands. About half the class raised their hands, more than I expected. Is that SD? That's surprising. Quite the enthusiasm, but we're over the limit. No choice, we'll have to decide fairly. All the participants probably sense something bad coming. This teacher always resorts to brute force to solve problems. Teacher, if it's a fight between classmates, the outcome is already clear. Do you think anyone here can beat me and Ulfi's? That's quite the statement, Lilisha-san. You lost to me, didn't you? Leticia, do you think one win makes you better than me? Both of you, are you forgetting about me? Ulfi-sama and I already have our spots, so you can fight over the remaining ones. You guys are really annoying. Linlin must be frustrated that the discussion isn't progressing. All three of you, I'm still explaining. Sit down. Yes. If they don't settle down, Linlin will lose her temper, and when she's angry, she's really scary. All right, the method is simple. All participants will fight me. There it is, she said something outrageous. Why does Linlin need to fight for a guard selection exam? She probably didn't think much about it. Of course, the classmates objected. There's no way we can beat Linlin-sensei. Sensei, you're a former court mage, right? There must be a better way. Like rock, paper, scissors. No, not rock, paper, scissors. The one who said that was a male classmate. Because of such a ridiculous suggestion, look, Linlin-sensei's expression changed. Oh, rock, paper, scissors. Tell me the merit of deciding who will protect lives based on luck. No. If you understand, then let's head to the training ground. The 5th training ground should be free at this time. Yes. Linlin silenced the students with logic and pressure. And so, Linlin cheerfully led the students to the training ground. Ulfi-sama, is that Linlin really strong? She's damn strong. I barely grazed her attacks, but she could easily subdue Mutoo without a scratch. That's without death, right? Of course with it. This is a good chance for you to see the power of a court mage. When Linlin told me not to fight the 3 major factions, it wasn't a bluff. She probably said it because she thought she could handle them. All right, we've arrived at the 5th training ground. Heh. The participants were taken aback by Linlin's mysterious excitement. They probably didn't want to think about what kind of battle was about to begin. Chapter 66. I'll explain the rules. I won't lift a finger. If any of you manage to land a single hit on me, you pass. Standing confidently in the center of the 5th training field, Linlin explained the rules with a commanding presence. Upon hearing that Linlin wouldn't be attacking, the participants breathed a sigh of relief. But that relief would only last until they witnessed Linlin's magic. Does a single hit mean we just need to land any attack on you, Linlin-sensei? That's right. The amount of damage doesn't matter. Not that any of you will even manage to scratch me, though. Linlin taunted the students with a smug look on her face. Though she was now a teacher, she had once been a court mage. She had spent her life in an environment where she constantly had to push herself to improve, and that essence hadn't changed. While most of the participants were reassured, a few remained visibly tense. Rushel, Leticia, and Lilisha. Only these 3 had already grasped the extent of Linlin's power at this point. A single hit, Was that SD over there? She looked pretty nervous, too. Wait, why did she even join this? Shouldn't she be fine just maintaining her fan club? All right, let's begin. Everyone, come at me. Linlin-sensei, isn't this supposed to be one-on-one? Lilisha, who said anything about that? I don't have time to waste, and dealing with all of you at once is more efficient. Sensei, you're going to regret this. Lilisha's magical energy was surging with intensity. Linlin wasn't underestimating her students. She was simply stating the truth, fully aware of her own strength. Besides, there would be plenty of times in the future when they'd be looked down upon. It wasn't a bad idea to build up their tolerance and learn to stay calm in the face of overwhelming odds. Lilisha was the first to leap onto the field. I can handle this alone. Lilisha, I understand how you feel, but that would put the other students at a disadvantage. Everyone, come at me. Urged on by Linlin, all the participants stepped onto the field. It was 1 against many, but Linlin remained composed, standing tall with her arms crossed. Quite the sight. Everyone looked so determined. All right, Sensei, here we go. Lilisha took the initiative, launching the first attack. Fireballs of various sizes erupted from the flames she conjured in her hand, raining down on Linlin like a barrage from a volcano. But too small. Linlin was now clad in a sleek, black armor. Blades extended from both of her arms, giving her an almost alien-like appearance. The fireballs that struck her metallic armor sizzled and vanished like water droplets hitting a hot stove. What is that? Since when did she have that? It was no wonder they were shocked. That was Linlin's magic. Having mastered Earth attribute magic, Linlin could instantly refine and shape minerals at will. That armor was one of her creations. This is my magic. This armor is made of anti-magic ore. No matter how skilled a mage you are, no magic can penetrate it. To create something like that in an instant, that's otherworldly control over magic. Lilisha, any court mage could do this. Your father included. My father too. What Linlin said was true. While the methods might differ, manipulating magical energy in less than a second was child's play for high-level mages. Even my shadow servant uses a similar technique. But creating something with such tangible quality in an instant like Linlin did, that's impossible. Even if dark magic doesn't require it, the technical difficulty of her feat is on another level. You'd need a clear mental image of the material, precise control over your magical energy, and the ability to refine it all in an instant. To put it bluntly, it's godlike. Not something just anyone can achieve. It requires not only effort but also a rare, innate talent. Come on, bring it. If you can so much as scratch me, you pass. With Linlin's words as the signal, the students launched a simultaneous assault. As expected of students from this academy, their skills were far beyond those of amateur mages. Fire, wind, rock magic of all kinds flew wildly. Yet, Linlin simply smiled with delight. Impressive growth. I'm proud of you all. Of course, the magic colliding with Linlin's armor dissipated harmlessly, but her armor didn't cover her entirely. The students weren't fools, they aimed for the gaps. Linlin, however, intercepted their attacks with her armor. She anticipated their strikes, transforming the blades into shields to block every assault. Then, just as quickly, she shifted the shields back into blades, slicing Lilisha's fireballs clean in two. And as if it were nothing, she proceeded to cut through the other students' spells as well. It was almost laughable. The difference in experience was staggering. This wasn't just about magic or magical energy, their combat skills were on entirely different levels. And no ways how. Lilisha, everyone, don't be too disheartened. But if this keeps up, none of you will pass. Took you long enough to notice, Linlin-sensei. I finally spoke up, having been quietly observing until now. Ulfiz, is it? You've been awfully quiet. Don't tell me you've given up already. Of course not. I want to fight you one-on-one. Ahahaha, what are you even saying? Linlin laughed heartily. She acknowledged my strength but didn't for a second think I could surpass her. Her confidence was palpable. You're strong, but you're not ready to face me yet. If you're just aiming to be selected, you've got a good chance. Let me put it this way. If things keep going like this, there's a real possibility no one will be selected. You must have realized that by now, right, Linlin-sensei? Maybe. So if I win, let me choose 4 others besides myself to pass. My statement caused the students to exchange glances. They all knew it too. The more they attacked, the more they realized the hopeless gap in their abilities. No, you'll follow my lead here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Linlin replied with unwavering resolve. Just like her magic, she was unyielding. I really didn't want to do this, but I had no choice. Come on, Runrun-sensei. For the sake of that cute name, cut me some slack. You're feeling cheerful, right? What? Ah, my bad. It's not Runrun, it's Ranrun, right? In that moment, I felt, not metaphorically, but literally, as if my body was being sliced apart. The pain of countless blades cutting into me was delivered not by Runrun, no, I mean Linlin's magical energy. It erupted like a storm, and for an ordinary person, the pain alone might have been enough to send them into shock. Who are you calling Runrun or Ranrun? Who do you think is all sparkly and cheerful? The students, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Linlin's magical energy, fled the field in unison. Even Lilisha, Rushel was the first to bolt. Did anyone see her wings? I'll kill you. Linlin directed a simple, unadulterated killing intent toward me. It was terrifying, but more than that, I couldn't stop trembling with excitement. My mind was flooded with exhilaration. Chapter 67. I wanted a cooler name, something like Sismiriel or Fortalicia. The magical energy, emanating from Linlin's body, began to fill the training arena. In terms of sheer volume, it might not be on par with Lilisha, but it's probably more than mine. That formidable armor of hers isn't just a product of skill, it's generated by an immense amount of magical energy. For example, with a small amount of magical energy, you might barely be able to create a rock. But with Linlin's level of power, she can generate ores composed of complex minerals. With her undeniable talent and abundant magical energy, she stands at the pinnacle of what a mage can achieve. Honestly, I didn't expect her to be this strong. Divine Edge. I instinctively crouched down. Immediately after, a strand of my hair fluttered to the ground. If that had hit me, I would have been knocked out in one shot. The strike from her ore blade created a vacuum slash. It's incomparable to those jagged, imperfect wind blades. This isn't just about enhancing the body with magical energy. Just like Villainous, who honed his body and skills, Linlin has fused her magical energy, physical strength, and techniques into one. It's frustrating how a genius like her doesn't just rely on her high magical energy, but continues to refine herself. Black hole plus shadow servant plus shadow entry. No holding back. I used multiple black holes to restrain Linlin while providing cover fire with dark needles. My main body and the shadow servant switched places using shadow entry, constantly moving. I even infused the dark needles with destructive waves, meaning they could pierce through any armor. But Earth Cradle, the ore golems Linlin created, matched the number of my shadow servants. Each one engaged either a shadow servant or my main body. In an instant, she neutralized the advantage I had with my numbers. Moreover, Linlin countered the destructive waves on my dark needles with what you could call super regeneration. No, that's not quite right. To be precise, it was repair. Her armor was being repaired by magical energy as fast as it was being destroyed, so my attacks never reached her body. This stalemate would eventually lead to my defeat, as I couldn't sustain the destructive waves for long. It's like the Emperor Worm battle all over again. You've made some improvements. I'm impressed. Calling the destructive waves a small improvement is just demoralizing. I gave up and tried to attack Linlin from behind using shadow entry, but too naive. I attempted a sneak attack from Linlin's shadow, but she easily blocked it. Her ore blade nullifies magic, so any careless attack would be rendered useless. Even if I infused it with destructive waves, she'd just repair it. Firing dark needles from the black holes to increase my options didn't work either. I hoped to hit her in the gaps of her armor, but it wasn't that easy. Instead, her ore golems deliberately moved to intercept the dark needles, nullifying them. My dark magic can penetrate simple materials, but magic nullifying ore is a different story. It seems that magical energy takes precedence over physical collision, so my attacks can't pass through that ore. Having multiple enemies with magic nullification is a nightmare. I kept my distance, engaging Linlin in close combat to prevent her from using Divine Edge. I'm not bad with a sword, after all. Even though Linlin is originally a mage, I can still press the attack since I've mainly fought with a magic sword. Impressive skills. Your talent at such a young age is astounding. I never expected Linlin-sensei to be this strong. When I aimed my magic sword at her neck, Linlin slightly pulled back. Seizing the opportunity, I went for the strike. Got you. Sharp ore spears, like stalactites, shot out from beneath my feet. I dodged instinctively, but my left side was grazed. Blood dripped, but it wasn't a serious injury. You dodged that, huh? Dark Sphere. Using the Dark Sphere I showcased in the level 20 battle, I enveloped both Linlin and myself in darkness. I left the ore golems to my shadow clones. This was now a true one-on-one. This is surprising, I can't see anything at all. And unlike normal darkness, my eyes aren't adjusting to it. Shall we make this a fair fight then? When I said that sarcastically, Linlin attacked. She was probably relying on my voice to locate me, but her movements lacked the decisiveness they had earlier. That slight delay gave me the upper hand. In the darkness, I relentlessly attacked with my magic sword, and even Linlin began to tire. Darkness has been a primal fear for living beings since ancient times. No matter how strong Linlin is, she can't completely shake that instinctual fear. The stress of fighting in such conditions was clearly getting to her. As her movement slowed, I aimed for the gaps in her armor. There. Something slammed into my back. Gah. I was hit from outside the dark sphere. It was a punch from one of the ore golems created by Earth Cradle. The powerful blow made me stagger slightly. I had assumed my shadow clones were keeping them at bay, so how did this happen? You treat those shadow clones as mere pawns. The moment they leave your control, your combat becomes sloppy. That's why there are so many openings. I see, I'll take that as a lesson for the future. But the tuition fee will be high. A barrage of punches came from all directions in the darkness. Even if she couldn't see me, attacking blindly from outside, the dark sphere was enough to create pressure. Yes, the dark sphere isn't very effective against multiple enemies. If only I could expand its range, but for now, a radius of a few meters is my limit. I quickly gathered my shadow clones to counter. But then I realized Linlin's plan. She was already in position. Damn it! I knew you'd gather in one place, Divine Edge. Linlin's Divine Edge wiped out both me and my shadow clones in one strike. The clones vanished, and though I tried to dodge at the last moment, my left shoulder was severely cut. Even though this is just a training field, losing an arm doesn't feel great. Damn it. Ho, I meant to finish you there, but you're truly impressive. You're stronger than any student I've seen before. Thanks for the compliment. But this isn't over yet. Who do you think I am, Ranran? She's calmly furious. Damn it, I'm in serious trouble now. If that damn sister of mine were here, she'd probably be so excited she'd get a nosebleed. But seriously, Linlin is incredibly strong. There aren't many in the country who can match her. It's not just raw talent. Her strength comes from a core of unwavering justice that doesn't tolerate wrongdoing. Those without a core are like weather vanes, turning whichever way the wind blows. They lose sight of their own traits and the strength they aim for, chasing power for its own sake. The current top 3, no, top 2 might be just like that. Well, I didn't plan to take this much time. Alphys, are you ready to be beaten to the brink of death and knocked out of the field? Linlin knows her own personality and traits well. That's why she's been able to develop such focused strength. As proof, she hasn't used any magic other than earth attribute spells. Even Divine Edge is just a byproduct of her training. She probably has many other techniques. Her speed might be on par with Villainous. Now, let me give you a thorough beating. But I'm going to win, you know. I've been waiting for this moment. Dark Sphere release. In my eyes. The sudden brightness made Linlin close her eyes. I thrust my magic sword at her neck. Gah. See ya. I slashed her neck with the magic sword. Linlin's body turned into particles of light and was ejected from the field. She landed outside the field, sitting dazed on the ground. Unbelievable. C-sensei lost. The classmates who were watching began to stir. As for me, I sat down heavily on the floor outside the field. Yeah, I won. The key to victory was creating a situation where Linlin let her guard down to the extreme. If I had just released the dark sphere suddenly, it might have created a small opening, but it wouldn't have been enough to target her neck. To do that, I had to make her think she had me cornered, luring her into a false sense of security. Of course, the fact that I'm a student probably played a role in her underestimating me. If this were a real battlefield, I might have been killed. That said, my lost arm is fully restored now. All hail the field. Chapter 68. Ulfiz, you're really something. Just moments ago, Linlin had been completely downcast, but now she had already bounced back. She stood up smoothly, acting as if she had won herself. Well, from my perspective, I didn't consider that a victory either. If I had more strength, I would have wanted a closer match. That said, it was a typical way of fighting for someone with dark attributes. But then again, Linlin was able to stand back up because she had a strong core. I never thought I'd lose to a student like you. Even if I let my guard down, if that had been a real battle, I would have been dead. You only let your guard down because I'm a student, right? But does this mean you'll take me a bit more seriously now? I never intended to underestimate you in the first place. But perhaps there was a gap in my heart because you're a student. It seems I still have a lot to learn. I also want to reach the level of strength that teachers have soon. We were talking as if we were rivals, leaving our classmates out of the conversation. Leticia quickly came over and stared intently at our faces. Why you two? That was amazing. See, could I become strong too? Leticia, you're good at defense, but you need to think about attacking more. Right, Ulfiz? Yeah. It might be better to use the opponent's attacks rather than focusing solely on offense. I casually gave her a hint, and Leticia seemed to have an epiphany. This was a hint about the cheat skill she used in the game. But if I just told her outright, it wouldn't help her grow. I want her to figure it out on her own. Ulfi-sama, you even beat Linlin, I'm so proud. Hey idiot, call her teacher. She is a teacher, after all. Linlin can be surprisingly strict about that kind of thing. Rushel, I lost to Ulfi's, but I don't think I'm inferior. Would you like me to prove it to you right now? No, I've seen enough. Who's Ranran? That's not me. She's still mad about the name thing. This is going to smolder for a while. I'd like to put it out quickly, but we don't have time for that right now. Ulfi's and Rushel, come to the guidance room later. Wait, seriously. I'm not involved in this. Damn it, because of that damn angel, I've been dragged into something weird. Since the embers are still smoldering, you should choose your words carefully. But this isn't the time for that. Teacher Linlin, you promised to let me decide the remaining 4 members, right? That's right. I'm not happy about it, but since I lost, I'll keep my promise. Then the members are Leticia, Lilisha, and Rushel. These 3 are decided. That's fair. Who's the last one? I looked around at the still murmuring classmates. Some were hoping to be chosen, others thought it was impossible, and some probably wondered why I was the one deciding in the first place. There were all kinds of reactions, but I'll make full use of the winner's privilege without hesitation. Everyone whose name hasn't been called, get on the field. I'll decide by fighting you. You're kidding, right? Again. But Ulfi-sama must be tired after fighting Teacher Linlin. When someone said that, the complaint suddenly stopped. Nice one, I am tired, but it's not a problem. In real battles, you often have to fight consecutively, so if I can't handle this, it's pointless. That's why I'll say this. It's fine, don't worry about me, come at me all at once. If anyone lands even a single hit, you pass. The classmates, who had assumed I was exhausted, suddenly got fired up. They eagerly stepped onto the field and began gathering their magic. The various attributes created a colorful display. All right, Ulfi-sama, here I. Dark Needle. I took out one of the classmates with a single strike before they could even launch their attack. Everyone was stunned. Why you're attacking? Of course, I never said I wouldn't. And no way, there's no way we can beat someone who defeated Teacher Linlin. At least don't attack us. What are you saying to your classmate? I'm not a teacher, you know. I readied my magic sword and charged at the classmates. A horizontal slash took out 2, and another swing took out 3. By now, spells were being fired at me, but they were too slow. Black hole. We got sucked in again. Again, you should have expected this. If you know it's coming, think and move properly. That's impossible. I sliced through you and took you out. The 2 who tried to ambush me from behind with earth and ice magic got a spinning slash in return. After knocking them out, I noticed thorns creeping toward my feet. Close one. Whoa. I crushed the thorns with my magic-enhanced foot and then properly slashed the caster with my magic sword. It was similar to the Demon Flower Diabaron, but this was just magic. To be harsh, it's a downgraded version, but they probably derived it from Earth attribute magic to create a composite spell. That one was close. Is that it? If this keeps up, there'll be no one left to pass. This is impossible. I'm out too. There's no way we can win. The remaining classmates fled the field. In an instant, I was the only one left standing. Kind of disappointing. Facing a slightly stronger opponent, and this is what happens. Well, I know all too well that fighting someone way out of your league isn't good training. That's why I never trained with my family. At this rate, it's just bullying, and the only passers will be the 4. Take this. Oof. A fireball hit me in the head. My head shook slightly, but there was no damage. It was an incredibly weak spell. In a real battle, this would be, wait, did I just get hit? Esti. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would hit. Esti was flustered and prostrated herself. Linlin and the classmates were all silent. Of course they were. Even I don't know how I got hit. I hadn't forgotten about Esti. She was just too low on the priority list to take out. But I got hit. Ulfi's, it seems the passer has been decided. Yeah. I wonder if this is really okay. But I'm the one who suggested this, and more importantly, there's clearly something off about Esti. No matter how much I let my guard down, she shouldn't have been able to hit me so easily. I am really sorry. Even if it was a sneak attack, I should have been able to dodge that. There's only one possibility. I casually released a wave of energy with one hand in front of Esti. Her eyes were clearly glued to it. I see, she might be a hidden gem. She must have tracked my energy wave and timed her attack. Chapter 69. Why are we training in a place like this? I don't want to be seen by others. I'm Esti, and today I've come to the Jimru Mountains with Ulfi-sama and Rusel-san. I was selected from my class as a candidate for the guard selection exam, so Ulfi-sama is going to train me. I never expected that someone like me would be trained in such a remote mountain, and the thought of it made me quite nervous. But as I am now, I'm not fit for combat. Compared to Ulfi-sama and the others, I'm still weak, so I need to train. Since the top students from other classes are also taking the exam, I can't afford to fall behind. We've finally arrived. Esti, can I ask you again why you're taking the guard selection exam? Yes, after seeing Ulfi-sama fight, I wanted to fight too. Of course, it's presumptuous of a commoner like me to think such things. Is that really all there is to it? Why yes, that's all. Ulfi-sama's gaze pierces through me, making my heart race. This won't do. I'm just the president of the fan club, such thoughts are off limits. Meanwhile, Rusel-san is glaring at me from the side. Esti, let me make this clear. If you're thinking anything weird, I won't forgive you. I don't have any impure or inappropriate thoughts. W, who said anything about inappropriate? You're so shameless. I'm sorry. Rusel-san's face turns bright red as she gets angry. I want to make sure I don't disrespect Ulfi-sama's attendant. Ulfi-sama, why are you bothering with someone like this? Well, there's the matter of her being a burden, but I'm also just curious. Esti, you can see the flow of energy, can't you? I'm caught off guard by the sudden question. But given Ulfi-sama's serious expression, I can't come up with a poor excuse. The flow of energy, you mean? I did think I could see something strange. Can you see this? Yes. A pale aura is coming from Ulfi-sama's fingertips. I thought so. Esti, let me explain the flow of energy. I'm taught about the flow of energy. It's different from magic, and I can't believe I have such a thing. However, when I check my own hands, I don't see anything like that. But I don't have any flow of energy. You definitely can see it. Back when you fought Dale at the start of school, you were moving by seeing the flow of energy. That's why he couldn't land a hit on you. I was so caught up in the moment that I don't really remember. Teaching you the basics of combat now would only be a stopgap. So, until the exam, I'll train you to consciously see and manipulate the flow of energy. This has turned into something really big. The flow of energy is something everyone has, but only a few can draw it out and use it or see it. The fact that I'm training with Ulfi-sama, just the two of us, no, the three of us, makes my heart race. Ulfi-sama, is this okay? Isn't the flow of energy supposed to be kept secret? Rusel, it's worse to have power and not know about it. That only leads to misfortune. That might be true, but won't your father get angry? He might, but his hands-off approach works in my favor. He probably won't even notice what I'm doing. Hearing this unsettling conversation makes me want to go home even now. But Ulfi-sama's special training begins immediately. First, to understand the quality of my flow of energy, I'm told to meditate. They say that being in a natural, primal environment makes it easier to feel your true power. After closing my eyes and meditating for a few minutes, I faintly see something in the darkness. It's a monster behind Ulfi-sama and Rusel-san. Ulfi-sama, behind you. Before I can even shout, Ulfi-sama turns around and slices the monster apart with his sword. At that moment, my heart pounds loudly. My blood rushes and my breathing becomes ragged. It's just like that time. I see. Let's continue a bit longer. Why, yes. I close my eyes and resume meditating. This time, I see a flock of birds flying overhead. Then, right after, I hear the sound of their wings flapping. Did you notice something? I thought I heard the sound of birds flapping, and then it really happened. That settles it. The quality of your flow of energy is precognition. You probably saw a few seconds into the future. Ulfi-sama says this so calmly. It's such an outlandish idea that all I can do is blink repeatedly. Ulfi-sama, is it true that her flow of energy is precognition? Yeah, it's almost certain. To be honest, it's ridiculously strong. She's still inexperienced now, but with training, she might be able to see further into the future. Wow, that's practically invincible. I wonder what Liag would think if he found out. My hands start trembling now. Precognition? Why me? I can't stop shaking from the sheer magnitude of it, but at the same time, something wells up from deep within me. It's like my blood has heated up and I can't stay still. This feeling is the same as when Ulfi-sama saved me. Back then, I was faced with such a gruesome scene that it felt like my head was boiling, as if I were in a dream. Esti. Sorry. I was spacing out. Then let's move on to training, but I'll say this first. Precognition is indeed powerful, but nothing in this world is flawless. There will be situations where even if you see what's coming, you can't do anything about it. Keep that in mind. Yes. Ulfi-sama sternly warns me not to get carried away. His kindness strikes my heart, and I feel that thump again. I really do admire Ulfi-sama. No, this is wrong. I'm the president of the fan club. Whoa, it's wrong. It's nothing. It's clearly not nothing, but can we move on? Yes. I reply energetically, but I'm worried if I can make it back without losing consciousness. After all, I'm here in the mountains with Ulfi-sama, just the two of us. Esti, if you're getting any weird ideas, let me remind you. I'm here with Ulfi-sama. All right. That's true, Rusel-san is here too. But why do I feel so disappointed? Is this what Rusel-san always calls shamelessness? Chapter 70. The day of the guard selection exam has arrived. The location is the first training ground, and participants have gathered 5 from each class, so there's quite a crowd. And that's not all, each participant is assigned a protectee. All right, quiet, we will now begin the explanation of the guard selection exam. As the academy head takes the stage, the students who were chatting and laughing suddenly tense up. The guard selection exam involves protecting the assigned protectee until evening. At first glance, it sounds simple and easy, but of course, there are obstacles. Not only are there monsters in the training ground, but the Academy's specialized monster capture unit, the aliens, also plays the role of the enemy. They lurk within the training ground, waiting for any opportunity to target our protectees, so we can't let our guard down. Anxiety spreads among the first-time participants. The Academy's specialized capture unit, the aliens. They are a combat specialist unit responsible for capturing and exterminating monsters within the training grounds. I heard they're composed of recruited high-level adventurers and mercenaries, right? Don't make students face something like that. I understand their feelings, but in the real world, you never know what might happen when you're guarding a noble. To put it bluntly, students below a certain level probably aren't cut out for this. Of course, the alien skills are the real deal. Exterminating monsters is one thing, but capturing them is on a whole different level of difficulty. You have to understand the monster's habits and characteristics thoroughly and maneuver without killing them. In other words, they're an elite unit composed of seasoned combat professionals. Unlike the lazy knights, these guys are highly motivated professionals who take their work seriously. Now, we will assign protectees to each student. Your task is to protect that person until evening. The protectees assigned to each participant include teachers and other academy staff. Even though they're protectees, they all have combat experience. You might think that means they don't need protection, but it's not that simple. If the protectees have to defend themselves, that counts as an immediate disqualification. For example, if the protectee blocks or dodges an attack, or if they would have died without your intervention. That's way too harsh. Can't you cut us some slack? One of the participants, upon seeing their protectee's face, seemed to realize there would be no mercy. His protectee was a tough-looking man, probably one of the Academy's affiliated adventurers. The man glared at him, causing the student to shrink back. Now, let the exam begin. As soon as the Academy head declared the start, the aliens suddenly emerged and launched attacks on the participants. Arrows and magic flew relentlessly toward the protectees. Whoa, what's with the sudden attack? I countered the incoming magic with Dark Needle. Leticia stood in front of her protectee, deflecting attacks with her sword, while Lilisha intercepted with fireballs. Rauch shot down arrows with her own, and Esti, well, she was rolling on the ground while holding her protectee. Everyone handled it pretty well. Esti probably managed thanks to her foresight, but overall, it was a decent performance. Meanwhile, my protectee smiled warmly after seeing my quick actions. Well done, Lord Ulfies. Yeah. My protectee was Sister Cookries of the Saurus Church. She usually works at the church, but also serves as a part-time lecturer at the academy. She gives off a gentle impression, but don't be fooled. Of all people, why did I have to get her as my protectee? I'd rather have that tough-looking guy over there. Anyone whose protectee had to defend themselves is disqualified. With the Academy head's merciless announcement, more than half of the participants were disqualified. This sparked protests from many of the participants. Meanwhile, the protectees began preparing to leave, their expressions calm and indifferent. They were utterly heartless. Hey, that's not fair, that was cheating. Yeah, if we hadn't been caught off guard, we could have protected them. Do you really expect us to accept such a cheap trick? The disqualified students began hurling accusations at the Academy head. But then, Cookeries slammed her mace into the ground. Boom! The impact was so powerful it nearly shattered the ground, creating deep cracks. The bedrock heaved, and the trembling ground caused the participants to stagger. The mana swirling around Cookeries formed the shape of a skull. What the M monster? The disqualified students were completely terrified. You'd never imagine this from someone with the title of sister. In terms of sheer mana, Cookeries is likely one of the top 5 in the country. If she poured all that mana into physical enhancement, she could easily shake the ground. Cookeries, the sister of the Saurus Church, is also known as the Dark Saint. But her troublesome nature goes beyond that. Everyone, I understand how you feel. To have your dreams cut short before they could fully blossom, it must be painful. But life is long. This humiliation will pass in the blink of an eye. So, what is truly necessary in life? It is. After silencing them with violence, she suddenly started preaching. Her approach is different, but this annoying vibe reminds me of my sister, Miley. Actually, I think I dislike this even more. It is love. In the stunned silence, she blurted out something utterly ridiculous. Love is what adds color to life, forever etched as a page of youth in your hearts. Everyone fall in love. She had a blissful expression, completely lost in her own world. Yes, if my brother Vado is a battle maniac, this sister is a love maniac. No, she's more like a love addict. Come on, let's fall in love. Let's confess. Oh, you there. How about that girl next to you? Huh. If you fall in love, today's failure will vanish into the distant corners of your heart. Forget this silly exam and confess your love. Wait, this makes no sense. The sister started pestering a random female student. She was so desperate that even the teachers had to step in. This is exactly why I can't stand that sister. Sister Cookeries, the exam has already started. My, you all just don't understand. Oh, there's Teacher Linlin. When are you going to get married? Stop it right now. I've never seen the Academy head so furious before. Please, don't bring up marriage or anything like that with Linlin. She acts all composed, but she's actually quite sensitive about it. Chapter 71. Andolfi-san, among the 3, which woman is your true love? Don't talk to me while I'm working. Ever since the exam started, Cookeries has been bombarding me with ridiculous questions. It seems she knows that I often train with 3 female students. No wonder, since Cookeries always checks out the love lives of people she's interested in. In other words, at some point, I became her target. Maybe it was when I went shopping in the royal capital with those 3, or when I knocked out Hesler. Either way, it's annoying to be asked melodramatic questions when my pass or fail is on the line. I see. Leticia is a princess, so she'd probably devote herself to you if you married her. Do you know what a conversation is? Lilisha seems like the type who supports you behind the scenes. Do you know what a conversation is? This heartburn-inducing girl is my protection target, but I can't let my guard down. This outdoor training ground is only for first years, so there aren't any major monsters, but the problem is the aliens. If it were a normal fight, it probably wouldn't be an issue, but the situation is different now. I have something to protect, and they are professionals at capturing. They sometimes use ruthless methods, like using children as bait when capturing monsters. They might know more about the weaknesses and gaps of their enemies than I do. Geez, you're so cold. Let's take a break here. I decide the time and place. If you're in a position where you could be targeted, I'll fail. Oh, are you suggesting I'm trying to make you fail on purpose? At the very least, that shade is a target. There are too many blind spots, including the thicket behind you. When I told her that, Cookeries chuckled. This girl, she deliberately chose a position where she could be targeted. As expected of Ulfi-san. Even though you say love is more important, you're still testing me thoroughly. Well, I do get paid. No matter how much Ulfi-san is trying to three-time, I wouldn't do something like this out of spite. My ears are rotting, stop it. Instead of three-timing, why not date them openly? Society may not accept polygamy, but love is free. Why not build a harem? Her views on love are probably beyond the understanding of ordinary people. As long as both parties love each other, she seems to accept one-to-many relationships. In short, as long as everyone is satisfied, it's fine. Ha. Whoa. That kind of thing doesn't matter at all. I blocked a sword strike from a man charging straight at me. Feeling the heavy impact, I faced him, and the man chuckled. To think you could block my sword head-on. You should retire from being a mercenary. Balsar of the aliens, the former mercenary known as the Cannonball, right? To know my name at such a young age, you're quite diligent. As expected of a proper academy boy, huh? I remember the names of most well-known people. The middle-aged man with a bandana is a dual wielder. Balsar, he's one of the top fighters among the aliens. I'm glad he's interested in me. If it were Leticia, it would have been dangerous. After all, this guy looks serious but uses unexpected tactics. Well, I'm not interested in this babysitting exam. Sampling the younger generation is much more fun. So you're not interested in the protection part? That's right. Balsar crossed his two swords and charged again. The power, enhanced with magic, was enough to push me back even though I had a firm footing. He kept slamming his dual swords against my magic sword without any sign of stopping. Such strength. You're pretty good for your age, kid. But your friends might have already retired by now. Maybe. He sees me as a kid and is deliberately trying to shake me. This kind of thoroughness is what makes him a pro in combat. Did he think I was a weakling worrying about my friends while fighting? Kid, you might feel a little pain. He accelerated like a train with broken brakes and pushed me all the way to a large tree. If I only thought about protecting, I could just cover Kukris with a dark sphere. But that would be a bad move. The person I'm protecting is a noble with no combat experience. Someone like Kukris might handle it, but an ordinary person would definitely panic if suddenly plunged into darkness. They might run in the wrong direction and end up in the worst possible situation. Here we go. Black hole. I created a black hole on Balsar's left side, where Kukris was. Immediately after, one of Balsar's swords, which had been heading towards Kukris, was sucked in. That's right, Balsar was pretending to attack me while targeting Kukris. Whoa, did you figure it out? I knew you were pushing me towards Kukris. Gah. I kicked Balsar away. Rubbing his stomach, Balsar looked at me with a frustrated smile. That hurt, you noticed, huh, kid? Pretending to be a reckless brute, emphasizing your lack of interest in protection. Then, during the fight, you'd target the protector if you saw an opening. You're more cunning than you look. Last year this worked. This year's first years are something else. So what now? Balsar gripped his remaining sword with both hands and took a stance. I see, he's a true battle enthusiast. Technically, I should back off after failing, but I want to fight you. Fine, I'll take you on. Each alien only gets one chance to target the protector. Otherwise, the fight would continue until one side falls. Since the students stand no chance against the aliens, the exam wouldn't work otherwise. One sword strike. Balsar swung his two-handed sword at me. The speed and power were beyond what you'd expect from a student, but I stood my ground. The force of the slash was enough to split a rock in two, and even I had to brace myself to stay standing. HMPH. You blocked it. That was quite a shock, satisfied. Yeah. We both acknowledged the outcome as if we had reached an understanding. After deflecting Balsar's sword with my magic sword, I slashed upwards from below. Balsar dropped his sword and fell. I walked back to Kukris and crouched down. Hey, you could at least show a little concern. An old man like you won't die from that. You've got healing potions, right? Total defeat. You're a scary kid. I'm glad I retired. Why's that? If I met someone like you on the battlefield, I wouldn't last long. Saying that, Balsar took out a healing potion from his pocket. Watching him, I suddenly thought, understanding your limits is also a form of strength, but I don't believe in my limits. I vowed to become strong enough to satisfy this magic sword. Chapter 72. Ho ho, Ulfies, that was pretty good just now. Hiyori leans against me, looking satisfied. Seeing this, Kukli seems to have gotten all flustered or something. Well, you can tell just by looking at her face. No matter how you see it, she's clearly smitten. Ah, Ulfi-san, quite an unexpected partner, isn't it? But isn't she a bit too young? It's not like that. This is the demon sword disparate. There's no rule that says your love interest has to be human. I support you, but since she's young, please wait a bit before making any moves. Can someone teach me how to have a conversation with this person? Can she not hear the words, demon sword disparate? There's no way I'd actually fall for Hiyori, right? Seriously. You. Eek. I quickly shove the level 20 slime back into the bag, but it's already too late. Cuckleys, now fully intrigued, tries to force the bag open. Ulfi-san. What was that just now? What was that? It's nothing, you idiot. Stop it, you idiot. You. The level 20 slime slips out again. Cuckleys is trembling with excitement, drooling as she stares at the slime. Ulfi-san, while interspecies relationships aren't uncommon these days, this is truly a new frontier. May I hug it? Sure, but don't blame me if you die. Don't worry. Hagwulu. Cuckleys hugs the level 20 slime with all her might. The slime, being a slime, deforms squishily before slipping out of her grasp. New. See, it's angry. It's pretty strong, so you better stop there. Even though the level 20 slime is clearly annoyed, Cuckleys can't seem to let go. She keeps trying to pet it, but the slime keeps dodging her. I wouldn't mind if it melted her to death, but since that would disqualify me, let's save that for later. Section. What a solid defense. Defense successful. Please withdraw. The member of aliens who targeted Leticia's escort has retreated. It's been 3 hours since the exam started, and there hasn't been a single moment to relax. The aliens member seemed to be aiming with a projectile weapon, but Rushel's arrows are far more accurate. It seems the training with Ulfi-sama and the others is paying off. My defense with deflect has become much more robust, and I was able to fully protect the escort from that alien's member. Well done, Leticia Heim. Please stop calling me Heim, Shiori-san. Right now, I'm just a student at Sarand Academy. The escort target, Shiori-san, is the librarian at the academy. She's a serious-looking woman with glasses, and her slender frame makes it hard to imagine her strength. However, she wields sound-based magic and was once an active mage. No. While this academy promotes equality, I believe we should still show respect to those of noble birth. I was born into royalty, but I have no intention of being arrogant. I am who I am, and I strive to improve every day. Status isn't just about bloodline. It's about the achievements passed down through generations, and it's a fact that those achievements have guided us commoners. I haven't accomplished anything yet. What can I do right now? Unlike Ulfi-sama, I'm still too inexperienced and haven't been able to guide anyone. When I met Lilisha-san, she was harsh with her words, but she was absolutely right. My apologies. That was an overstep. No, please don't worry about it. As Shiori-san said, I must strive to live up to my status, and your words have motivated me. I now understand why Lilisha-san was so angry. To people like Shiori-san, royalty and nobility are symbols of the nation and its hopes. I can't afford to be discouraged by small things. First and foremost, I must pass this exam and take that first step forward. Isn't that Leticia Heim? Shemnani, it's definitely her. I can't believe it. 3 female students approach. One has tanned skin, and the other 2 seem to follow her lead. They also have 3 escorts with them, so they must have survived as fellow participants. Who are you? I'm Shemna. You've heard of the Shemna faction, right? One of the 3 strongest factions in the academy. Yep. Never thought I'd run into Leticia Heim here. The Shemna faction, one of the 3 strongest groups. It's the only faction composed entirely of women, and they're known for challenging various students to duels. They've reportedly taken control of nearly half of the academy's factions, so their strength is no joke. I've heard rumors about you. They say you're incredibly skilled. Well, yeah, weaklings just piss me off. I can't rest until I crush them. Why is that necessary? Why? Because the world is all about survival of the fittest, right? Shemna's mana begins to rise. Her mana is wild and violent, like a manifestation of raw force that harms anything it touches. Shemna-san, that mana of yours. Leticia Heim, your royalty, right? Have you ever thought about how many lives were sacrificed to build this country? I imagine it's countless. Exactly. People talk about countries and royalty, but all you did was kill the people who lived there and take their land. You're just barbarians at heart. She might be right. History only teaches us the clean, convenient parts, so it's likely that such things happened. Hey, princess, if you're not a coward, how about a match with me? I'm in the middle of an exam. Relax, I won't touch your escort. That's not very reasonable. In that instant, I instinctively raised my sword. Perhaps I sensed danger without even thinking. A moment later, Shemna's fist collided with my sword with tremendous force. The impact was so strong that my entire body lifted slightly off the ground. As I regained my stance, Shemna stared at me with a fierce, combative gaze. See, I hate all this pointless talking. I don't like you, so I'm gonna knock you down. That's all there is to it. Shemna's mana feels like multiple fists writhing in the air. But there's something off about this mana. It feels artificial somehow. Regardless, I have no choice but to fight now. It's not about the exam anymore. If I turn my back and run, I feel like I won't be able to protect anything. Chapter 73. Ora 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 ora. This is just one-sided defense. A few minutes into the battle, it was clear that Shemna was terrifyingly strong. Her fighting style involved enhancing her body with magic and unleashing various spells through hand-to-hand combat. When she thrust her fist, a flame in the shape of a fist was released, its power rivaling that of Lilisha's fireballs. Take this. When she delivered a roundhouse kick, the force of the kick was accompanied by a fan-shaped burst of flames. The impact and heat were overwhelming, and even with my deflectability, defending against it took a heavy toll on my body. My arms went numb, and I was forced to retreat step by step. Shemna, you're amazing. Easy peasy. Shemna, finish her off. The two who were with Shemna cheered her on. Were these the only ones in her faction? Not as impressive as I expected. You call this royalty? What a joke. Deflect. Again with that. Don't you have anything else? My duty is to protect my charge. That's right, I had no reason to fight Shemna. All I could do was endure her attacks and hold my ground. No matter how strong Shemna was, once her magic ran out, her options would be limited. Hey, you're not waiting for my magic to run out, are you? Hey. If that's the case, let me tell you something. This is my magic. When Shemna released her magic, a scorching wind swept through the area. Her magic was on par with that of a court mage, perhaps even surpassing Lilisha's. The magic emanating from Shemna's body felt like the flames of a wildfire, ready to consume everything in its path. Surprised? This is my magic now. It's incredible, with that much power, you could achieve anything. That's why I'm starting by crushing you. I can't stand people like you, who have been coasting on their privileged magic and environment. You sound a lot like Lilisha. I sensed something similar in Shemna to what I felt in Lilisha, but the difference was in Shemna's magic. The quality of her magic felt artificial, and it carried a deeper sense of hatred than Lilisha's. Magic reflects the essence of a person. A kind person's magic feels gentle, while a violent person's magic feels wild. Shemna's magic was filled with hatred, as if it sought to destroy everything. But sometimes, magic can consume its user. This is especially true for borrowed magic. I've lived my life scorned as a magic failure, treated as a dropout, not even considered human in my own home. Are you from a noble family? Only nobles care about the presence or absence of magic. Commoners don't concern themselves with such things, as it doesn't affect their daily lives. But among nobles, I've heard that if a child is born with weak magic, they are sometimes cast out of the family. Shemna in Vernam. We met once before, but I doubt you remember. In Vernam, the Earl family from the Torcana region, right? We only shook hands once as a formality, so it's no surprise you don't remember. A faint memory of a past party resurfaced, where we had exchanged handshakes. I remember her looking lonely, and I must have said the same words that angered Lilisha. I will guide you. After graduating from the academy, I was told never to return home. They only kept up appearances for the family's sake, but it was pathetic. I believe you have siblings. Yeah, I have brothers, so who cares? And you, princess, you completely forgot about me until now, didn't you? That's. Shemna took her stance again. Her magic flared up, and it seemed she was finally getting serious. You were planning to save me for last, after crushing everyone else. Shemna, my brothers are the heirs. As long as there are men, it doesn't matter. A girl with no magic is just useless, but I'm satisfied now. Shemna, that magic of yours. Countless fiery fists were launched at me. Even with my deflectability, I couldn't fully block them, and my body was thrown backward. Hey. Impressive, huh? Some demon from the underworld is attached to me. Its ability increases the power of my techniques and magic the more I attack. Unlike Mutoo's, this effect is permanent. Summon Master. That's not good for you. Shut up. Shemna's fist pierced through my deflect. My entire body felt like it was burning, and I was on the verge of losing consciousness. As Shemna said, her attacks were gradually increasing in power. I might not be able to withstand the next one. Lady Leticia, this is too dangerous. Sayuri. If Shemna continues like this, she will be disqualified. As the one I was supposed to protect, Sayuri was now trying to shield me. Instead of guiding her, I was being guided. No, this won't do. I stepped in front of Sayuri. It's fine, Sayuri, I will stop Shemna. But that is undoubtedly a summoning. And not just any ordinary demon. That's exactly why I need to face her. I focused my gaze on Shemna. Behind her, the demon was smirking. It seemed to be laughing, as if it wanted both Shemna and me to be destroyed. I couldn't let her life be toyed with like this. But determination alone wouldn't be enough to stop Shemna and the demon. I needed a plan. Leticia, you're good at defense, but you need to think about offense too. Right, Alphys? That's right. Instead of focusing solely on offense, it might be better to use the opponent's attacks against them. I recalled the words of Alphys and Rinrin. Since then, I had pondered their meaning and come up with my own answer. Shemna. Let's end this with the next strike. The next strike will be the end of you. Maximum power, full output. A massive flame erupted from Shemna's fist. If it hit me directly, my life would be in danger. But, spell counter. The fiery fist struck my sword and I slashed downward. The flame changed direction and shot straight back at Shemna. Caught completely off guard, Shemna took the full brunt of the attack and was sent flying, engulfed in flames. The explosion was more powerful than I had anticipated, tearing up the ground. Shemna couldn't get up and lost consciousness, not even moving a finger. This was bad. This was exactly what I wanted to avoid. Chapter 74. Shemna-san. Lady Leticia, please leave this to me. Shiori-san is casting a healing spell on Shemna-san, who has fallen and is unable to move. A soft, gentle light envelops Shemna-san, and soon her fingertips twitch. Shemna-ni-san, are you awake? That's really great. The two of them are crying while holding Shemna-san's hand. She still has a fever and feels hot, but they don't seem to mind. Shemna-san, please don't move yet. Why you saved me? Healing isn't my specialty, so this is all I can do. I'll perform some basic first aid with tools, so please rest. Did I lose? Shemna-san mutters while lying down, staring at the sky. A single tear streams down her face. Damn it, no wonder they've given up on me. Shemna-ni-san, we're here for you. You were so cool, Ni-san. That's right. Besides, if it weren't for Shemna-ni-san, we'd still be rotten. Starting with those two, it seems that Shemna-san's followers hold her in high regard. I feel like there's something I need to learn from this. I crouch beside Shemna-san and bow my head. Shemna-san, you were right. I don't have the capacity to earn the admiration of those two like you do. What's this? The composure of the winner. Strength alone can be gained through training. But what about charisma? It can't be earned without recognizing and respecting others and building bonds with them. What are you trying to say? I take Shemna-san's hand. I understand your strength. You must have saved many people, starting with those two. Don't exaggerate. Look at them closely. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't be here. Ral's Hannah. The two called Ral and Hannah are tearing up in front of Shemna-san. To attract people who can shed tears for one person, that too is a testament to Shemna-san's charisma. I've always kept my guard up so I wouldn't be underestimated, but with my magic failing, I can't protect these guys from the other factions. Shemna-san. Those who only act tough around the weak are running rampant, and I couldn't do anything. I'm the only one who can protect these guys who were being bullied. That's why I sought power. Is that the demon you made a contract with? Shemna-san silently nods and tries to sit up. The two try to support her, but Shemna-san moves her arm. Jaya. Hi. Shemna-san's arm hits Hana-san, injuring her. Hana-san falls to the ground, blood flowing from her mouth. It hurts, it hurts. I didn't even hit her that hard, why? Shiori-san and Shemna-san's 3 other guards rush over. The four of them exchange glances and nod. Shiori Dono, this is. Without a doubt, it's the influence of the demon. Shemna-san, what is the name of the demon you contracted with? As Shiori-san asks Shemna-san, smoke begins to rise. A green-skinned, overweight demon appears. The demon, wearing a turban and exposing his upper body, laughs gleefully. Muha, you're gaining power quite steadily, aren't you? Muhahaha, I'm pleased. Who are you? I am the demon Muha, one of the 32 pillars of the demon realm. The 32 pillars of the demon realm. The demon, who calls himself Muha, floats in the air, sitting cross-legged. The 32 pillars of the demon realm. In studying history, there have been many opportunities to learn about their names. It's said that behind every significant historical figure, their presence was always there. Why you contracted with me, so behave. Muha, didn't I give you the power you wanted? The more you move, the more your power increases. Huh? The ability to increase the power of skills and magic, right? Muhahaha, not wrong, but the effect is permanent. Your power is no longer within your control. Muha. Shemna-san is stunned. In other words, even the slightest movement from Shemna-san could cause her to lose control of her strength, injuring anyone she touches. Because of this, Raul-san and Hana-san can't even touch Shemna-san, whom they adore, to show their concern. Shiori-san and the other guards take a defensive stance in front of the demon Muha. Demon Muha. It's said that you contracted with Daman, the champion of the ancient magic ball tournament. I've read in books that Daman, in exchange for gaining immense power, couldn't interact with anyone and eventually died alone in the mountains. I never thought I'd see a demon with my own eyes. We can't just leave this be. Shiori Dono, we have no choice but to defeat him. Lady Leticia, please inform the Academy of this. The guards are top-tier adventurers. If we leave it to them, there should be no problem. Shemna-san, let's leave this to them. As I turn to Shemna-san, one of the adventurers flies past me. It seems the adventurer was taken down in a single blow. Are you okay? Arun, that guy is dangerous. Demon Muha flexes his green muscles, cracking his knuckles. Muhahaha, what a bunch of weaklings. Are humans really this fragile? Muha. Original hurts devil. Nga Muha, W. What is this unpleasant sound? As Shiori-san makes a gesture, as if playing an invisible harp, Demon Muha contorts in pain. Blood spurts from his eyes and nose, and another adventurer slashes at him while he's immobilized. Nug. He's tough. Even the blade of the master swordsman only cuts through a thin layer of skin. You insolent fool. How dare you make me listen to this? Original hurts emits a frequency that only specific races can hear. For a demon like you, this sound is extremely effective. Ugh. This is the true power of Shiori, the sound magic user. If she were serious, she could deal effective damage to any race. However, I doubt that alone will be enough to finish him off. The fact that Demon Muha is still moving is proof of that. You wretch, don't underestimate this Demon Muha. Haila. Demon Muha's muscles swell even more. In response, Shiori-san prepares to get serious, and I step forward to stand beside her. Lady Leticia, I will fight alongside you. That demon is a formidable opponent. But I am royalty. Please allow me to fulfill my role as your hope. As I declare this, Shiori-san says nothing. I stand before Demon Muha and ready myself. Muha. A little girl dares to challenge this Demon Muha. I'll teach you your place. Demon Muha glares at us, his muscles bulging even more. To lead people means to protect their lives, so who should stand at the forefront? I am Leticia, Princess of the Sealand Kingdom. I was born to protect this country from demons like you. If there's any way to overcome this situation, it's with that technique. Ulfi-sama, I will now demonstrate the fruits of my training. Chapter 75. Is that Leticia? From a distance, I could see Leticia and her guards. The brown-skinned girl lying on the ground also seemed to be a participant. She, like Mutoo, wasn't part of the game. Naturally, I didn't know the other two either. Standing next to Leticia was Shiori, the librarian and sound mage. She was supposed to be Leticia's guard, but now she was facing a demon in front of her. That's the demon Muha, one of the 32 pillars of the demon world. The brown-skinned girl, Shemna, had a contract with that demon. So that guy is one of the 3 strongest. What's the situation then? I'm not sure, but even with Shiori here, they're outmatched. Ulfi's, you should step back too. No, let's leave it to Leticia. At my words, Cuckley's raised an eyebrow. I know it's hard to believe, but if my intuition is right, Leticia alone should be enough. In fact, Shiori probably wouldn't be much help against that opponent. Why? The enemy is one of the 32 pillars of the demon world. Shiori's sound magic is powerful, but against an opponent with sheer physical strength like that, it's hard to land a decisive blow. On the other hand, if Leticia has mastered that technique, she can end it in an instant. What are you talking about? We've been informed about the 32 pillars of the demon world by the Academy. We've been instructed to act when necessary. This is an opportunity for Leticia to grow. When I said that firmly, Cuckley's pulled out her mace. An overwhelming amount of mana leaked from her body, clearly trying to intimidate me. Ulfies, don't act on your own. If you do, I'll have to take drastic measures. Go ahead, I don't mind failing if it means I get to fight you at full strength. I also released my mana in response to Cuckley's. I wasn't worried about the other fight at all. With nothing else to do, I thought fighting Cuckley's wouldn't be so bad. Cuckley's and I glared at each other for a while. Eventually, she put her mace away and sat down on the ground. Let's stop. It's not worth it to restrain a stubborn student like you. A life-or-death fight here wouldn't have been so bad. What are you talking about? I'm stronger than you. Are you? In terms of simple parameters, Cuckley's is stronger. But you never know what can happen in a fight. Like when I fought Rinrin. Demon Muha is a brute with no special techniques, but that also makes him hard to trick with small tricks. So Leticia, what will you do? You seem to know a lot about him. In terms of boss mechanics, Demon Muha only uses physical attacks. However, he has high resistance to status effects and debuffs, and his attack power is so high that even with buffs, you could be taken out in one hit. Honestly, he's not a boss that should appear at this stage. But this isn't a game. If Leticia truly has the qualities of a protagonist, she'll find a way out of this predicament. And if she's mastered that technique, there's a chance. Ah, Muha is moving. Everyone support her. No, don't interfere. The other guards are strong, but they're no match for Muha. They're barely scratching him. Demon Muha swung his fist at Leticia. She calmly watched him until the last moment, then blocked with her sword. The impact of the punch didn't reach her, and she slashed downward with her sword. Gah! A fist-sized mark appeared on Demon Muha's stomach, and he was sent flying far back. Yes, Leticia had reflected his attack. Wah, what just happened? Sword reflect, it nullifies physical attacks and reflects them back. Leticia, you've done it. I stood up and walked over to Leticia and the others. Up close, I could see Leticia breathing heavily, looking like she might collapse at any moment. Ha ha. Leticia, you did well. Aelfi-sama, you were watching. Yeah, you were amazing. When Leticia saw my face, it seemed like the tension finally left her, and she hugged me. Ulfi-sama, I won. I was so scared. What if I had failed? You overcame that pressure. That will definitely be a valuable experience. Ulfi-sama. One of the three strongest looked puzzled as he watched Leticia cry while hugging me. Up close, it was clear, was he suffering from mana deficiency? In the game, it was just a setting, and there was no corresponding character. So you're Ulfi's. What's your relationship with Leticia, her big sister? Just classmates. And what do you mean by big sister? Well, At that moment, a strong shock ran through the ground. Demon Muha, bleeding from his mouth and weakened, was clearly furious. He slowly raised his fist, veins bulging all over his face. You little brat, how dare you do this to Demon Muha? How dare you? Tough guy, huh? As expected of the king of brutes. Huh? Demon Muha noticed me. I wouldn't mind fighting him, but I'd prefer it if he weren't already injured. This would just be a waste of time. Brat, you've got some decent mana, I like you. How about making a contract with me? Huh? My power increases the more I use it, whether it's physical or magical. With this power, ruling the world would be easy. Muhaha, what do you say? Huh? This guy's ability is that his power keeps increasing without limit, but he can't control it. In the end, he either gets hunted down as a monster or kills himself. Even without that, his ability is just boring to me. I refuse. I don't need the power of some weakling below the Demon Sword Disparate. What did you say? The Demon Sword Disparate. Muhahaha. Demon swords might be high class for weak humans, but to us, they're nothing more than toys. Huh? Wait a second. You saying that is making the demon sword act up. Only humans would be destroyed by a demon sword with no real power. I heard that even the human who built a great empire was destroyed while wielding a demon sword. If that's not a toy, then what is? Muhahaha. I told you to wait, because the demon sword is clearly heating up. This is. Muhahaha muta. Shut your mouth, weakling. Hi. Hiyori snapped. This guy has a pretty low boiling point, so you'd better be careful. He especially hates lowlifes like this. That's why I was careful when I found him. If I had shown any lowly motives or behavior back then, I would have been killed on the spot. I have no interest in you. Disappear. Muahera. With a wave of Hiyori's hand, Demon Muha was split in two and vanished into the darkness. He took care of him before I could. Now that the trash is taken care of, Leticia, was it? Why yes. You've got some potential. How about it? Will you become Ulfi's lawful wife? Lawful wife. Leticia's face turned bright red. The tense atmosphere from earlier was completely shattered. Shiori and the other guards, as well as Shemna and the others, were completely left out. And then Kukli's butted in. Lawful wife. That sounds great. Right. But I think Lilisha might be a good candidate too. She's not bad, but in my opinion, she's still a step behind. Why are you using others as material for your love talk? You're getting along over such stupid things. Shouldn't you be focusing on cleaning up this mess first? Chapter 76. Leticia, no, Leticia's big sis. I was so moved. Hi. The brown-skinned girl, Shemna, along with two others, bowed their heads to Leticia. Wait, wasn't the Shemna faction known for being radical? I heard they challenged everyone to duels left and right. Were they really this humble? Leticia's big sis protected us with her own body. Seeing her stand up to that demon Muha, I had an awakening. Facing someone stronger than yourself and protecting the weak. That's the ideal I aspire to. No, Shemna, you're admirable too. I should be learning from you. Not at all. I was just relying on brute strength and forgot what really matters. And honestly, the Shemna faction is just me, Loru, and Hannah now. The humble exchange between Leticia and Shemna began. Shemna then started to explain. After making a contract with a demon, her win rate skyrocketed. But in her obsession with winning, even her former followers abandoned her. Yet, Shemna fought on, as if to say that strength was everything. To avoid being looked down upon, to pay back all the humiliation she had endured. To vent the frustration of not being able to achieve the results she wanted due to her lack of magical power. Shemna, I see. Leticia's big sis protected us, so hold your head high. In fact, from now on, I'm following Leticia's big sis. From now on, we're the Leticia faction, Loru Hannah. If you've decided to follow me, no complaints. Wait a second. The two responded energetically. Good for you, Leticia, protecting people and taking your first step as a leader. You really are the protagonist I believed in. Aelfes. What do? I didn't expect this. Being admired by others is a big deal, and they're citizens too. That's true, but it feels different somehow. Whether Leticia accepted it or not, this was reality. As I tried to calm the flustered Leticia, Shemna and the others stared blankly. Leticia's big sis, that's Ulfi's Sama, right? Is he your boyfriend? Boyfriend. His looks are perfect for you, ha. So that means we're under Ulfi's Sama too. Please calm down. Really calm down. From experience, trying to stop this will only make it worse. We already have the bad example of the fan club. All right. We're the Ulfi's faction under the Leticia faction, which is under the Ulfi's faction. Ulfi's Sama, Chasu. Don't Chasu me, just don't cause me any trouble. Got it. Somehow, a group like a ladies' gang became the Ulfi's faction. Such a faction doesn't exist, but well, it's like a fan club. Ulfi's Sama is your boyfriend. Leticia, the exam isn't over yet. Don't let your guard down. Why yes. That's right, there's less than an hour left until the exam ends. Many will let their guard down and fail here. In fact, most aliens would target that moment of carelessness right before the end. If I were an alien, I'd do the same. As I was thinking this, Kukli's and the others arrived. It was a situation where he might have gone full romance mode, but being a pro, he held back. Ulfi-san and Leticia-san, you two are past. Kukli's, are you sure? After getting caught up in such an accident and resolving it, what more do we need to test? This is our collective decision. Sorry, but could you just pass Leticia? I want to gain more experience as a guard until the end. When I said that, Kukli's looked surprised. I was more interested in the experience than the pass or fail, even if I failed. Is that okay? If you fail, you'll be disqualified. No problem. Kuckleys, will you go along with it? Gee, go along. Ulfi-san, we're technically teacher and student. Not that I dislike forbidden love, but let's just move on. After some back and forth, I decided to see the exam through to the end. As for the Shemna faction, or rather Shemna, there were things I wanted to ask, so I planned to detain her later. Like with Mutoo, we'll discuss whether she should be punished. Leticia, having passed, returned to the school building. The battle with the demon Muha must have been exhausting. After that, as I expected, the aliens attacked right before the end, targeting the very last second. How annoying. There will probably be a lot of failures because of this. Section Gut T2 Strong. Tusk, is that all? Don't disappoint me. Eric smirked at the bloodied aliens collapsing before him. Beside him stood a man in a black cloak, emotionlessly observing the carnage. Well, a one-hit binding is about this much, huh? Hey. I thought the school's capture team would be more fun, but I guess they were tired from work. Don't think this is allowed. Eric stepped on the head of one of the aliens. The head began to rot rapidly, finally squishing under Eric's foot. Seeing this, Yoaz, a leader of the Eric faction, shook his head. Eric-sama, you'll dirty your shoes stepping on that. Huh. Oh, it does stink. As Eric frowned, another leader, Waltamine, created a small whirlpool of water. Eric's shoes were clean to a pristine condition. Still as handy as ever, your water manipulation might be the best. Oh-ho-ho. Eric-sama, you flatterer, saying such true things, oh-ho-ho-ho. As Waltamine laughed loudly, Ioas froze the water dripping on the ground. Waltamine, stepping on the now icy ground, slipped. Eek! What are you doing? Refrain from vulgar laughter in front of Eric-sama. Oh really? And you're so refined, are you? I bet you make loud noises in the bathroom too. That's different. Truly a vulgar woman. Hard to believe you're from a Viscount family. Watching their banter, the examinees trembled. Before the exam, they thought the students were beneath them. They had hoped the aliens would teach them a lesson, but now they feared for their lives. Eric smirked at their terrified expressions. Hey, is there any point in continuing? I hate pointless things, especially boring ones. WL, it's the rules. Do you think you can stick to meaningless rules in this situation? And no, I guess not. As the examinees shook in fear, the contracted demons of Eric's group appeared. A man in a black cloak, a monstrous figure covered in fur, and a strange old man with an umbrella and straw coat. Each was a demon far beyond the examinees' comprehension, pushing their minds to the brink. All of you pass. The examinees resigned themselves. This happened a few hours before Ulfis and Leticia received their passing results. Chapter 77. One of the aliens was killed. The student escort mission should be terminated immediately. Eric should be expelled right away. During the faculty meeting, the school principal was being challenged by numerous teachers. The principal wore a pained expression, as if he had bitten into something bitter. It was Eric who had killed one of the aliens during the escort selection exam. The teachers viewed Eric as a danger and insisted that the existence of the 32 pillars of the demon realm should be reported to the royal family. Amidst this, only Linlin remained calm, closing her eyes and listening to the teacher's shouts. I saw it with my own eyes while I was escorting Eric. He has a contract with the impure King Jiram, a demon king who once corrupted the entire continent and turned it into a land of death. This is beyond our capabilities. Please make a wise decision. Despite the teacher's accusations, the principal did not change his decision. No, he couldn't, because he didn't have the authority to do so. No, the student escort mission will continue. What are you saying? I will take full responsibility. You won't be burdened at all, even if there are massive casualties. The principal wasn't calm inside either. If it were up to his personal will, he would have stopped it long ago. Some began to suspect the principal. Principal, is this decision made after consulting with the royal family? Yes. On the day of the escort, in addition to the students, the royal family's royal guards and the mage corps will be present. There's nothing to worry about. Professor Linlin, you just need to focus on your classes. Linlin didn't press further. She had a vague sense that this might not be the principal's true intention. There will be no changes. Let's end the meeting here. Principal. As the principal stood up and left the meeting room, the teachers continued to shout their protests at his back. Only Linlin, in such a moment, inexplicably thought of Alphys's face. No way. She quickly dismissed it as a foolish delusion and stood up as well. Section, hey ha ha ha, Alphys, you passed after all. On the day of the escort mission, Galio greeted Alphys with a loud voice. It seemed this senior had also passed. The selection was tough, with fewer than 10 students passing, including Galio and the student council members. Lilisha seemed to have no trouble either. Of course not. But more importantly, the person we're escorting is so annoying. I almost got into a fight. If it were you from a while back, you would have jumped into a fight. You've grown. What are you saying? Are you trying to lull me into a false sense of security to eliminate your rival? The exam is over, so what rival are you talking about? From now on, we have to escort the royals and nobles visiting the academy. Yes, those are the people who are about to arrive. Alphys, no need to be nervous, just act like you always do. Stay calm, keep your cool. Galio-senpai, you're the one who needs to calm down. Your legs are shaking. For someone who acts so tough, he's surprisingly nervous. I mean, there are princesses and daughters of the two great noble families right in front of us, and you're getting nervous now. You're talking casually to the youngest child of the Balfont family, you know. HMPH, why do we have to escort royals and nobles anyway? You seem to have passed the exam easily too. That's right. Praise me. Good job. Rautril calms down as long as you pat her head. It's like training a noisy dog, simple and effective. Next to Rautril was Esti, who had also managed to pass. Esti, you passed too. I just kept running away. I didn't say much. With her foresight, it's no surprise, but what's more impressive is her stamina with the wave power. When I first learned the wave, I would collapse after maintaining it for just a short while. Even during the Emperor Worm battle, pushing myself too hard had the same result. But Esti is still standing strong. For a mob character, she might actually be something incredible, but I need to give her a warning. Esti, listen to what I'm about to say. I whispered a warning into Esti's ear. Immediately, Esti looked stunned, unable to process what she had just heard. Really? No way. Don't shout, everything I said is true, so. When I repeated it, Esti turned pale. It might have been too much for her, but if I didn't do this, she might die. I really don't want her to die. For a mob character to wield the wave like this, it's just too exciting. I want her to survive today so that one day we can fight. This can't be. If you follow what I say, you'll be fine. Got it. Esti froze, clutching her chest. I'm a bit worried, but if she can't handle this, then that's just how it is. Well, I've taken some precautions just in case. All right, everyone, as explained earlier, His Majesty will be arriving shortly. The principal's voice instantly silenced the room. The king of Sailrand Kingdom is someone even nobles rarely get to meet. Leading the procession was the king's carriage, followed by several others. It was like a grand parade, with royal guards and the mage corps escorting them. Behind the king were prominent nobles who dominated various fields. There were probably a few decoy carriages, but the sight was truly impressive. The king stepped out of the carriage, and students could be seen pressed against the windows of the academy building. They were supposed to be in class, but they were too excited. For most of them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your Majesty, please step down. Very well. The royal guard opened the carriage door, and the king and queen stepped out. The students at the windows erupted in excitement. Your Majesty, we are deeply honored by your visit today despite your busy schedule. Let's make today a good one. Yes, we hope to show you how our academy is the ideal place to nurture the future leaders of our nation. The principal shook hands with the king. Leticia, the king's daughter, remained composed, blending in as just another student. The king glanced at her briefly. Father. Leticia quickly averted her gaze. Today she was here as an escort, that much was clear. From my perspective, behind the great king was Leolg, pulling the strings. And the king was the one being manipulated, which made me chuckle. To the students at the windows, he must have seemed like an awe-inspiring figure. Chapter 78. Among the distinguished guests in the procession were not only the king, but also Branmud, Lilisha's father. With a sharp gaze that seemed to intimidate his daughter, Lilisha couldn't help but look away. Somehow, it seemed like her father wasn't too pleased with Lilisha's achievements. Ever since she lost to me, she hasn't been able to achieve much, so it's no wonder he's in a bad mood. In such a tense atmosphere, the world's most nerve-wracking class observation began. The observers, including the king, were divided into several groups to tour the school. Our task was to escort each group. Group 1 consisted of me and Lilisha, while Group 2 included Leticia and Lucille. Esty was in another group. I hope she follows my instructions. In my group was that Branmud. He was glaring at us with an intense expression, but he should focus on the class first. It's a great lesson, after all. Look, even the students are sitting up straight and paying attention, though I'm sure they don't usually listen this carefully. Therefore, controlling magic begins with perceiving magic. Nonsense. Hi. Branmud interrupted the class. As expected, Lilisha glared at her father. Controlling magic starts with perceiving it. Where does that magic come from? Your own body, right? Why, yes, that's correct. Then what you should perceive first is your own body. The flow of blood, the beating of your heart. Only by deepening your understanding of your body can you comprehend the flow of magic within. I can't believe they can't even teach this. It's laughable. Thanks to Lilisha's father, the atmosphere turned sour. The teacher was embarrassed, and the students didn't know what to say. Well, he's not wrong, though. As we stepped into the hallway, Branmud glanced at me and Lilisha. Attending such a low-level class, it's no wonder you haven't achieved much strength. Father, that's too harsh. What you're saying isn't wrong, but this is a class for first years. What you're talking about is more suited for court mages, or that level. Oh, Lilisha, you've become quite accommodating to the weak, haven't you? That's not true. He's still as sarcastic as ever. Knowing that I, the son of the Balfont family, am here, he probably wants to assert some superiority. He's a small fry who's almost on par with the world king, but he's the second strongest in the country. There's no way I can beat him right now. Branmud also interrupted the next class. It was a practical lesson using magical tools, but he criticized the outdated materials and even called magical tools obsolete. Since those tools were made by a guild under the World King's control, it must have irritated him even more. HMPH, what a low-level academy. I can't understand why nobles would invest in such a place. My bad. Well, he probably knows what he's saying. The other nobles stopped talking, and the atmosphere became incredibly tense. He's definitely the type I wouldn't want to go drinking with. As the class observation continued and approached noon, the morning session was nearing its end. Just as we were about to break for lunch, I noticed a classroom with darkened windows at the end of the hallway. What's that place? I thought, but then I remembered. Hey, isn't that the classroom where my fan club meets? Lilisha seemed to have realized the same thing. If they saw such a ridiculous activity on such an important day, it would be a disaster. I don't care about the academy's reputation, but my fan club is a problem. Seriously, they should have just stopped activities for today. I should have taken care of it if I had remembered, so it's partly my fault. What's that place? Are they conducting a dark magic class there? No way. Before the nobles could show more interest, the teacher leading the group quickly redirected them. And next, we'll head this way. Wait, what's that classroom? Lord Branmud, that's an unused classroom. Move aside. Branmud pushed the teacher aside and strode toward the fan club's classroom. Lilisha stepped in front of him. Father, please don't act recklessly within the academy. What's this, Lilisha? You've been quite bold in speaking to me lately. I'm a student of this academy and a member of the student council. Observers should follow the instructions. With a sharp crack, Lilisha was sent flying and fell to the ground. Branmud had caused a small explosion. I taught you to speak big only after you've achieved results. But as you are now, you can't even beat Ulfi's here. What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Even Ulfi's, he's strong, you just don't understand, father. Have you really become so weak after losing to a man? Or have you fallen for that fool of the Balfont family? And no, that's not it. I couldn't stand it anymore. I took Lilisha's hand and helped her up. Seeing this, Branmud, the second strongest, not the top, twitched his eyebrows. Don't disrupt the class observation any further. You're just here to relieve stress, aren't you? You, the fool of the Balfont family, dare to speak so boldly under your father's influence. Not satisfied with just the country, are you planning to seduce Lilisha and take over the Persifam family too? So you really did come to relieve stress. Your precious daughter is about to be taken by a Balfont, after all. You. Branmud's veins bulged on his forehead, and his fangs were fully exposed. He was furious. He probably wanted to kill me, but if he lost control and caused trouble here, it would spell disaster for the Persifam family. The World King's influence is still significant after all. It's a bit frustrating to rely on my father's authority, though. Aelphys, what you just said. As Lilisha started to say something, a loud noise came from outside the school building. Soon, screams echoed, and the place descended into chaos. What's going on? This can't be part of the class. It came from outside. The nobles panicked, and the teachers quickly issued evacuation orders. It's finally here. Chapter 79. Could it be an accident? Could something be attacking us? I heard the security was foolproof. The nobles, unaccustomed to such chaos, were in a state of panic. This was where the skills of the guards would be put to the test. The ones we're protecting don't always stay calm. Don't run around recklessly. Why not? If something's coming, we should escape as quickly as possible. Calm down and head to the evacuation route. Everyone, stay together and walk. As I gave instructions, the nobles, trembling, gathered together. There were several evacuation routes, but the closest one was the underground passage beneath the stairs. The academy had several such routes prepared for emergencies. We had familiarized ourselves with them beforehand and were ready to guide others when needed. When I pushed hard against the wall beneath the stairs, it opened like a revolving door. Wow, there's something like this here. Come on, we should be able to get outside the academy grounds from here. Hurry up. I led the relieved nobles into the underground passage. As they walked in a single file, Branmud looked at me with a bored expression. There's no need for this rat-like behavior. I had some expectations when I heard about student guards, but it seems I was mistaken. You've only ever focused on annihilating the enemy during emergencies, haven't you? You probably know nothing about the principles of escorting. Ensuring safety comes first. Branmud was left speechless, unable to retort. I ignored him and walked at the front of the group. Then I saw something unbelievable. There was a person standing ahead. This underground passage was known only to a few academy staff. Moreover, the exit wasn't in an easily discoverable location. In other words, that person had entered the underground passage before us and was waiting. Whoa, impressive. Just like he said, if we wait here, they'll come. I didn't expect them to go this far. The man was shirtless, with red patterns painted on his face, resembling a native from some tribe. With his thick lips, if my guess was correct. Enemies after all, it seems all our efforts were in vain. Wait, Branmud, you can't fight here. Don't tell me what to do. Branmud gathered magic in both hands without hesitation. The moment he generated flames, an explosion engulfed him. To protect the nobles from the blast and heat, I fully activated a black hole, and any residual energy was dissipated by my dark magic sword. With Lilisha's flames helping, we finally managed to neutralize the explosion. The nobles were bewildered by what had just happened, but it was all because of that thick-lipped guy. Whoa, I thought that would be the end of it. Seriously? A trap magic user, huh? It activates immediately in response to specific elemental magic. You knew there were 2 fire users on our side. Whoa, not bad. I've had enough of your cocky attitude, idiot. That's right, he had already set up trap magic that reacted to fire. Even though he knew there were 2 fire users among us, Lilisha and Branmud. You've gone to great lengths, haven't you? Hey, Grimritter. Whoa, you knew? Then there's no point hiding it, that's right. I'm Bonshin, the magic trapper from the Grimritter 6th Division. I'll have you die for my livelihood. That job's not worth it. I released a dark needle, and as expected, light enveloped me. A light attribute trap magic designed to counter darkness. Whoa, you fell for it. Whoa. You're the one who fell. Whoa. I greeted the thick-lipped guy from the shadows, using shadow entry. Then I placed my magic sword against his neck, immobilizing him. Whoa, I lose. Now, let's start by getting the name of the person who gave you the information. I can't say that. Where should I start carving you up? As I threatened Bonshin, Branmud, growing impatient, began to gather magic again. The immense magical energy filled the underground passage, and even I felt a sense of danger. Stop messing around, we can get the information later. First, let's eliminate him. Hey, stop. If you don't move, I'll take you out too. Idiot, don't you get it? If you kill him, the entire underground passage will collapse. As I shouted, Bonshin clicked his tongue. What? You were so proud of sensing magic from within the body, but you didn't notice, did you? Some magic doesn't follow those principles. An explosion is nothing to me, even if it means taking the nobles behind you with it. Branmud was startled and finally withdrew his magic. Instead, Lilisha stepped forward and placed her hand on Bonshin's forehead. Whoa, a girl's hand. Did you think this would work? Lilisha's body began to heat up, and Bonshin's body started to change. His skin swelled and burst, as if he were melting from the inside, decaying rapidly. Ag. Bonshin, heated from within, quietly crumbled to the ground. The sight of him dying, emitting small puffs of smoke, left the nobles trembling. Some were so shaken they couldn't stand, sitting on the floor and breathing heavily. It must have been quite a shock. Ulfiz, it's done. As expected of Lilisha, you gradually increase the heat to kill the caster and avoid triggering the trap magic. Yeah. Lilisha glanced at her father as she spoke. If he had acted recklessly, the nobles would have undoubtedly died. Thanks to her, no one was harmed. This fact must have been a significant blow to Branmud's pride. Damn it, don't get cocky. He was so angry he could barely speak. My father is the same, but if you guys could control your anger a bit better, things might turn out differently than in the original story. Nothing is more foolish than letting emotions lead to your downfall. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 80. What's happening? Royal Guard, protect us properly. Due to an attack by unknown assailants, my father, the king, is in a state of panic. The Royal Guard is skilled, but since the identity of the enemy is unknown, we cannot afford to be careless. Just as we were about to head to the prearranged evacuation route, the window shattered and several enemies burst in. Eek. Help me. Don't let the enemy near His Majesty. The enemies, expressionless, are heading straight for my father, whom we are protecting. This sensation feels familiar. Yes, the way they attack emotionlessly, focusing solely on their target, is just like those who were protecting Duke Hesler. I deflected one of the enemy's attacks with a deflect and simultaneously struck back. Hey! After I took down one enemy, my father clung to me from behind. Leticia, well done, you're amazing. Father, please step back. We need to retreat, please move away. What are you saying? If I move away, I'll be killed. Just do it. I couldn't suppress my anger at my father's pitiful behavior. He should be the one worrying about the safety of the students, but instead, he's hiding behind me, only concerned about his own safety. Don't think you can get close to His Majesty. They're tough. The Royal Guard is putting up a good fight, but the enemies are formidable. The mages from the Magic Corps are also struggling, and the difference in strength is becoming apparent. B. Balfont, call Lieg. What is he doing? Father, no, Your Majesty, please calm down. He can handle this. Call him immediately. Suppressing my unspoken anger, I continue to fight the attackers. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something glint. I dodged instinctively, and at the same time, something was hurled at incredible speed from outside the window, embedding itself into the floor. It was a spear. Looking outside, I saw someone perched on a tree outside the school building. A shirtless man with countless spears on his back was whistling, preparing to throw a second one. Woo! Can't take you down in one shot, huh? Who are you peoples? I'm a Lopo, vice captain of the 6th Division of the Grim Reapers. We're taking over this academy, so if you could just cooperate, that'd be great. Grim Reapers. The way he revealed his identity without hesitation suggests he's confident of victory. Who's that guy? Leticia, I can handle him alone. Lucille, don't underestimate him. Judging by the strength behind those spear throws, he's highly skilled in physical enhancement through magic. I'll leave the projectile user to Lucille. I need to get my father to safety. Father, this way. Aya, are you sure this is the right way? Gritting my teeth, I protected my father as we moved away from the scene. Section. A little kid is going to fight me. You're really underestimating me, aren't you? Gross. The disgusting, half-naked pervert is sitting on a tree branch, completely mocking me. A musclehead who throws spears with magic enhancement is no match for me. Hey. The pervert threw a spear. It was fast, but I could shoot it down with an arrow. Hey, close one. My arrow was deflected, and the spear came straight at me. I barely dodged, and the spear shattered the floor of the hallway. Hey, not bad. My spear-throwing skills are no match for your puny arrows, baby. Huh, you think you've won with that? It's enviable how easily trash like you gets overconfident. Hey, 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 hey. Scared little brat. The half-naked pervert wriggled on the tree branch. Disgusting. I'm also using magic enhancement, but the difference in mass is just too much. Arrows versus spears, it's no contest. Alopo, second throw. Here we go. This time he threw 2 spears at once. The hallway was getting riddled with holes, and the school building was on the verge of collapsing. It's like a rain of spears. Hey, hey. I became the vice captain of the 6th division of the Grim Reapers with just this. Wow, impressive. Killing is simple. All those complicated magic formulas are just showing off. Even your bow and arrows are just for show. Bow and arrows are for show? This isn't even a technique. Oh, did it look like one to you? You. Why, you brat? He's getting angry, veins popping on his forehead. What a joke. Hey, 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 just die, die, die. I can't counter, but dodging is easy. Just move around randomly, and eventually he'll run out of spears. But what should I do? Killing him would be easy, but that's not enough. What would Ulfi-sama do in this situation? While I was thinking, the hallway and walls were getting destroyed, but as expected, the half-naked pervert ran out of spears. Whoops, ran out. Idiot, you just kept throwing them like a fool. Moron, loser. As I taunted him, the half-naked guy lunged at me. He yanked a spear from the hallway and started swinging it around. Hey, 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 did you think I couldn't fight up close? Whoa, now it's close combat. But thanks to the training I did with Ulfi-sama in the mountains, this feels like slow motion. Hey, 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 can't do anything but run, huh? Little brat, your master's true level is showing. Hi. Who are you talking about? The guy from the Balfont family, who keeps a brat like you around, must be pretty pathetic. Hey. My arrow blew off one of the half-naked pervert's arms. My arm, my ass arm. 0 distance shot. Eliminate all unnecessary movements and enhance only the necessary parts for an instant. The strain is minimal. Damn it, you little brat. Oh, where'd all that confidence from earlier go? Oh, did you leave it somewhere along with your brain? The half-naked pervert, now missing an arm, staggered and tried to grab a spear with his other hand. I blew that arm off too with a 0 distance shot. Hey, I'll give you a chance to correct what you said earlier. Whose true level is showing? Ha, loser. Can't even talk now. You really are an idiot. Moron, muwarant. I aimed my bow at the half-naked pervert's back as he tried to run. Help. Hey, loser, running away. Stop. My arrow pierced through the half-naked pervert's back. He collapsed face first onto the hallway floor. Loser. I added that last insult to the half-naked pervert's corpse. Chapter 81. After escorting the nobles out of the academy, we turned back through the underground passage. Branmud, seemingly deeply frustrated, parted ways with us to continue guarding the nobles. In its own way, that was a relief. Ulfi's, those Grimritter, they're the ones that Hesler had with him, right? I can't believe they dare pull something this bold. Yeah, they must have something backing them up to get this carried away. More than that, their execution is too flawless. The security here is supposed to be airtight, and yet, well, they did find out about this underground passage, after all. As I spoke, my gaze fell on the corpse of Banshin lying along the way. This guy was probably just a rank-and-file member of the 6th division. The Grimritter are organized into 10 divisions, from the 1st to the 10th. That's their main force. The 6th division specializes in infiltration and disruption, so they're not a full-on combat unit. This Banshin is a perfect example. A magic trapper fits that description to a T. What's more, they had pinpointed our position and movements, deploying their forces accordingly. By now, a flood of 6th division operatives must have already swarmed the academy. Pretty slick. Heh, they really did whatever they wanted, huh? Ulfi's. Lilisha rubbed her upper arm uneasily. Do you think the students are all right? Especially Leticia. There's a chance she might face enemies she can't handle. Worried? And not at all. It'd just be a national loss if the princess died, you know. Is that so hard to understand? You're trying way too hard. Grumbling under her breath, Lilisha kept pace beside me. Personally, I wasn't worried about Leticia. Once she awakened that cheat-like skill of hers, there weren't many opponents who could keep up with her. Lucille should be fine too. I drilled her on close-quarters combat. The 6th division has that spear-throwing bastard, but even if she counters his throws, he's still decent in melee. If we don't hurry, the casualties will keep piling up. These are the Grimritter we're dealing with. Relax. I already made a move. Huh. I glanced at my now empty bag. The thing that was in here should already be on the move. Took some effort to get it to listen, but thankfully, it's pretty smart. If we take the East building, we can regroup with the captain. The rear unit of the Grimritter's 6th Division had successfully infiltrated the academy. Thanks to the chaos the advance team had already stirred up, security was thin. Pathetically easy. Their intel dominance played a role, but they hadn't expected the job to be this effortless. Rumors said this academy's instructors were top tier, yet the advance team was apparently giving them a hard time. Then again, the 6th Division were specialists in disruption and sabotage. If the enemy got complacent about their own strength, they stood no chance. Warfare wasn't simple. Combat ability, intel, terrain, matchups, everything mattered. No matter how elite the Mage Corps or Royal Guards were, the 6th Division already controlled the information flow. And this is the prestigious institution the Kingdom of Sailran boasts about. If this was the state of the academy meant to nurture the nation's future, the country itself must be a joke. They supposedly won that recent border war, but we were clearly the better players. After all, their kingdom had been dancing to our tune since back then. If they wanted to blame anyone, they should blame their own king for trusting us. Something's off, no signs of people. Not even straggling students. Too clean for a panic evacuation. The scattered chairs and desks suggested some level of chaos, yet now, not a soul remained. This was unnaturally empty. Could be a trap, focus on mana detection. You. Who the hell just gave that ridiculous reply? Looking down, they saw an unfamiliar creature at their feet. The hell is this? You. A slime. Why something like this in the academy? You. A slime shaped like a young girl. A type of monster they'd never seen before. Probably escaped from the training grounds during the chaos. Makes sense. Pretty damn stupid of them. Must be nice having the luxury to keep trash mobs like this as pets. They sneered. While the 6th Division had trained until they coughed blood, these students were playing around with joke monsters. Even if they were just kids, they clearly had no grasp of how the world worked. So this really is just a playground, huh? You. Oh, trying to act tough with that face. He is. You. The slime girl's expression shifted, but with that childish face, there was no intimidation to be had. Pathetic, just dispose of it already. Move. UMYWGH. Suddenly, the slime expanded radially. The frontmost squad member's upper half dissolved in an instant. W at the. You. They reacted fast. Surrounding the slime girl, they immediately launched their attacks. Instant traps via magic circles, small arms from enchanted tools, they had every means at their disposal. That's what made them combat professionals. You. The slime girl exploded from the trap's detonation. Furthermore, the enchanted knives they wielded were heat-infused, capable of evaporating even liquid-based foes. No matter the enemy, they could adapt instantly. That's what it meant to be elite. Surely, this was the end of. You. The slime girl reformed instantly. Impossible. Even for an amorphous entity, that blast should have vaporized her mass entirely. What the hell is this thing? The slime spread across the floor, and they leapt back. Gus alag and my body. Damn it. Those too slow to react had their legs melted away, sinking into the dissolving sea. What is this? Why, you damn. You. The slime girl appeared behind the last standing operative. Turning, he met her gaze, and a chill surged from the depths of his being. These were the eyes of a predator. You. From the very beginning, they had never been seen as anything but prey. No, we never should have fought this. Damn it, a monster like this, I have to report to the captain. He bolted. If it came to speed, he wouldn't lose. The slime didn't seem particularly fast. You. GH. A slow, searing pain spread across his back. She was already on him. No way, what the hell is this thing? Then, just as the agony peaked, his vision went black. Chapter 82. I, Esti, have been entrusted with escorting nobles alongside Galio Senpai and the others. I thought we could relax since the Mage Corps were also present, but the academy was suddenly attacked. Right now, we're evacuating the nobles. What the hell is going on? Hey, first year, stay half a step behind me. Why yes, Galio-senpai. The enemies are tough. Even I got my arm wounded, and student council president Clyde isn't unscathed either. As much as it pisses me off, we'll have to leave the rest to the mage corps. What in the world is happening? Galio-senpai walks protectively beside me. My heart pounds as we head toward the underground passage, only to find a girl in a red hood crouching along the way. Waya. A child in a place like this. Did she get separated from her parents during the evacuation? Just as I was wondering, Clyde-san approached her. Hey, what are you doing here? Did you get separated from your parents? The moment he reached out, a vision flashed in my mind. Clyde-san, get away. The instant I shouted, President Clyde leaped back, just as a massive set of jaws snapped shut right where he had been. In his place now stood the enormous head of a wolf. Not bad, kid, sharp instincts. That was close, almost got me. He, you should thank that pink-haired girl over there. The girl in the red hood was actually a wolf. Its head smoothly morphed back into a human's, now revealing the wrinkled face of an old woman. Though child-sized, she looked like a granny stuffed into a child's outfit. What the hell is this thing? I'm Ball of the Black Hood, 6th Division Commander of the Grimritter. Though lately, this trick hasn't been working as well. Galio-senpai stepped protectively in front of me. I felt guilty for needing his protection, but given the opponent, it couldn't be helped. Too bad your cheap trick failed. Now that we know what you are, we won't hold back. Doesn't matter, you'll all die here anyway. No harm in revealing myself. The cunning old woman smirked, and everyone tensed. Then, I remembered Ulfi-san's warning. The Grimritter of Algan will soon attack the academy. I don't know which division, but if you encounter a commander, drop everything and run. They're not opponents you can face. I won't let anyone blame you for it. The Grimritter, a commander. I stepped back, ready to follow Ulfi-san's orders. But could I really abandon Galio-senpai and the others, who were risking their lives to protect me? While I hesitated, they launched a simultaneous attack. With the mage corps on our side, surely we wouldn't be defeated so easy. How tedious. Before my eyes, Galio-senpai and the others were sent flying. Blood sprayed through the air, some of it belonging to the mage corps. Ball had transformed into a wolf, her claws dripping with fresh blood. Wha. Underestimating me, were you? My contracted beast is the shadow wolf Garm. A cute little thing that once devoured even a demon king. Ball reverted only her head to human form and cackled. My mind went blank. Before me stood a monster who had effortlessly slaughtered the mage corps and my seniors. President Clyde, Galio-senpai, everyone. What should I do? So the sharp-witted brat's the last one standing. Well, no second chances. Why are you doing this? Who knows? No clue what the higher-ups are thinking. As long as I get paid, that's all that matters. Just for money, how could you? Enough talk, time to die. I stumbled backward as Ball lunged. Ducking just in time, I felt her claws whistle past above me. Oh, did I go easy on ya? Eek. I couldn't help but run. Then, another vision flashed in my mind, imprinting itself instantly. Ball's claw strike would come from the right. Missed again. Her attack narrowly missed my side. A second, then a third strike, my body moved on its own. Thanks to foresight, I could predict every one of her moves. What's with this brat? Damn, you're fast. After dodging Ball's onslaught, something inside me snapped. A floating sensation, my heart pounding wildly. Even in the face of death, my entire body burned with exhilaration. Left, right, low, center. You little damn you. The floating sensation gradually became second nature. I remembered feeling this way once before, when I watched Ulfi-sama fight. Even with death looming. Why did I want this so badly? An overwhelming euphoria surged from within, unbearably intoxicating. Aha! More. What's wrong with this brat? A storm of slashes split the air, each carrying the promise of death as they grazed my skin. Every brush of wind sent shivers down my spine, electrifyingly sweet. More. What the hell? How is she reading me? Don't tell me she's contracted with something. More ahis. You're one creepy kid. Fine, no holding back. Ball was getting serious. Good, more, I could fight more. Hi. Suddenly my legs gave out. I couldn't move, my body refused to obey. Oh, ran out of stamina. And not yet. Annoying brat, but this ends now. My cute subordinates have probably taken over by now anyway. I couldn't even lift a finger. It was as if all strength had drained from my body. Right, this was what Ulfi-san called gas running out. Don't overuse your energy. Your body will shut down completely. That's it. My body had reached its limit. So was I going to die here? If so, then so be it. I wasn't strong like Leticia-san, Lilisha-san, or Lucille-san. I wasn't worthy of standing by Ulfi-sama's side. I should have been content just watching from afar. Made it in time. Someone stood right beside me. A man, perhaps. Effortlessly, he lifted me into his arms and carried me to where the others lay unconscious. I tried to see his face, but my consciousness faded entirely. Chapter 83. Hey, headmaster. Hiding away in a place like this must be nice being someone of your status. Eric, Ios, and Waltamine had arrived at the large underground chamber, where the headmaster had taken refuge. This was a shelter for the academy's upper echelons in times of crisis. The headmaster and his group had planned to wait out the attack here, but then the Eric faction showed up. Why, you're Eric, right? How did you know about this place? And weren't you supposed to be part of the student defense? The fact that we're here should make it obvious how pointless that question is. You really are a carefree bunch, huh? What do you mean? Here's a hint. How is it that we students know about this place and just waltz in like this? What do you think? The headmaster's mind landed on one possibility, one he didn't want to consider. Eric sneered at him. Abandoning the students to save your own skins, truly, you're model educators. Eric, don't tell me you betrayed us. Why? Why, ever since I came to this academy? No, even before that, I've been bored. A privileged life, a stable future, everything handed to me by my parents. What's fun about that? You can't be serious. The headmaster faced Eric, with cold sweat running down his back. He had anticipated this, but seeing Eric right in front of him was still a shock. Even faced with the reality, he didn't want to believe that one of his students had colluded with the enemy. Eric, do you understand what it means to turn against the kingdom? And what about your parents? You think I care about them? That man and woman who only see me as a puppet to mold into their perfect little heir. Don't act like you know everything, brat. And what do you know? What value does this rotten kingdom even have? It's already over. Eric and his group unleashed the magical energy dwelling within them. The sheer pressure was enough to send the headmaster and his people flying. The sheer volume of it was enough to stagger even the headmaster, who hailed from a prestigious noble lineage. This kingdom's downfall, the Algan kingdom has already solidified its invasion plans. This academy is just the foothold. A foothold. Using this academy as a base, Grimritter's main forces, waiting in reserve, will come pouring in. Once we take the capital from here, this pathetic kingdom will fall in an instant. So they're already deployed. Eric grinned triumphantly. Ahahaha, fools, absolute fools. I bet even they didn't expect things to go this smoothly. The royal family and knights are useless. It's already unstoppable. Behind Eric, the door to the underground chamber creaked open. Slowly, Eric and his group turned to see who had entered. Section, looks like you're having fun. Just as I stepped inside, Eric and his crew were there. Mid-laugh, they froze, slack-jawed at the sight of me and Rauschel, who had joined me along the way. By the way, I had Lilisha handle evacuating the students. She grumbled at first, but when I told her she was the only one I could trust with it, she got all excited and threw herself into the task. You're Ulfi's, right? Must have good instincts to find your way here. You're just as overconfident as the rest. Every single one of you summon-possessed types is the same. So Mutoo getting expelled and Shemna taking a leave of absence, that was your doing. No, the Barufont families. If you've already figured it out, then I don't need to waste time explaining, do I? I threw out a threat, but Eric still didn't lose his composure. The other two seemed just as confident in him. Lord Eric, even if he's from the Barufont family, no one stands a chance against you now. That's right, you, my lord, are destined to rule this continent. There's no way some cute little boy could ever defeat you. Cute, Waltamine, your tastes are a bit questionable. Oh, Ios, but he is cute, isn't he? The last time I saw him in the hallway, he was walking around all puffed up like, I'm the strongest. That face of his was just adorable. Waltamine licked her lips. She pinched the hem of her extremely shortened uniform skirt and lifted it slightly. What a vulgar woman. Well, Why not forget that scary face and have some fun with me? I'll do things for you that those girls you're always with never could, hee hee. Sorry, not interested. You're a third year, aren't you? Shouldn't you have more important things to think about? Oh my, what a child. Waltamine wriggled with flushed cheeks. I couldn't care less who she messed around with, but while she's wasting time like this, other students are moving forward. Especially someone like Leticia or Lilisha, they'd only polish themselves further. Aolfi-sama. I'll blast that perverted woman to bits for you. Don't call her perverted, even I didn't go that far. For someone making a fuss about indecency, she sure seems to know a lot about it. What a dark thought, acting all embarrassed when she's probably secretly fascinated. Enough nonsense. Eric, do you really think you've won? Obviously. Grimritter's 6th Division has already seized the academy, and more forces are on the way. It's too late to stop now. KKK, is that so? Well, isn't it awfully quiet for that? What? That can't be. Try sensing for magical energy. Eric, still putting on a tough front, hesitated but then focused. His magical perception picked up nothing, no one but the people already in this room. What's going on? Where's the 6th Division? Shouldn't they have regrouped by now? KKK, ahahaha. What's so funny? KKK. You've been complaining about your circumstances, but you're still every bit the spoiled brat. You've been lured into a trap. With my words, Eric finally seemed to realize. For the first time, his expression twisted with panic. No way. That's exactly it. The 6th Division's already been wiped out. The nobles and students have long since evacuated, 0 casualties so far. That's impossible. How could things go that smoothly? You're bluffing. You really think the Barofont family wouldn't notice the movements of insects like you? A frantic Eric looked around, checking for safety. What an idiot. Did he really think this would work? We let you in on purpose. To let you think you'd succeeded, just so we could drop you straight into hell. Even the headmaster here knew. You're lying. Ahahaha, you're so stupid. All we had to do was leave a hole and you just flew right in. Like moths to a flame. But no one's coming. You are bluffing. Eric was still putting up a front, but the truth was already dawning on him. His face paled bit by bit. And no way for real. Thought you'd won. I just wanted to see that look on your face. I bet the 6th Division was celebrating too, huh? All for something this stupid. That's not even funny. I think it's hilarious. I smirked, and Eric bit his lower lip. Must be eating him up inside, but this is reality. Then, as if to drive the point home, the door opened again. Ulfiz, I'm here. Myarini, don't just waltz in like you're here to hang out. You did handle your part right. Of course, of course. Now here's your reward, a smooch. Whoa. I dodged as Myarini lunged at me with a high-speed kiss attempt. She was supposed to be backup, but it looks like her job's already done. My damn sister, shamelessly trying to kiss me in this sacred place of learning, missed and face-planted at the headmaster's feet. Sniffling as she stuck to the floor, she was nothing but an embarrassment to the Barofont name. Chapter 84. What's this? Just another weirdo joining the party. Thanks to that damn sister of mine, Eric has gone full arrogant mode again. Not that I care, but I wish he'd at least make a proper move when it counts. Speaking of that damn sister, Lilisha is staring intently at Eric and the others. Those kids, not bad. Not quite on Ulfi's level, but they're all summon bearers. Perfect research material, don't you think? I wonder what kind of demons they've contracted with. Let's have a little look, shall we? Whistling, Lilisha twirls her staff in one hand and steps forward, only to be blocked by Waltamine. And who might you be? Ulfi's sister. Ulfi's, didn't expect him to have a sister like you. But trying to kiss your own brother, how indecent. What's indecent about kissing my beloved little brother? You're the one who's messed up in the head. Waltamine probably never expected to be called out like this by that damn sister. The two glare at each other from point-blank range, close enough to kiss. Oh, so it's because of a sister like you that Ulfiz is so timid. Family environment really matters, doesn't it? Ulfiz can get along with plenty of girls. 1, 2, 3, even 4 at once. But he's still a virgin, right? Excuse me. Whoa, this conversation just took a weird turn. Even Eric and Ios over there are making weird faces. Should I stop this? And what's wrong with being a virgin? Say it to my face. Aolfi Sama is N, not a V-virgin. You shut up. Actually, just stop talking altogether. The gloomy angel is the most flustered one here. The headmasters just clear their throats and pretend they're not involved. Anyone can see it. But don't worry, I'll gladly take Ulfi's virginity for him. Giggle. You take Ulfi's. Lilisha clenches her fist and slams it into Waltamine. Gah. Waltamine goes flying several meters before landing in a crumpled heap. Lilisha balances her staff on one finger, spins it, then snaps it back into her grip. Oh no, she's pissed. Actually, I've only seen Lilisha lose her temper once before when I ate her favorite snack and tried to hide it. Looking back, she wasn't mad that I ate it, she was mad that I lied. And back then, she was spinning her staff just like that. That's her rage signal. Aog. I went easy on you, so get up. I could have killed you in one hit. Now, who was it that said they'd take Ulfi's virginity? You damn bitch, I'll never forgive you. Heavy rain. Waltamine summons dark clouds, unleashing a downpour. The raindrops cling to my body, making me feel slightly heavier. Her contracted demon must be Amakara-sama, the water Jizo. Oh, Ulfi's, you're so well informed. The longer you're caught in this rain, the heavier your body gets until you can't move. A god-class demon, rivaling the 32 pillars of the demon realm. Waltamine cackles, but does she even realize her rain is being gathered into a single spot, right above her head? Oh ho 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 ho, now, while you're immobilized, huh? The rain, why is it? Better dispel it fast, or that water sphere's just gonna keep growing. So, who was it that said they'd take Ulfi's virginity? Waltamine tries to cancel the spell, but the water sphere bursts, drenching her completely. Gyah's so heavy I'm gonna be crushed. People say I'm a master of water magic, but the truth is, I specialize in manipulating all liquids. And yet, a tramp like you dares to claim my brothers. My arm, it's shriveling new. Learn some shame, you damn redacted. She drops a word that definitely can't be broadcasted. Lilisha points her staff at Waltamine's arm, and it withers into a mummy-like state. Waltamine shrieks as her limp arm dangles uselessly. Why? The human body is mostly water, you know. Oh, and one more thing. Gyahithurts, my blood, my blood. Blood gushes from Waltamine's legs as if it has a will of its own, tearing through her skin. Within seconds, she passes out. Yeah, against Lilisha, most living things don't stand a chance. To beat her, you'd either have to escape her absurd mana control or match it to protect your own body. Either way, I'd get obliterated in an instant. She's laughably strong. I want to kill her, but any more and she'd actually die. But this bitch had the nerve to say she'd take Ulfi's virginity, I really want to kill her. Enough. And stop saying virgin so much. Waltamine's probably suffering from extreme anemia now. Lilisha encases her body in water and tosses her outside the door. Let the special cleanup crew handle the rest. Right, Ulfi's? Yeah. Hope she doesn't die before then. So, Ulfi's, who are you giving your virginity to? I said drop it. Thanks to this damn sister, the headmasters over there are coughing awkwardly, their faces bright red. Stop traumatizing the old men. Lucille's covering her face with both hands. The fight was over in an instant, leaving everyone speechless. Eric and Iok are completely intimidated. This is the Balfont family's power, Lord Eric, we should retreat. We'd need the entire 7th Division to handle her. HMPH, no need to panic. Have you forgot my contracted demon? But, are you disobeying me? Eric grabs Iok's shoulder and his skin faintly discolors. Gyah. My apologies. Good, never question me again. Now, let's take them on together. Iok stands beside Eric, facing us. They'd live a little longer if they just gave up now. Ulfi's, your big sister's a bit tired, so I'll take a break. Yeah, Lucille, it's just us now. Lilisha's yawning, but she's probably just staying to watch our fight. Not that I'd ever let her handle everything anyway. Chapter 85. Ha 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 ha, you think your arrows can pierce me. Ugh, this is such a pain. Eric's apparent right-hand man, Yeti, the contracted demon of Ios, boasted an ironclad defense thanks to his thick fur. Even Rushel's arrows couldn't penetrate it, getting stuck in the fur before reaching the flesh. On top of that, the blizzard breath he exhaled from his mouth sent the arrows flying back, freezing them solid. Og, come on, Lord Alpheus. Just finish him already. Why are you ordering me around? This isn't an opponent you can't beat if you just think a little. Try harder. This was typical of Rushel. The moment she faced even a slightly tough opponent, she'd start whining. And yet, when the enemy was beneath her, she'd gleefully hurl insults like it was nothing. Corrosion blade, zeroth sword. Meanwhile, the sword Eric had created for himself was a nauseating weapon, its metal corroded and decayed. Though it looked too rusted to be of any use, its lethality was unmistakable. Here I go. HMPH. Eric swung at me, and I blocked with my demonic sword. The moment our blades clashed, my sword vibrated as if resisting something. I see. If this weren't a demonic sword, it would have corroded into uselessness by now. Exactly. The one I've contracted with is the impure king, Jiram, one of the legendary 10 pillars, so obscure they're barely even recorded in history. Quite the fascination you've got there. With that kind of power, you could have easily conquered the world if you wanted. The world? How dull. Eric forcefully knocked my sword away. His physical abilities and mana both surpassed mine. What I crave is a threat that shatters the dull, stagnant monotony of everyday life. The eternal harvest of impurity, reaping lives without end. The moment pristine, untainted humans are defiled, their purity rotting before their very eyes, what I desire is collapse itself. Eric's corrosion blade, zeroth sword, writhed as droplets of liquid fell from it. The spreading pool beneath us was a sea of decay. Stone, flesh, anything submerged in it would rot away without exception. Listen, Alpheus, you, no, the entire Balfont family need to accept the truth. You're all already rotten to the core. And what would acknowledging that accomplish? You'll literally rot away. Those self-proclaimed rulers, playing with the nation like it's their toy, watching them decay in the most literal sense. Now that's entertainment. How is that fun? Behind Eric stood a beautiful man cloaked in black. That must be the impure king, Jiram, a being who presided over corruption while maintaining his own immaculate beauty. He delighted in rotting everything else while keeping himself pristine. And Eric, his heart had long since rotted away. Corrupting the innocent heart of a sheltered noble brat must have been especially amusing. Though given Eric's inherent disposition, he bore some responsibility too. Acid cloud. Eric unleashed a sickly green-black mist. Anything it touched, metal armor included, would corrode instantly. And with its wide area of effect, trying to rush through would leave my body in tatters. Black hole. I sucked the mist into a black hole, but it kept billowing out endlessly, as if infinite. Worse, it morphed into the shape of a dragon, evading the black hole and lunging at me. I kept dodging, but if it caught me, I wouldn't escape unscathed. Then, without warning, the dragon burst apart, spreading the mist even further, leaving me with fewer places to retreat. Thinking I'll run out of mana? Wrong. This is Jiram's power. My own mana expenditure is negligible. I'm sure you've heard of summoning magic. Ah, the art of efficiently drawing out a contracted demon's power. You've got talent, I'll give you that. Even with the right tools, not just anyone could wield them. Compatibility with a demon mattered, and mastering it to this degree was impressive, but I couldn't afford to keep praising him. I summoned a shadow servant right above Eric. The shadow servant launched a surprise attack, swinging its sword down in one swift motion. HMPH, I can see it. Eric effortlessly blocked the shadow servant's strike. But at that very moment, another shadow servant, the real me, having swapped places, slashed upward from below. Jaya, GH, that hurts, damn it. You're tough, I'll give you that. A normal person would be dead by now. Despite landing a solid hit, Eric was still standing. Jiram's influence had clearly pushed him beyond human limits. Don't get cocky just because you got close. A sword fight then. Fine by me. A single graze from Eric's corrosion blade would be dangerous, and with his superior strength and speed, a direct clash would overwhelm me. So I focused on evasion, waiting for an opening. Phew, ha ha ha, what's wrong? All you can do is defend. That well-structured face of yours, I'll rot it away, make it ugly. Jiram, the sight of beauty crumbling is eternally delightful. The voice was unmistakably Jiram's. Come to think of it, a demon of Jiram's caliber wouldn't lend his power to someone like Eric so easily. This had been the plan all along. Ahahaha, that pretty face, I'll rot it right off. Take turns speaking. You're overlapping. Eric's expression twisted, his features half overtaken by Jiram. I swung my demonic sword once, then gave him a look of utter disdain. You really think you alone can stay pristine? Shadow servants swarmed Eric from all sides. Numbers mean nothing, Petrofield. A sea of decay erupted from Eric, spreading rapidly. My shadow servants melted like sludge, their forms collapsing. Then, I felt numbness creeping up from my feet. My boots were already crumbling apart. Leticia, you let your guard down, now you can't move at all. Just as Eric said, the Petrofield had me trapped, rotting everything in its path. I tried escaping with shadow entry, but my shadow servants were already disappearing. So it could even corrode magic itself. Petrofield rots everything, even mana. Do you understand what that means, Alpheus? It means if I get close, even my own magic will evaporate. Precisely, you and your shadow puppets will rot away into nothing. I see. Then as long as they're still here, it's fine. Just before the Petrofield reached me, the remaining shadow servants exploded, releasing a barrage of dark needles. Eric couldn't block them all, several pierced his body. Unfortunately, his durability prevented them from fully penetrating. How? You're neglecting the Petrofield's upkeep. The toxic swamp-like field shrank rapidly. Eric clutched his wounds with one hand while gripping the corrosion blade with the other. It's not over yet. Me losing here, that's just boring. A vile, pulsating mana gathered at Eric's feet, slithering up his body. Lend me all of your power. Eric's entire body mutated. His features refined into an eerily beautiful face, someone else entirely. Twin corrosion blades formed in his hands, and a black mantle draped over his back. What stood before me was no longer Eric. It was the impure king, in the flesh. This is the pinnacle of summoning magic, summon next. A realm even my so-called benefactors never reached. Right now, I am Jiram's equal. No, his superior. Impressive, you really do have talent. Flattery won't save you now. Alpheus, I truly despise you. Yeah, then I guess I owe you an apology. I glanced at Ruchel, still locked in battle with Ios. She had the upper hand, but it'd take time to finish things. I'd have liked to wait for her, but there was no helping it. Not sure if this counts as payback, but I'll show you something too. Ruchel. Yes. The moment I called, Ruchel zipped over at blinding speed. Good girl, now then let's begin. Chapter 86. Ulfi's just realizing it now. You thought you dodged the attack, but you were well within its range. Can't do much about what you can't see. It was probably when I got hit by the rotting sword, Zeriat's sword. Its range is short, but its power is disproportionately high. Even if the blade itself didn't land, the miasma-like energy it released when swung must have coated me. Think of it like a sneeze, droplets can travel several meters. Same principle. I took in the lingering remnants of the Zeriat sword's slash. If I had to reflect on anything, it's that I shouldn't have engaged in close combat. But the first strike had already been unleashed. The result probably wouldn't have changed much. This is the kind of thing that eats away at you slowly, like poison. The fact that it's hard to notice makes it all the more insidious. Lushel, let's do it. Will it work? I place my hand on Lushel's head and focus intensely. My body is enveloped in a dark mist, scattering into the surroundings. Whoa, Ulfi's body. Aelfi's, why, you don't have to push yourself. Big sis will pamper you later, and a bath. The headmaster and the others are in an uproar. Meanwhile, my sister is sitting there, weirdly excited. Even at a time like this, she's hoping I'll lose. Gross. That form an angel. No. Eric's shock is understandable. My entire body is dyed in shadowy black, and the 4 wings spreading from my back defy description, neither angelic nor demonic. If I had to compare, I'd say a fallen angel. Summon. Next. When I declare this, Eric flinches. He must be shocked, thinking it was his own trump card alone. How do you have that? Don't lump yours in with mine. The contract terms are different. Contract terms. Lushel and I have a subordination contract. She swore to live for me, body and soul. It's not something you guys could ever establish. Not just Eric. Even the headmaster and my sister seem unable to comprehend. Well, of course, they're still at the research stage of summoning magic. A subordination contract? No way. Figured it out? Yours is just a contract where demons lend you power. Lushel and I are in a complete master-servant relationship built on trust, not some one-sided deal forced on you by random demons. A one-sided deal. That can't be. Mutoo had his lifespan taken by Deathel. Shemna lost control of her power, and you're being taken over. You've all been tricked into unfair contracts without realizing it. This is the terrifying part of demon contracts. That's why, in principle, you should only make one after fully understanding a demon's nature. Carelessly diving in can lead to losing something without noticing or falling into a trap, like Shemna did. In a way, my contract with Lushel is also unfair. After all, Lushel gets nothing out of it, but she chose to make the contract willingly. It's simple, but this kind of thing only works with absolute loyalty. Do you think Dethel, Muha, or Jiram would ever pledge loyalty to a human? Probably not. Now then, brace yourself. I'm probably way stronger than you. Your legs are useless. Go ahead and let me hunt you down. Which legs are you talking about? Now that you mention it, why? My legs healed long ago. Eric, who thought he had the advantage, is visibly shaken. Before Lushel's regeneration, everything returns to normal. Our regeneration? Damn it. I thought she was just some useless hanger-on, but she's trouble. Can't blame you for thinking that. But I'll win. There's no way Jiram, one of the 32 pillars of the demon world, could lose to some nameless girl. Eric, fused with Jiram into a demonic form, swings his twin Zariot swords. The slashes tear through the air, leaving behind floors rotted into sludge. He fires them relentlessly, intent on shredding me to pieces. Ahahaha, surely this is the end. Flick. I flick away a few of the slashes and they vanish. Wah. How? No trick, just a difference in strength. This is Jiram, one of the strongest of the 32 pillars. Then it just means Lushel is on a whole other level. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I can also do this. I move one hand, and a dome of darkness spreads through the room, plunging everything into blackness. This is Dark Sphere. Thanks to Lushel's power, I can draw out far more magic than usual. I can't see anything. But you can still rot things, right? Where are you? Right here. I'm standing right in front of Eric. His breathing shifts to relief as he realizes this. Then I'll just rot you like before, Why aren't you affected? I'm just regenerating faster than you can rot me. And no way, so my attacks are. Sorry to say, but they're nullified. As I channel power into my demon sword, Eric lets out a faint scream. Finally realizing the gap between us, Jai Jiram, do something. The moment he shouts, a black-cloaked man bursts out of Eric. His face is far from beautiful, fangs bared, eyes a murky yellow. The anger of having his playground disturbed is written all over him. You wretched, insignificant lower life form. That girl, she's of the angel race. I thought they'd gone extinct long ago. You and your buddies must be terrified, The same angel race that nearly wiped you out. Then we'll just exterminate them again. I shall bring an end to all ugly creation, unhappy world. Jiram tries to peel away the darkness, reshaping it into his own domain. But from within the blackness, countless hands stretch out, restraining him and halting the spread of his unhappy world. What is this? How dare you stop me? Darkness is formless. This entire dark sphere is a shadow servant. Uguaya. Jiram's eyes are gouged out, his arms broken. In the darkness, he's assaulted as if by an unseen force, his limbs being torn apart. This can't be. It's futile. I told you, it has no form. You can't resist or tear it away. Jiram can't touch it, but the darkness ravages him. His neck is crushed, his body on the verge of total destruction. It's like those horror movies where something attacks you in the dark. This is that same fear and unseen force made real. Why, you brat? Darkness slay. My strongest strike, a demon sword slash infused with destructive energy. No matter how strong Jiram is, destruction can theoretically annihilate anything. I've held back until now to make this one decisive blow. After all, my opponent is one of the 10 pillars of the 32, among the strongest. These monsters are unpredictable, half measures could backfire. As the shadow servants coil around him, despair fills Jiram's eyes. No, stop. With a final scream, Jiram vanishes into the massive dark slash. The destructive wave of darkness severs not just his body but his soul. How ugly. Jiram's remaining head, tongue lolling out, is a pitiful sight. But even that is soon swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 87. My name is Ios. I'm the unremarkable eldest son of a baron's family. Though I'm technically a noble, I hold no territory, and almost no one knows my family name. A person's worth and life are determined by their birth. That's what I believed, which is why I swore loyalty to Lord Eric of the Ducal House. Though I had no great talent, I was recognized well enough to secure the position of second in command among Eric's faction. I never wavered in my loyalty, and in time, I gained power. Even a mediocre man like me could attain a respectable standing if he played his cards right. That's what I thought, but now, I'm lying so close to the floor that I might as well be licking it. Giga, hurry up and get up, dumbass. I couldn't land a single hit. I didn't even understand what had been done to me. Even someone like me had deluded myself into thinking I'd grown stronger just by being second in command. That I'd become something greater, but all of that was just an illusion. Hey, get up already, you loser, trash. Thanks to Yeti, we had the upper hand at first, but in the end, we lost. I thought I could at least put up a fight after Alphys dispelled his summon next. But the reality is, I'm so weak that I can't even beat some bratty underclassmen. Why the hell were you following someone like Eric anyway? Alfie's casual remark stabbed deep into my chest. Why am I even here? Did I want to become stronger? No, that's not it. I was just infatuated with the idea of a stronger version of myself. Despite having nothing, I dreamed big, and then took the easy way out by settling for being second in command. This Alphys, he doesn't settle. He keeps aiming higher. Even if Alphys had been born into my family, I doubt he would have acted any differently. In other words, the difference between us was fundamental in every possible way. If only I'd realized that a little sooner, maybe something would have changed. Hey, what's with this guy, mumbling to himself like a freak? After forcing Ios, who had lost to Rushel, back onto his feet, I handed him over to Mylene. Summon next, much like my own wave energy, is difficult to maintain for long periods. Once it was dispelled, I had Rushel fight Ios instead. She was grumbling too, but she's the type who'll do it if I just give her a push. After Ios was sealed inside Mylene's water orb, I braced myself. Big sis plus summon next, goo. Knew you'd do that. I crouched to dodge as Mylene lunged straight for Rushel. Wait, Rushel-chan. GYH, why you damn pervert woman, now you're coming for me too. That was close, she almost kissed Rushel. While the two of them were tangled up in chaos, I decided to talk to the headmaster. Headmaster, you've been through a lot. Sorry for putting you in danger. When we discussed this beforehand, I wasn't sure how it would turn out, but thanks to you, everything ended safely. We managed to crush the enemy's vanguard too. By now, the Grim Reaper's 6th division should be wiped out. Oh, is that true? As if to confirm my words, Vaidna appeared. In his hand was the tattered, rag-like arm of an old woman. Seems things are wrapped up here. Is that the 6th Division's captain? Yeah, she looked tired, so I figured I'd let her rest a bit before finishing her off. Just let her go already. Her spirit's completely broken, she's got nothing left. Even I wouldn't be able to easily defeat a Grim Reaper captain. She's contracted with Garm, so her speed should far surpass mine. If the demon Muha is power, then she's speed. Unless you can see the future, beating her would be seriously tough. Ah, so you're the rumored summoner who contracted with one of the 32 pillars of the demon realm? Fascinating. Nah, I'm in no state to fight right now. Besides, you took way too long. You were fighting that old woman the whole time, weren't you? Indeed, she was quite skilled. If left unchecked, she could have destroyed the entire academy. Truly terrifying. Says the guy who did the same damn thing. Eric, Ios, and Waltamine were being kept barely alive by Mylene's healing. Trapped inside water orbs, they floated like specimens in formaldehyde. Soon, they'd be sent to Mylene's research lab. They'll be thoroughly studied for whatever contract magic they've got from the Algan Kingdom. Speaking of Algan, things are about to get messy. We could apply diplomatic pressure, but they're part of the Avant-Garde Union. The Avant-Garde Union is an alliance of nations spanning about a third of the continent, centered around the Northern Empire, Avant-Garde. If we mishandle this, the Avant-Garde homeland might step in. This is where the World King's skills will really be tested. By the way, Alphys, that old woman, Boar, was fighting a girl. Looked like one of this academy's students. She was definitely a wave energy user. Are really someone like that here? She seemed inexperienced and collapsed at one point, so I helped her, but she was interesting. I wanted to fight her later, but she disappeared. That's good. No doubt that's Esti. She survived an attack from Boar? No way. Did I awaken something monstrous? The moment that thought crossed my mind, an uncontrollable shiver ran through me. So Esti is. Phew, I look forward to meeting her next time. While Vedna and I were radiating weird auras, the headmaster and the others turned pale. We just saved them, and now we're scaring them again. Mew. Sliding in was level 20, clinging to me and clearly seeking praise. That's right, you took care of the 6th Division's reinforcements. Good job. Mew. Seems she handled her task perfectly. Then, from within Vednak's shadow, level 25 glared sharply. Moyu. Mew. Why are they glaring at each other? If these two start fighting here, I'm not confident I can protect the headmaster and the others. So I scooped up level 20 with one arm and stuffed her into my bag. Chapter 88. No report from the 6th Division yet. The Grimritter 7th Division was stationed far from the royal capital, waiting as the Academy assault force. The plan was for the 6th Division to suppress the Academy after distracting the enemy, then the 7th Division would swarm in like an avalanche. Pigdit, the captain of the 7th Division, idly scratched his slack belly as he killed time. First, Duke Hesler's covert negotiations failed, and now the 6th Division too. Well, plans are always delayed. Captain Pigdiot, I can't wait any longer to go wild. Phew. Tabs, you stand out too much for your brutality on the battlefield. Prioritize killing, even if they're women. Come on, that's just how war is. Besides, the Sailrand cowards are probably already pissing themselves. Foo. Tabs, the vice-captain, licked his greasy lips as he greedily devoured weeds. Tabs would eat anything, women, grass, it didn't matter. The creed of the 7th Division was simple: if you can eat it, eat it. The 7th Division was renowned as the strongest in close combat among all forces. Every member stood well over 2 meters tall, with some even weighing over 200 kg. Their assignment to the Academy assault wasn't just due to their size, it was their nature, the polar opposite of the 6th Division. In battle, most troops require split-second judgment, but the 7th Division needed none. If they decided to act, they acted. Their nature was almost monstrous. No defensive line could withstand their momentum. Time's up. If no good news came from the 6th Division by a set time, they would assault the capital. Pigdit and the 7th Division faithfully executed the plan. No hesitation. They tore down their tents, smashed through trees, and surged forward. Survivors of the units they crushed would later describe it. Not a charge, but a stampede of monsters. Those awaiting battle had braced themselves for beasts, but what came were giants on the march, and by then, it was too late. The Grimritter 7th Division, also known as the Lamenting Giants. Their roars, filled with fury, sounded as if they were mourning the weakness of the weak. The strong wielding power is no sin. The weak being weak is the crime. Their rampage forced the trampled to admit it. The tremors faintly reached the capital. Had there been even one perceptive night, it might have been different. But most were engrossed in board games, fast asleep, or worse, out drinking in the capital despite being on duty. This was the rot in the knighthood that Leticia had feared, now laid bare. Ironically, it was the common folk who first realized this was no natural disaster. Guhahaha, you maggots of Sailrand, prepare to be crushed, I am Pigdit. Now face me with honor. Their march came to an abrupt halt, even they didn't know why. Like instinctively pausing at the sight of a disgusting bug, it was a reflexive stop. Dinner's almost ready. You're making quite a racket. 2 figures stood before them, a middle-aged man and woman. The bearded man stepped forward, smiling faintly. Who are you? The Lamenting Giants, hesitating to ask. At this rate, your size is just for show. You know of us. The Grimritter, Algan Kingdom's dark forces. How dare you livestock trample my garden? Pigdit stood frozen before a man less than half his height. His heart pounded like thunder. For the first time, he felt something purely instinctual. The man slowly approached, raising a hand as something iridescent shimmered in his palm. In an instant, half the 7th Division jammed fingers into their ears, piercing their brains and dropping dead. Some strangled themselves. Others crushed their own hearts. Those barely clinging to sanity pissed themselves as they crawled, childhood traumas flooding their minds before their hearts stopped. In mere seconds, Pigdit's forces were annihilated. Only he, Tabs, and a handful remained, but their will to fight was already broken. Pigdit remembered facing a dragon in his youth, said to be the world's strongest creature. Back then, he had charged without fear. Now he couldn't move. Ho, I unleashed that shockwave intending to wipe you all out. Impressive survival. UOH. Pigdit swung his twin axes at the man. His strength, enhanced by magic, could shatter castle walls. Impressive power, well-trained. NGH. Can't move them. The man stopped both axes with 2 fingers each. The axes shattered instantly. But your size is a flaw. Your magic doesn't circulate properly. Like here. GYAH. The man crushed Pigdit's knee with a kick. The giant collapsed, thrashing like a child. The man crouched, looking down at him. You understand trampling my garden warrants more than this, right? I surrender. What surrender? Pigdit's arm was crushed, blood and piss spreading around him. Terror-stricken, he erected a fortress-like barrier around himself and the survivors. I'll kill you before you kill me. A defensive spell for someone your size. How quaint. Well, the man unleashed a shockwave, obliterating the fortress. Fusing air and wind creates this much force. Magic is all about creativity. Oh, and you pests who ruined my garden don't get to die easily. Pigdit and his men died slowly, in agony. The few survivors couldn't even flee, forced to watch. Their minds, unable to process reality, had already shattered. The woman approached them. Don't be afraid, poor things. So warm, so warm. She spread her arms. The fear faded from their faces as they closed their eyes. Lizania's love feels good, doesn't it? Why, yes. But you'll die for receiving my wife's love without permission. GACK. The man blew their heads off. Lizania, now bloodied, looked up at him and clung to his arm. I'm sorry, dear, I couldn't help it. They looked so pitiful. I chose you as my wife because of that kindness. But anyone who feels your love besides me must die. Yes, yes, let's love each other plenty when we get home. Right, and for the kids, let's have the chef prepare a feast tonight. The man carried her away. The blood and filth were soon cleaned up by shadowy figures, leaving the forest silent as if nothing had happened. Chapter 89. My beloved people. This time, our cherished nation has been attacked by foolish barbarians. Even the Balfont family couldn't cover up the Academy attack incident through information control. So this time, I deliberately had the king make a public announcement to the citizens. With things like this, it's better for public perception to reveal the truth rather than hide it. Not that I actually care about public perception of the royal family, but if distrust grows too much, it could lead to collapse. Since that would be troublesome for the Balfont family as well, we decided to show some sincerity first. From the castle terrace overlooking the city gates, the king began his speech to the masses. As you all know, the target of this attack was Seyland Academy. That such a location, nearly at the heart of the royal capital, could be assaulted speaks to our own failings. According to Leticia, this king had been trembling in fear throughout, only thinking of himself, though his current state is entirely the result of the Balfont family's upbringing. For generations, the Balfonts have maintained an inseparable relationship with the royal family, teaching every royal child from infancy to put the Balfont family first. The nation will prosper so long as the Balfont family exists. We must never disrespect the Balfont family. Know that the Balfonts are gods. This king was molded by such religious-like indoctrination. I can't blame Leticia for being angry. It's ultimately the Balfont family's fault. My beloved people, I deeply apologize. The crowd erupted in murmurs. A member of the royal family appearing in public and bowing his head. No one could have imagined such a thing under normal circumstances. It would be like the pre-war Japanese emperor personally coming out to apologize. When the emperor, who was worshipped as a god, announced Japan's surrender, many citizens reportedly wept. That's how far above the common people a king normally stands. The king bowed his head. Unbelievable sob. The barbarians are to blame. Damn these peace-breaking invaders. Just as expected, sounds of sobbing and angry shouts spread through the crowd. The king slowly raised his head. I watched the scene coldly from among the masses. However, as you all believe, our nation stands strong. There were 0 casualties in the Academy attack. Normally, people would call bullshit on that. But in this case, it's true. The Balfont family had detected their attack in advance. On the inside, there was me, Mylene, Vedona, and level 20. On the outside, Gilliam led his monster subordinates to wipe them out. And the 7th squad waiting in reserve had already been destroyed by the World King. You'd think some citizens would be thinking, no fucking way, you idiot, just die already. But, ooh, what a miracle. I told you, this country is protected by the gods. Indeed, this must be Lord Saurus's divine protection. The citizens instantly believed the king's words. The Saurus Church followers, where Cucurus serves as a sister, were particularly vocal in supporting this. Religion is powerful in moments like this. Everyone, the Saurus Church has no restrictions on romantic relationships. There's a student at the academy involved with multiple women, yet he emerged without a single scratch. I see. So those who believe in Saurus are truly blessed. I've been secretly meeting my ex behind my wife's back, but from today I'll do it openly. That Cucurus is using this chaos to spread some absolutely insane teachings. I can already see marriages crumbling. This is genuinely harmful. If people were sober, they'd call her out immediately, but mob mentality is scary. By the way, that student involved with multiple women better not be me. If it is, I won't let this slide. During the academy attack, it was none other than the Royal Guard and the Mage Corps who protected the institution. They fought valiantly, never allowing the enemy to gain ground. Enough about the idiots, back to the king's speech. This is all scripted. The king is just reading from the playbook Lieg prepared, apologies included. I never feared, for I trusted them completely. Even as the enemy advanced, I refused to retreat a single step. Liar. I heard he was cowering behind Leticia the whole time. She complained about it to me so much I got sick of it. My people, those standing before you now are nothing less than the saviors of our kingdom. The Royal Guard and Mage Corps, including Branmud, stood lined up proudly. In reality, it wasn't just us. Teachers like Linlin fought hard too. Linlin especially managed to evacuate students from other classes while repelling enemies. The irony that a former dropout outperformed active royal mages isn't lost on me. People of the kingdom, praise them. They are the ones who carved our path to survival. They are our nation's guardian deities. OOOH. Long live the king. Glory to our Mage Corps. The cheers were loud enough to make the ground tremble. With the entire capital's population shouting, I had to plug my ears while glancing at Lieg nearby. Cuckoo, perfect. The citizens blindly worshipped the king, unaware of the true ruler smiling in satisfaction. This outcome suits the Balfonts just fine. After this incident, the royal family will have no choice but to depend on them even more. I doubt the king's heart is at peace despite the adoration. I didn't miss how he paled when he accidentally made eye contact with Lieg. The unspoken, you understand, don't you? From Lieg and the king's silent, of course, conveyed through his eyes. You won't often witness such a farcical scene. I too chuckled quietly in my heart. Cuckoo. Chapter 90. Due to the impact of the academy attack incident, the school was temporarily closed. Even though there was hardly any damage, the students were in chaos. Between caring for the students and reassessing security measures, I ended up spending my time at the estate. After my bath, as I walked through the mansion while drying my hair, I passed by the living room. Relaxing on the sofa were Lieg and my mother, Lysania's. Lieg gently swirled a glass in one hand, quietly closing his eyes. Lysania's, do you think I'm fine as I am? My footsteps came to a sudden halt. I hadn't intended to disturb their peaceful moment. I was just passing through. But this was the first time I'd ever heard Lieg speak in such a serious tone, and I couldn't help but be curious. That Lieg, who always believed himself to be right and never seemed troubled by anything. As for my mother, she had always been the kind of woman who simply affirmed his words and actions, standing by his side. Because of that, I never really felt much gratitude or affection toward her. For example, if Lieg ever said something to me, she would never interject. In this household, where male dominance was taken to the extreme, what could Lieg possibly be consulting her about? What do you mean by, as I am? I believe I handled the recent attack incident quite well. No one else could have dealt with it as perfectly as I did. Yes, you're always right and perfect. Indeed, that is absolutely true, and yet. Lieg fell silent, still holding his glass. What in the world was troubling him so uncharacteristically? Eavesdropping wasn't proper, but I strained my ears anyway. To begin with, that attack incident, The Algan kingdom claimed neutrality during the neighboring war and never intervened. At the time, I didn't question it, but the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Oh my. The Girth kingdom, which we were at war with back then, held out far longer than expected. Even when they should have long since run out of supplies, they forced us into a war of attrition. That's true, how infuriating. Just as expected, my mother affirmed everything Liag said. In other words, she was completely useless as a sounding board. The neighboring war had happened before I was born. Since it dragged on for over a year, even unregulated weapons like Belana and everything else imaginable were thrown into the fray. It was the golden age of mercenary work. Countries were so desperate that they'd hire even bandits as long as they were strong. The old man from the Black Death Butterflies, whom I defeated when I was little, was one of them. Even from my perspective, the Barufont family seemed to have been constantly on the back foot during that time. Had Liag started feeling uneasy about the past after comparing it to this recent attack? I hope I'm wrong, but is it possible the Algan kingdom was secretly supplying Girth with resources during the neighboring war? Oh my. And now, that damned Duke Hesler from a neighboring country waltzes in like, he owns the place. Right after that, the academy gets attacked. Why now? The questions never end. How dreadful. At this point, my mother's attitude almost felt like mockery, but Liag seemed satisfied with it. Peeking discreetly, I saw him sipping wine while holding her close. Well, that Hesler bastard is probably rotting in Hell's Haven, the land prison, by now. You didn't torture him. Apparently, he only spewed nonsense like the lowly scum he is. I figured we wouldn't get any worthwhile information, so I gave the order to execute him. I wasn't told anything. So Hesler had already been captured, huh? No way someone who strutted around like that would have been allowed to leave unharmed. The Algan kingdom, pretending to be neutral while secretly colluding with both sides, the audacity of these avant-garde Union underlings. Just as Liag's veins bulged in anger, my mother gently stroked his back. If he unleashed his terrifying aura throughout the mansion, it'd be unbearable. Her love aura, on the other hand, gently embraced all living beings. And above all, it forgave everything, making people dependent on her. Despite having no combat experience, my mother had never been harmed by anyone, which was terrifying in its own way. Whether it was villains or monsters, they all bowed before her love aura. In a way, she was the one I feared the most. Lysania's, I used to think that as long as my own garden was safe, nothing else mattered. But the truth is, beyond Sealand, there are countless other nations. Yes, but I love this garden the most. Indeed. I, too, cherish this garden I've tended so carefully. But now, there are vermin trying to trample it underfoot. How pitiful to think they'd ruin such a beautiful garden, truly worthless, uncultured barbarians devoid of any sense of beauty. Liag embraced my mother as she spat venomous words. As their child, it wasn't exactly a sight I wanted to see. Of course, I'll dispose of the trash that dares to ruin my garden. The avant-garde Union means nothing. If I wanted, I could single-handedly annihilate even their parent empire. I love that about you. But that alone won't solve anything. Even if I unified the continent, there would still be nations beyond the sea. Oh dear, my ass. At this point, it was clear she was just responding mindlessly. Lysania's, wouldn't you like a larger garden? A larger garden? Yes, perhaps the problem is limiting ourselves to just this country. Why not make the entire world our garden? Oh my. I held my breath. Wait, was this the flag for that being raised? Honestly, the moment the Algan kingdom pulled their stunt, I had a feeling this was coming. A vast, sacred garden where no one dares to cause ruin. Yes, a garden where everything unfolds exactly as I desire. That sounds wonderful. I can't wait. Ah, so you think so too? Hey, how foolish of me to have hesitated. The answer was so simple. As expected of you. With my mother's unconditional approval, Liag had stepped onto his destined path. But there was no helping it. Even if I had tried to stop him, it would have been impossible. Not that I had any intention of stopping him, of course. Yes, I shall rule this world and become its king. The king of the world, not bad at all. Liag rose from the sofa, and my mother followed. I quickly slipped away, watching their retreating figures as they headed to the bedroom. The flag for World King Liag had been raised. If this meant Liag would fight at his full potential, then nothing could be better. This was exactly the kind of challenge worth striving for. End of Volume 2.